Pango, and the Earth Splitter's on top of it with so much magic damage, he is burst down.
Shard stomp in with the boomerang. See you later. No one is surviving that play. And that is all a glimpse of him off of that ET Spirit vision.
Yeah.
That's all it takes for you to get insta-jump from the Hex.
But what do you do with this pickoff?
What do Falcons try and do here? They're looking on this ward. They have Daedalus on Skiter.
XXS still has BKB, but they got the sun on him, and from behind, a big crit from Skiter takes out XXS. The Sonic Wave on 3, Yule's up in the air for crit. Skiter makes a run for it with his BKB, but XM will still pounce on both supports, trying to slow them down, hoping that they can at least get one of them here. Snake King pulled back in, and finally Ame shows up to the fight to claim Snake King's head. He'll get one out of this.
Nice kickoff for Falcons. They get this Mars off the map. They do pay a little bit of a price, but once Ame shows up to that fight, you're not taking it unless Skeeter's confident that the control is going to come through.
Yeah, considering that BKBs didn't have to be used for Xtreme, this is a very deadly point. No Pango, everything up for Xtreme. Being able to take the Mars off the bat, like you said it, like there's not really that much initiation for Xtreme if there is no Mars.
They did get another D ward off that though. Falcons are losing a lot of wards to make these plays. It's really adding up.
You combine lack of vision with the Elder Titan, the vision advantage that Elder Titan's going to give you. It caused some problems, but those problems, they can at least wait another minute or two, because really there's no objectives until Roshan is up. They want to take this tier 2. I'm sure Falcons wouldn't care that much about it. Ame tries to go fishing with this haster and see if he can find some hero up here farming up jungle.
I mean, this Hoodwink Dom has done some work. Jin-Q mega farm now. Finished an entire Lincoln Sphere. I wouldn't say it's the best Lincoln Sphere game. Not really good against the Pango Ember here.
Yeah, you're stopping the Sven
That is it. You are trying to throw this on Ame or XM, maybe even XXS, who's been getting jumped a lot. If you block that Sven stun, could be a huge deal in the fight, but it's a very expensive investment to look just for that.
Yeah. I mean, there's maybe little things like blocking out a Yule's during an enrage timing for an Ursa or something like that. It could go a long ways.
Could come into play, absolutely.
Level 25s are right around the corner for both of our carries. That's going to be a bit spooky as Roshan. We're in that potential spawn period. Both teams are going to be playing around this area.
High
top part of
damage
the pit.
talents for both of these carries. Like the burst damage just becomes insane. To me, if the fight goes long, this Queen could be a big problem for Falcons. In theory, their answer to a long fight is, you know, Pango Ember, bringing that same sort of attrition, just constant spell spam.
Yeah.
But the way the fights have been going is, it feels like one of those cores just gets bursted. I think you still want to jump this Sven in to almost give them better entry into the fight.
If you get to a Satanic and then Ember Spirit continues to scale, do you think that flips to the other side at some point? That longer fights can still work for Falcons because the Ember mostly?
Oh, I think they can. It's just execution.
Sure.
You kite out those little moments. Can you dodge the jump from Ame? Does someone control him when he's trying to go in and burst that target while he's committing BKB? Small things like this make all the difference. Can you find supports at the start of the engagement? You take X-Nova out, you remove a lot of the amp damage in this lineup.
Falcons not to find anything. A pickoff there could have led to control the Roshan pit. A swift blink Ame Ursa.
He's so farmed. All he needs is that level 25. He's prepared for this next fight. 50 seconds for that Roche spawn. Pretty fast one. Falcons just trying to control the vision they have. They have this one ward towards mid. They have a gem up. Trying to hold this high ground. There's a sneaky Radiant ward behind this tree line over here too. Could be really pivotal if you scout someone in the river.
Oh, yeah.
Not an easy obs to D-ward. XG just wait. They're playing patient right now. Trying to finish up the last few items to go into this next Roshan battle. It's going to be A on disc for XM. Something to watch out for. He gets jumped by the Sven. He assembles that disc. The jump is gone.
And you pretty much can't afford a bad jump for this Sven, right? It almost feels like the fight is over if he jumps the wrong person and can't kill them.
Or if he jumps, stuns, goes to hit, Ame jumps, abyssals him. That's an easy turnaround.
Sure.
XG, you're going to throw out the Sonic Waves. Arena's going to hit someone in the back. Skiter going in here is very difficult, but he almost has to, the way the lineup functions.
Has to pick and choose his battles, and he's going to go for XM, but I think they know about the Aeon Disc. They have not jumped after this initiation from Amar. What a read from Falcons, but XM holds off on putting the Aeon Disc together. They'll TP away on the Rolling Thunder. They tried to get something. That was just such a smart play on both sides. XM, I mean, the Balls did not put that Aeon Disc together when you're being sent up by Rolling Thunder, knowing there could just be a Sven that one-shots you. But he refuses to do it.
He knows Ame has his back on that counterplay. He knows if Skiter jumps, he will pay a big price there.
And they have damage for his Sven. Maybe they get the Roshan. But Falcons, I think they still want to force this fight. They're going to try. Malr1ne, he just throws straight in. Assign the device on him. Here comes that spear. But the Sven, with the amp damage, where is he? He isn't able to get there in time, and now he's been hit by the goals. He gets the grab onto the Queen of Pain. XM gets off the Aeon Disc! Keeps himself alive, and he blinks away from Skiter. The initiation has gone all wrong, and now begins the fight. It doesn't fight for long. Ame and his claws will rip through the Sven armor. They'll find another with XXS, a pin against the wall, and Amar, he'll fall as well.
Beautiful kiting from XG. The control on the Sven, stalling up his jump to follow that Ember Spirit. And such clutch hexes from XXS. This guy's control has been on point this entire tournament. Such a strong team fight from XG. Their burst damage is just insane. Malr1ne, he took so much there, but that ET amps it all up. You get hit by that Earth Splitter. One last bash from the Ursa and you're gone. Nobody to bail you out of that situation. A deep dive goes wrong for him.
And if Xtreme win this game one, I mean, what are you gonna do if you're the coach? What are you gonna do if you're the drafter? AUI 2000. Amar, he doesn't want to ban Mars. That's his hero.
You gotta take it away from him.
Yeah, you're gonna be put in that corner where you have to take it. And we may see if Xtreme have answers to it, but first they have to close out this game one to make that happen. And they may have a big lead. 9,000 net worth, 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Falcons are known to be able to stall out games. XXS, he's landed a number of initiations. They'll find another one. Ame leads the way with the Abyssal Blade, and XXS follows through. Another 60 seconds where Falcons will not have all their heroes alive.
So much gold for XG in this period. I mean, they can start buying up some luxury items now. There's the refresher for the Mars. Could be another hex on this Hoodwink. Malr1ne's life is just not getting any easier. It didn't start easy in this game, and it doesn't feel like it's getting any better. It's just so much control for him to play through, and this is kind of the downside of Ember. He doesn't pack a big enough punch to go in and be a threat during his BKB that XG can't deal with it. So you have to play for the long fight. Yeah, somebody is getting caught in the control, and nobody is challenging this Ame Ursa right now. He is just running a rampage through this game. Ag's done as well. How do you kill this guy? Feels impossible.
Kinda does. I mean, you're gonna have to wait 2.5 minutes because killing him is gonna take some sort of...
Like you said, 2 minutes on this Aegis. XG, they can force high ground again. They can look for that game-ending fight.
So their only option as Falcons is to make the jump on the Ursa, reset, and high ground defense is the best possible place to make a play like that, right?
Yep, especially if you can abuse buybacks. It's one way to try and force that teamfight win. They do not have a lot available right now. It's only that Ember Spirit. Sometimes it's enough with the high ground positioning. Ideally, you make a jump on somebody, you take them down, you reset, and then this Pango can control Ursa a little bit with the Basher, the Axe rolls going through. It's kind of your hope right now that ATF has a monster teamfight on this high ground.
Well, you said luxury items were coming in. They're here for a couple more heroes. XM with the Shivas. The sight device on the Hoodwink, which is not required for yet another Enchantress kill. No problems killing her now. Now that Ame is playing in the front line, Skeeter's gonna make his jump. Gets off the in-range on Ame. Skiter got that much out of him. But you got that, but you still want to be able to play with the God Strike, but they jump in anyway. Skiter, he wanted a fight, but he didn't think it was gonna start that way. With him dead and gone. And what are you gonna do now? It's up to Malr1ne and Amar. They're gonna have to pull through this fight for you. You buy back on the Sven, but he won't have the God Strength. They're kiting around Ame as best as possible right now. XM, Yules, he dodged out the Stormhammer, and he's gonna have a blink up in a second. He still has his BKB. A nice pin from the low ground from XXS. A buyback's being used from Falcons, from all these heroes, but they've got nothing for it. They killed a Hoodwink at best. They took out Roadkill, and that's all.
You have to get more there for a triple buyback. The Sven one is not going to be the most impactful, but you bought both supports. You took an extended fight. For once, Malr1ne does survive the Hex burst attempt, gets BKB off, has some impact, 3,000 damage, but you can't burst any of these targets down. You can't wear through the front line here. Bear is just too much of a menace right now. You need more sustain, you need more damage. There's another great shard for XG to pick up. I don't think I've seen a spear miss outside of maybe the one top on that open arena. Just hit every single one. There's another Aeon disc for this Sven to deal with. No nullifier in sight.
Level 25 on XXS, 180 HP regen inside the Arena of Blood. But if they can take him out of the equation right away, no, an Aeon disc! Where is he going to throw out this arena? He's waiting out the BKBs. He knows Skiter's going to expire soon, and now he's got him. First the sight, then the spear, then the damage that Ame brings to the table.
A dieback on the Sven. Falcons crumbling. No answer for Ame and his jump.
XXS doing his best, even an Outworld staff there. Double daggers to slow him down. Ame still finding more. He first catches Snaking, no buybacks there. He chases after Crit. Another hero to fall on the side of Falcons. Double cookies where they can, and they're chasing after the Ember Spirit on the same side.
Supports are just killing him.
Supports taking out the Ember Spirit.
X-Nova boss just man-fighting the Falcons mid. Back up from Jinkyu, that's a free kill. Malr1ne did not expect the damage, but there's that magic amp combination. Yep. It's just so nasty when he's on top of you. Now Ame, he gets a free trip to the high ground. Says, thanks for the setup, boys. All clean house.
Amar broke through. He's sitting on the other side of the map going, I can't cut all these waves. Xtreme Gaming, they're going to get Megas out of this. They should be able to end the game. Unless Falcons... I don't even know what they have to do here. Amar, they do manage to get back to a protection up, but the mid lane is going to push in. XM's got that covered. Unless Amar can get there with the Rolling Thunder. He's not popping in. He's trying with the swashbuckle. It's stopped by XM. Now he has the Rolling Thunder. See if he can kill the creep wave. They pop the glyph. They pop the sonic wave even. Anything to protect the creeps. Amar still gets it though, and he makes a blink away. He makes a swift retreat. Did he just buy Falcons the time they needed?
Backdoor should come up here.
Glyph goes up.
This will guarantee it. Amar with some nice moves on this mid lane. Stalls for the other heroes to come back up.
Can Xtreme Gaming get through the backdoor protection though? They're going to try. Aside them, oh, they got the invisible blade initiation on Malr1ne, and Malr1ne dead for 2 minutes. Maybe it doesn't matter how much time you buy Ame. He seems to be eternal at this point in time. 11, 1, and 10. He will stand here as long as it is needed to finish out this game.
Or take the easier road, go get that bottom lane in. Free up that last Rax. You're looking at Megas very shortly here. They know that's a dieback on this Ember.
A butterfly coming in for him. All right.
All on ATF here. Refresher delivered for the Pango. Does have the 25 talent. He has got to get in here and do some serious damage in the fight.
Falcons, they did their shenanigans, but the backdoor protection is going to go down again unless they can jump the Ursa now and kill him. This is going to be Megas. Try and get something out of it.
Gotta go.
Even a BKB. There goes the Rolling Thunder. There goes the Enraged with a BKB turnaround. Skiter, he's got to run, but he's pushed back in by the Sonic Wave into the claws of the bear. He will be pulverized. A hit in for the Rolling Thunder, but XM, he's still at Aeon to be able to work with. A shot coming in. Jinkyu, not even required. Ame is all the damage you need at this point for Xtreme Gaming to close out the game, and they will take the lead in the series of the TI Finals.
A confident Game 1 victory, to say the least. These guys were feeling themselves. Felt like that entire game, even in that laning phase, which is supposed to be Falcon's strength in this matchup, they won that top lane in dominant faction. Ame was getting kills bottom with an Ursa, not something you see in that laning phase all the time. They weathered that storm mid with the Ember and then just diced that pickup. So much control for Malr1ne in this fight. It felt like he did not exist in that mid lane.
No, he certainly didn't. And there is a lot to go over. It's a best of 5 in these finals, and the back and forth of the drafting, it's going to be a hard battle to commence.
And we'll see who wins that battle later down the line. Well, the first step has been made by Xtreme Gaming. They take that first one of the best of 5 and are in a strong position to move forward in this series. How did they get to this point? That's why we got the experts to talk about it. Tigov, Effie, and Kezu. This game started fairly slow, Kezu.
No, it did, but one thing that surprised me quite a bit was how hard XG won their lanes. This usually doesn't happen when you play against Falcons. They're very good with like the lane swap, and they did do that again. They put the engine in the offlane. Crit on the Snapfire in the safe, and honestly, it had a very big impact on this game. Crit didn't have a good time there. He got a very late level 6. Jinkyu got a very early earn as well on his Hoodwink. Went around, got a lot of stuff done. So to me, then the mid game slowed down. But yeah, overall, XG, I really feel like they brought their absolute A game to this game 1.
I think they identified the fact that Malr1ne needs to be shut down. When you look at Malr1ne's performances so far throughout TI, at the 20-minute mark, he's only ever had like 4 deaths, 3 deaths. But this time, yeah, he has 3 deaths as well. His second most deaths so far. Often it's like 1 or 2. Like he's having such a good tournament. But XG, they identified Malr1ne, they killed him 3 times by the 20-minute mark, and they truly shut him down.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. He is the rock of this team. They play this early game off of the shoulders of Malr1ne's timing, off of his tempo, and he couldn't recreate it that game. Xtreme Gaming came to win today. They played with such confidence in these lanes. Falcons are a team we're used to seeing win these side lanes, not blunder, not feed, ready for every power rune, ready for every wisdom rune rotation. Usually they're the team bringing 3 heroes to the wisdom shrines, but guess what? They gave up both wisdom shrines this game. Their Sapphire did not have level 6 for a very long time because of that, and they didn't have the damage that they usually need to get their first few pickoffs.
There were also like so many clips that we can see too. They're about so many small things. The way XG earlier like bursted Malr1ne, Atos, Hex, Stunlock, you go this, then you go on X and he disassembles his A on this, it procs, he gets loaded by someone else. And then you have a bushwhack to like save him onwards and onwards, and there's so many things. Falcons too, like snaking countless times. He lives because he goes in front, he has the right itemization, he uses himself, he delays. But the longer the game goes, at least until Falcons have like 6 slot on Ember and Pango, this Ame Ursa, he just eats you alive.
Especially later in the game when what they had to do on Falcons was to play the map, push these side lanes out. How do you do that when this Ursa has a Blink Abyssal Blade so early into the game? We'd see a hero show top, instantly get Abyssal. If you're an Ember, you have to Remnant out. If you're a Pango, you have to just roll away. There wasn't a means for you to control the map after that initial aggression from Xtreme Gaming.
No, I feel like a lot of the theme of this grand finals would be who can XG just stabilize the early game to get themselves to this team fight excellence, right? Ame being 31-11, like the fight selection that he has is incredible. The execution of the spells from XSS, impeccable. X-Nova, the vision from his spirit and just opening up the fights, like everything XG does is based on the mid-game timing. So I'm really looking for the future of this series. How can Falcons try and change up that pacing, not allow them to kind of cruise control to the point where they are happy to take any fight?
And XXS on this Mars, like we saw it was in first pick Mars.
Yep.
They heavily prioritized his hero in this draft, and I would love to see that be recreated in the next game. They didn't even care what kind of matchup they would get, so long as he had a means to take these fights for them, and that he did. He was always finding the key targets in that mid lane fight. They got the kill on Ember. It just made it easy for Ame to come in, clean up, and get his net worth up because of that.
Yeah, and you pointed out, it was an overall first pick Mars, and it makes me wonder. I think there's been a lot of TI finals that have like one hero that the series kind of starts revolving around. Could that be the Mars in this case, or will it just be banned from here on out? Because that is also an option.
It could absolutely be Mars. I'm going to expect the same thing in game 2. It's going to be first picked or it's going to be banned. It's already been the hero of a lot of games, and it's going to continue, I think, to be that way. But I want to show a lot of things that also happened that allowed XG to like even get to this stage. They don't have the BKB yet on Ame. They need time. So they go ahead of him. They smoke ahead to make sure they're around the Roche pit and allow him to farm. But look at this top level D-warding from both teams here. You have X-Nova, they protect their triangle. Falcons are like, okay, the game is about Roche. They deward them again. Now, because this deward happened, Xtreme, they ping on the mini-map. They're like, yo, they must have seen me place this ward, so I'm now going to go deward your ward that is on the lane too. And these are the small things that actually, first of all, allow this game to delay. This is 26 minutes. Roshan hasn't died yet. 28 minutes, you have another Roche off. You have a 4th deward coming out from the teams against each other. And in the ultimate last clip, this is now 30-30. Look at the mini-map. Ame is now down bottom, so is Roshan. He's had enough. He uses the Fog of War to blink into the pit before Falcons are ready. And this is like 4 to 5 minutes of small macro gameplay that allowed them to take the very first ages of the game. And this is really what then started a bloodbath.
Yeah, up until that point, it kind of felt like the game could have been going either team's way, but vision is incredibly important.
No, it is so critical. And then when you see the dewarding happening from, Kezu's clips, there's another moment in the game where they set up the map in such a beautiful way that they are able to smoke for 1 whole minute and Falcons have no information. Often when you're off map for about a minute, you're going to be identified. But you see here, Crit, he's drawing on the minimap. He's like, guys, they're on the top side. They're even using a scam. But look at the creep waves. Top's hitting the top tier tower for Falcons. Mid is getting shoved in. But XG, able to utilize the vision that they place, and there is just no good wards on the map for Falcons to truly understand. One's on the bot side, one's on the top rune. Like the map is getting choked out from the vision game, and when you get to play a slow game, vision is critical. All it takes is one jump to unlock the next big objective, be it Roshan, Tier 2, High Ground, and XG played it flawlessly in the mid game.
Yeah, and why was this a slow game? Because after the draft was done, I was told, Effie, that Falcons was going to have a very scary early game. And in my head, scary kind of coincides with maybe being active and aggressive, but it didn't turn out that way at all.
Well, they lost their lanes really hard. They were bleeding kills like left and right. They couldn't really set up for power runes the way that they are. They couldn't get their wisdom shrines early on, and naturally they're just going to slow down because of that. They hit their tempo based off of how well they played their first 10 minutes, and XG had their number in this one. They were going to play slow because they were just waiting for their Ursa's BKB timing, but after that, even though there weren't a lot of kills, they were playing quickly on the map on Xtreme Gaming. They were ready to just jump any target that showed on the side lanes.
Yeah, the early game definitely did not have as much action as maybe we thought initially, but that's okay. And the action that was there was very mechanically skilled, isn't that right, Purge?
That's right. Those early game fights after you lose your towers are so important because they beat back your opponents or stop them from taking more ground. So that's why this fight was so important at the 18-minute mark for Xtreme Gaming here. They've got Blink Dagger on the Mars. They're able to jump and spear back Malr1ne to the tower, and they throw all of their damage into him, basically, almost all of their ultimates. But killing him is important because he's the one that's going to be disabling, staying alive, and stopping their heroes from blinking around. So really good teamfight disruption from the Pangolier. And eventually, with this great hoof stomp that happened here, it basically oops, wrong tool. It sets up a very good stomp and very good arena, which looks like a great opportunity. But Skiter jumps in, and something I want you to look at is look at how much armor he's got here. He's got 8-8 right now. I'm going to do the zoom in one. But as soon as he gets close to the Elder Titan X Nova, this armor number drops down to 0. And this is the exact moment that Ame jumps in with his Battle Fury. And if you take a look over here as well, he forgot to use Warcry, or he chose not to because he needed to jump in immediately to save his teammates. And as a result, he's got -8 armor because of his Mask of Madness, which is why he died so stupidly fast. I mean, they even used the Pavis here to give him some HP, but it doesn't really matter if you got -8 armor. So this was a really sick read by Xtreme Gaming to recognize, oh, we're down 2 heroes, but we can still blow you up right now. So they took that opportunity, won that team fight, and that really helped ensure that that laning stage disadvantage that Falcons had didn't get any stronger.
Yeah, very well put there indeed. And of course, both teams are looking forward to seeing what might change in that game number 2. Maybe different pick order, different heroes, definitely as well. And I'm wondering, what can we really learn from a game like this? Because considering it was so slow, do you think either team will try to speed it up, or is that too risky? Because playing that fast does come with risks.
I would say that both teams actually kind of got what they want. Even like Malr1ne, he has a lot of level 25, level 30 heroes. He didn't have the best game, but I would attribute that more to Xtreme Gaming. I think they played very well. They didn't give them many opportunities in the game, so I wouldn't even call this an off game from Falcons. I just think XG, they brought their A game. I don't think you change too much when it comes to the draft. You just gotta bring it in the game.
Agreed. I think Xtreme Gaming, they have their momentum from their amazing win yesterday into their energizing win today into this game. They caught Falcons off guard, and now Falcons have to wake up, because if you look at their draft, Skiter on Sven, ATF on Pango, Malr1ne on his Ember, Snaking on his Enchantress, Crit on his Snapfire, these are their heroes.
Well, I know 2 people who are great at waking other people up. Slacks and Tsunami.
Hello, everyone. Yes, yes, indeed. Can we tell the future, my friends? This is the Oracle TI, in case you didn't notice, because You're dumb. Anyway, yes. Will we be able to tell the future here today? In fact, we will. You see, in pubs after the International, there's a bit of time until the next patch. And typically, people will pick whatever they picked at the International, making, you know, pro builds into very, very bad pub builds. So, I have gathered the greatest seers in all of the arena, the random people standing behind me, who will make prophecies upon what we will see in your future disgusting pub games. Let us go and speak to other seers. Hello, what do you think we will see after the International in pub games?
I'll probably think of Hoodwink with Helm of Dominator, but just in general, Helm of Dominator on any kind of support. Pulling the lanes, giving us some free tasty last hits on big creeps. It's going to be wonderful.
Absolutely disgusting Helm of the Dominator, pause 4s and pause 5. Write it down, Tsunami. Dark times ahead. Put it on the sacred slate, please.
Slacks, I don't want to do the character. Please don't make me do the voice.
Do the voice, Tsunami. We practiced the voice for 20 minutes in the back. Tsunami, do the voice.
Oh, Sia, I shall
Oh,
write
God.
down Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator.
Don't do the voice anymore, Tsunami. They love it. Keep doing it. What do you think we'll see after the International?
I got a couple of things.
Okay.
First of all, the runes. I've been following the decoding of the runes.
Yes.
Maybe like this Azizoth character.
Let's not spoil the secret runes, young man. Maybe. Don't look at, I don't know shit. You think they tell me anything? I would tell you right now, for fun. But maybe we might see something. What else? Meta-wise. Why? He keeps looking at you, making me uncomfortable. Goodbye, young man. Goodbye. Hello?
Hello. Everybody buys 2 Dominators and switches them in the inventory.
Double Dominator switcheroo.
Everybody, for everybody.
Don't write that down. Oh, he's writing it down. Oh, no. Strange people staring. Yes, indeed. Helm of the Dominator backpack strat could happen. Anyone else have an idea? Hello, what will we see in the future of Dota?
Yeah, I'm just scared to see the bristleback with Butterfury in my pubs.
Oh, no, gracious. Dark times ahead, Bristleback with Battle Fury. Please, please ban the Bristleback to save yourself. What do you think we'll see?
One team will have full Helm of the Dominator, and the other team will have full Midases to counter it.
Oh my goodness gracious. I don't think that worked. Whatever.
My liege, I missed that one. Say it again, please.
I'm good. No, that doesn't. It's all good. Hello. What do you think we'll see, my friend?
The heroic Meepo carry.
Oh. One person cheers, the one Meepo player in the crowd. 'Tis a good day for you, but terrible for everyone else. What shall you see?
Satanic's Tinker carry.
Oh, God. My heart cannot take it. Foul times are ahead of us, Tsunami. What have you got written down? Last one right here. What do you think?
Maybe Battle Cup Turbo Mod.
Oh. Okay, could happen. All right, everyone. Tsunami, do you like our choices?
The choices are sound, my lord, and thou shalt pick Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator. Strange people will stare at you and make you feel uncomfortable. 2 Dominators, 1 in the backpack and 1 in the inventory. We're gonna keep having Bristleback's grief games. That's just business as usual. Yuma Meepo, any love for the Meepo picks that we had during the road? And okay, now you guys are cheering because I tell you to, but I want you to be real on this one. Do you actually want to see Tinker carry?
May that be the loudest boo I've ever heard on stage while I'm there. Thank you so much, everyone. Well, have some dark days in your pub after the International, but many things might still happen in this grand finals. So keep your eyes open, my friends. Good luck. It's going to be hell out there.
Or happy times, because if all my enemies are doing that, I'm winning with normal things. That's how it goes, team.
No, it doesn't. It's always on your team. Don't be so naive. And you queue for the game, you're happy after TI, and then you get every single idea in one single game.
No.
And then you still win. That's the beauty of Dota.
You see, you're still winning. Okay, that's all. That's all.
I was going to put you down and then bring you back up.
I know, we're good, we're good. Speaking of winning, Xtreme Gaming just won that first game, so there's a lot of talk going on in the back, I would imagine, with both of the teams and how they will adapt to T-Gov. How do you want them to adapt?
Well, I think the easy answer is the respect of Mars in the series, but I think the critical point will be Elder Titan, right? X-Nova, the stand-in, he wasn't on XG until, of course, unfortunately, Paulison fell ill, and X-Nova has entered the team with exceptional Elder Titan gameplay, and I feel like every clip we're going to ever see, it will be the buff-ups of the ET, the sleep disengages, everything about this hero makes it a Grand Finals hero.
It is one of his best heroes, it's one of his most played heroes, and I think he used the shard like really well. Other ETs, you just see, they stomp and they chill, but when he got the Ember, when he got Amar on the Pango, he went on top of them, he reduced all the armor, so Ame, he just claps you out of the game like immediately. And we must not forget, X-Nova just a few months ago had one of the darkest days ever with me in OG. We sucked. There was nothing going on, but this guy, he's incredible. He's making this comeback. He's playing so well. I'm just really happy to see like the two teams playing this well and going up against each other.
He's been sharp the entire tournament, and also the TP cancel on Sven, that was his Earth Splitter early on. If that hadn't happened, they would have not traded the Quap kill for the Sven kill, which tipped a lot of the momentum in XG's favor. And the dewarding clips that you showed us earlier, there was a cool stat that we didn't get to talk about yet, but actually, Snaking and X-Nova, they're averaging around the same amount of dewards per game. Both of these teams are getting around 8.8 in a game, and he was probably the only one competing with Falcon supports on that. The next one was P-Vision at 7 dewards.
They have respectful map play. I say that, and it's like very honest traditional Dota, right? The way that they move, the way they do, they're not utilizing, Helmet Dominators to, shadow push a wave and not have to do it. Like, they're doing it the old-fashioned way, which is why these stats are so similar and why this finals, again, still should be so competitive.
What about that Hoodwink Dominator, though? They were doing a little sneaky.
A little. It was like,
play.
why? I was like, what? I'm referencing the fact that, it's not 5 or 4 or 3 compared to other teams. Wink,
Just
wink, nudge,
near
nudge.
1.
1's acceptable. 3, 4, 5? Come on.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the last times that Ame played in the Grand Finals, he ended up losing game 1. And then they ended up winning 2 in a row. And then they ended up, losing the rest. This time, this could be the flip of the switch. You've got the script that's turned upside down.
Hold the other Grand Finals that Ame lost. He won the first 2 and then lost the second 2 as well. So he has both iterations already.
I mean, at least for, the people that we all love Ame, and there is a reason he is called the uncrowned king. If you look at his top, placements, it's first at Riyadh, first WePlay, first at so many countless other lands and other majors, but look at his TIs. TI 7, he gets 4th. TI 8, he goes to the Grand Finals, gets 2nd, 5 games. TI 9, 3rd place, barely misses out. TI 10, he goes to the finals again, 5-game nail-biter, loses towards the very end again. TI 11, he gets 5th, 6th. So this could really be the one time where he can do it. He's up 1 game. They're looking so strong. I'm really looking for him to maybe do it this time.
I will say, it's so impressive to have played 6 internationals, and all 6 of them, you finish top 6 with even like 2nd and 3rd being the most common one. That is incredible on its own, let alone being able to come so close to taking that Aegis time and time again. And this time, Xtreme Gaming definitely on the right track to taking this Grand Finals. But I'm sure Falcons has also done some homework in the meantime. There's one question I still had. When we saw in that previous game, Malr1ne having such a rough time, you could feel that Xtreme Gaming knew to target him. Are we going to see Falcons do something with that in the sense to make him be a little bit more safe, either with more rotations possible or maybe more a hero that he has a win condition on?
They often do pick his hero quite early, right? With the Pangolin pick, that was probably going to be the case, but with that Queen of Pain, they had to find a new solution. And at that point, the bans, Monkey was banned, Earthshaker banned, Beastmaster banned. Like, they already had respected it. So, yeah, you got to slot Malr1ne a little bit earlier in the draft, potentially.
Well, let's see if they do that, as it is time to head into the second game.
Team Falcons versus Xtreme Gaming Grand Finals. Game 2.
And we are in the thick of it already. We got Falcons, Radiant, Xtreme, Dire, and the first pick is on the board. We have Xtreme Gaming this time with the pickup of the Beastmaster. As kind of expected, the Mars was banned out fairly early by Falcons already. They leave the Sniper in for this particular game, and they answer with an Enchantress.
Not just the Mars Chiefs, but they've just put total respect on XXS's heroes pool. They take out his Shaker, they take out his Centaur. They don't want any of his shenanigans this time around.
A lot of the big Malr1ne heroes that we were just referencing are already banned or picked. So interesting enough, Malr1ne will have to think about a new hero once again that he hasn't relied on to get to this position.
My take on that last game was that the Ember would have looked better if the supports had a better game. Because Ember is a hero that needs to play with the supports, and the Snap didn't get level 6 for a very long time, and they were feeding on these side lanes. Typically with Falcons, Stay and Crit will rotate so early and play with Malr1ne. This just didn't happen, so the Ember looked bad.
He also looked a little uncomfortable, to be fair, like slight change. Some of them he was missing in the mid-river when he got ganked by the Hoodwink. Other Ember players would have been able to jump out. He wasn't. Like, he hasn't played it that many times in his career. He did play it once already at the International. It looked really dominant, but compared to his other heroes, it just didn't look to be in the same league.
I like that Falcons don't shy away from the Eng, right? The snaking Eng looked phenomenal in the entire tournament. It looked good last game too. So just because you lose once with it, don't go away from it. You're up against the Beastmaster, but at the same time, XG, they've banned out the two best heroes in my mind that Falcons would like to play against the Beastmaster. You've got the Gyro, you've got the Weaver. Because Skiter, unlike other carrier players, he cares a lot about having, like, his game is like important to him, but it's more important that he slows you down. So they're gonna have to look for a replacement that lanes well with Eng to slow down the Beastmaster themselves.
And it does give permission to XG to buy one Dominator. One Eng equals one Dominator, that's fair, it's honest Dota 2.
I mean, you know it was going to happen anyway with the Beastmaster. But Eng is one of the old school lane counters as well. Sure, you cannot enchant the Dominator, but you just take a boar on lane and you stick it to Beastmaster.
Falcons want a lot more tempo in this game, right? The way that ATF plays the Bristleback, he's throwing himself into early fights very quickly. And we've already said it many times, pacing is what beats XG. And with the first two picks from Falcons, it's what they're going for. But once again, this Elder Titan, 5 games, 100% win rate, it is exactly what you want to see to survive that early game. It does so much to dismantle any early aggression.
It's the same support duo from XG. They owned with it in game 1. You take it into your game 2. Hoodwink as well against Bristleback, incredibly strong. You've got the break, you get some roar into the sharpshooter. There's a lot of damage coming out to you if you're Falcons. The good thing for them also, they can flex the Bristleback. Yeah, it is, I would say Amar plays it probably the best out of all the players they have, but it would be a nice answer for you in the lane against the Beastmaster when you play this Bristle and Eng together.
Malr1ne Primal Beast. If you want to create some chaos in the game, throw in the Primal, throw in the Bristleback, just run through XG. Don't give them time to think about the early game because, yeah, Falcons, they want to fight this time around.
Primal Beast doesn't put it doesn't put Malr1ne in a position where he gets counter-picked by XM or has to worry about his pick. Last game, there was a Queen of Pain. That's a lane-dominating type of hero. He had to go for the Ember. Primal Beast on Malr1ne, he doesn't even have to lane. He just cuts the waves, drags them behind towers, will pull them into waves, and always make sure he has his farm regardless of whatever pick will come out on 18 here. For XG.
And the Ringmaster, right? We saw Crit play this before. When there is single target jump and that big pickoff, having Escape Pact is critical. So with with the Hoodwink and the Beastmaster in play, wanting to go for that explosive damage, I don't mind it at all.
The cool thing about Ringmaster is that it forces your pick that you maybe wanted something different to have to be a hero that builds Nullifier. If they were looking at a different style of carry for Ame, like another repeat of that Ursa, they can't do that comfortably because Ursa doesn't slot a Nullifier into his pool early enough.
Always the way when there's not a lot of lockdown and pucks in the pool, XM's going to want to pick it up.
It's just great against the backline, right? You're going to show them to each other. And ET always, you want not just the physical guy who abuses your physical damage, you want the spirit with the magic damage. XM Puck, it has looked absolutely phenomenal. On Falcons too, you have the option of flexing new heroes around. I would say that Amar is the better Bristle and Malr1ne is the better Primal Beast, but they have options because they have the ultimate last pick off the draft.
Let's see what's getting banned out here. We got the Dragon Knight already removed from the pool. Looks like both teams want to get their carry for their overall last pick. So we'll see what fits in there. And just for my own personal mental state, we have the Puck versus Primal. Regardless of how that goes, Malr1ne will always have a game, right? Because his Primal, the way he plays it, he doesn't have to be on the lane. He'll go anywhere else that he needs to.
Primal is one of the best cores in the game that if you have a bad lane, your ability to skip waves, farm, and recover is there. Malr1ne has also utilized Primal in every game possible, good or bad, to have impact.
And when you look at Primal Beast and what makes him effective in an early game, it's the question of how successful will he be when he's off the map, when he rotates to the side lanes, when they don't see where he is, how afraid will they be? And if you have one Hoodwink on a side lane and an ET on another, you can't really stop this Primal Beast from early rotations, from charging in and trampling over you. They don't have the lockdown to do so against him.
I'm kind of liking potentially Lifestealer, right, for XG. Sure, there's a Primal Beast to grab you, but you can buy Radiance, disassemble it later for the Nullifier. It gives you ways to eat through the Bristleback through the game. You don't really care about Ench. Like, the game kind of secures the scaling for your team.
Yeah, I'm also kind of looking, like, is there something else you have to respect from Falcons? Like, if they do go for some, you know, if they do want to flex the heroes around, is there something you have to really respect? Because Ame, he's also a very versatile player. He can play any type of carry. He has the ET5 in his own lane too to like kind of protect him and like also make it easy.
I will say, this is, I think, a rare case of where we see a team in the overall or in the last pick phase with still 2 minutes left in their bonus time. That doesn't happen very often. And for me, that shouts confidence from Xtreme Gaming in this draft in particular.
And they take out another stun here for Skiter.
And they don't even need their bonus time. They only use 3 seconds of their bonus time the entire draft. That, I don't think that has ever happened before. They go for their clinks.
There is no doubt in their mind at all with their draft, and I respect that a lot. And we've seen Ame with the clinks. It's a really annoying hero to play against. You're relatively tanky with your, of course, with your ultimate. Yeah, it's just insanely strong. Burst damage, very, very strong.
And he's the Nullifier hero. Clinks will buy it so comfortably. It's so important to play against Ringmaster.
It's not the easiest time here to find, in my opinion, the correct pick, because you need some type of stun or lockdown. Sure, you have like Bristle and Primal, they are mobile, but Clink's very elusive. Puck as well. You don't have the best grab. Like right now, you need to blink and grab him with a Primal Beast. You're gonna get instantly coiled, roared, bushwhacked, or ET stomped. So I'm not sure if they want to take it here into like some offline pick for Malr1ne that gives you the lockdown. Do you just give him the Bristle, put another guy on skiter who can do the blink stun? Because that's why XG banned those heroes. You have no DK, you have no Sven.
Another option is just a carry that builds the Orchid.
Yep.
Those do happen as well. There's also Faceless Void.
Let's see what they get, and a Baden it is.
For Falcons, though, they have to make sure that when they make a move, it's a move that is their own kind of identity. It cannot be fixing an XG problem where they're skipping away, playing behind you, because like Kez already mentioned, the elusiveness of Clinks, Puck, and Hoodwink will just pick apart any 5-man ball that wants to walk down a lane.
I think normally when you play against heroes that as the game progresses become very problematic, like Puck, because you lack disable, a 5-man ball can be very effective, especially if you win your lanes. You just make it so that they don't have a net worth advantage, you end the game before they're too strong, and that's another way to play into these Pucks and these Storms. So if Falcons have a stronger early game, this really works, and Skiter's Abaddon is one of his comfort heroes. He can also itemize against the Puck. He can just go Radiance, Blink, into Orchid, into Bloodthorn, and that can be their damage plus lockdown.
The thing there is Abaddon still needs those 3 items to then feel like he can truly win the game. And is that enough time for XG to feel like they come online, to take that one fight, to take the comeback? Because we're expecting Falcons to have the early game tempo. It's how quickly can they do it?
I mean, to me, it's like why we're here in the grand finals. It's both teams. They have what they want. You have Falcons. They're gonna play together. They're gonna tower dive. They're gonna go on you. But actually, too, I love this Clinks. It's like a very OG counter to the Ench as well. You're gonna go through the gate. Clinks is like very nice at protecting himself. You've got the ET as well. So XG for them, it's about time. For Falcons, can they kind of go one step further from last game? Their lanes were not that good, but if they can have good lanes and go into this mid and early game, I think they should absolutely have the lead here.
Because they are all beefy heroes.
Yes,
here,
like they're gonna go. If you're Bristol, what do you want? You want a Primal Beast charging, and you want an Abaddon that's helping you. You want a Ringmaster that's coming in with the Wheel of Wonder, saving you, putting you in the box. So for XG, it's about survival. Falcons, speed.
All right, let's see survival versus speed on the main stage. And also on the main stage, it's Zao8 with Slacks.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the director himself. Give Jack some noise! Come on! Game 2 coming your way, absolutely. All right, Let's talk a little bit about stamina. Famously, coming in from the lower bracket into the uppers, you know, that stamina starts to go down, teams start to get fatigued. I could make a wash your face joke here, but that would be immature, and I would not do that right now. Can you tell me, how are you keeping the energy up? How are you keeping these guys fighting?
在 TI 历史中，败者组打上来的队伍会打比较多场，他绝对没有想说洗把脸的这个梗，但是想问一下你，队伍是如何保持集中力还有体力的呢？
那还是洗把脸吧。
Let's just wash your face.
Fantastic, thank you very much. All right, you picked that Clinks in less than 3 seconds. You know, you have reserve time. You don't have to go that fast. But you guys were confident. Bam! Locked it in. Why was that? Who was making that call to pick it so quickly?
你们选了克林克斯古弓，3秒就选了，犹豫都没有犹豫的，是谁的决定呢？
其实很早的时候就觉得这把古弓特别好发挥，然后到最后一手大家都相信 M1。
So very early on in the draft, we believed Clinks is really good, and we believe in Ame.
Oh, who doesn't, right? Anybody else believe in Ame? All right. Last question for you here today. So you guys favor that Elder Titan. Only one other team did in this tournament. It was Paravision, so you've proven to be the superior Elder Titan team. Why does this hero work for you guys and nobody else?
我们看你们选了上古巨神大牛蛮多次的，然后本次比赛当中只有另外一支队伍 PV 选了大牛，你们已经证明自己是更好使用大牛的队伍。你觉得为什么你们的队伍会比较成功呢？使用这个英雄？
一个是选手玩的比较好，我觉得 Xnova 的大牛玩的特别好，还有感觉对面根本针对不了我们。
Well, one thing is that the player plays it really well. Xnova's Elder Titan is amazing, and they just have no way to counter us.
All right, well, we'll see about that. Thank you so much, my friend, for an excellent interview. Thank you as well to Helen, our translator. And we'll throw it to game number 2.
Welcome everybody to game number 2 between Xtreme Gaming and Falcons. We heard the words from the director himself talking about Xnova and that Elder Titan. Now you pointed to this hero. You said it was going to be one of the heroes of the tournament. As time goes on, people are going to remember that this hero is a beast in the late game. You agree with his assessment that Xnova's Elder Titan is just a tier above the rest?
Oh, absolutely. He's one of the OG players on this hero. He has been playing it for years and years. He has a lot of experience on it. And you need that experience because this hero is all about hitting that stunner Earth Splitter at the exact right moment in the fight. If you mess it up, you're not contributing a whole lot. This is a really nice tool XG has brought out in this series, and one Falcons are going to have to address. They're trying to address it through the laning phase, giving him bad lane matchups, giving him supports that are difficult to interact with, also mid laners that are really mobile. Sometimes the CT can suffer with direct lockdown compared to a lot of other hard stunning supports. That game 1, though, it did not push through, and we saw some big plays coming out from Xnova, especially with this Hoodwink ET duo. They get it again here in the game 2. Falcons did not deny this combination, so you're going to have that insane spell amp, and you have this puck to play off of it. A lot of long-range artillery coming out from this XG lineup.
It really does go to show how amazing a player Xnova is he wasn't even originally on this roster. Filling in for Pelosin, he's managed to step up. Of course, he's got a history of synergy with Ame, and there's no doubt about it that he is a top-tier TI caliber player. But it is amazing that Xtreme Gaming have managed to fit him into the lineup so effortlessly.
It's up to Falcons to fight back. Down a game, not out of it yet. They want a strong laning phase here, as the panel mentioned. A lot of fast-paced heroes in this Falcons lineup, a lineup that could absolutely just end this game going higher at that 25-30 minute mark, particularly with this Abaddon pick for Skiter. I think they had a couple options in that last slot.
Into trouble, Falcons. Are they going to claim first blood this time? The Quill, not enough, and Xnova gets the kill on Crit first. You're happy with the trade-off of support for core, but Falcons just get single digits away from first blood.
Malr would have liked that 100 bonus gold there. Won't get it in time, but still happy with the laning prowess that they're asserting. This is looking like a triple lane win for Falcons, exactly what they want with these Enchantress-oriented lineups.
And that's quite a turn from game 1, where we saw very early on, it was Xtreme getting the CS advantage in the first couple minutes.
I think a lot of that was that Mars. Like, that first pick Mars, I think, caught him off guard a little. It set the pace straight out of the gate. XXS had a very fast start on that hero. He was just so far ahead out of that lane phase. The Beast is going to be a little slower here, especially into the Enchantress. Not a fun lane. You can't abuse the boars as strongly. You have to go the Axes build. Abaddon can shield it off. Not a fun lane for this Beast to fight into. And this Bristle can be annoying for the Clinks. It's one of the few melee heroes that can cause you problems because he can chase you down. He can build the stacks up. And Clinks, his tankiness comes online later in the lane, not on those super early levels.
Oh, that damage is building up. Xnova. He's just going to work right now. Crit gives him the tonic, but it's not enough. Amar still falls. They both get dangerously low. Ame ends up going down in the end, and this dagger lands.
Dodge might go back in.
And Xnova, he's now going to challenge him. Crit, he's got another dagger coming up, but he still has that whip. Xnova can challenge him, especially with the healing salve going. This is going to be a decent amount of miss CS. Xnova shows Crit on the chase.
It's a big mana from XG on this lane. You go all in with that ET, you're committed. You got to get something out of that. That was very close with the Quill stacks building up. XG strike back. Put Ame back in a solid position. Finishes the full Falcon Blade. Malr1ne doing his usual Primal Beast shenanigans here.
Yes, that is what you can expect from a Primal Beast pickup for Falcons. It almost doesn't matter what the matchup is, just because he can always cut the lanes. Let's cut between the mid-tier 2 and farm up neutrals at the same time.
It's interesting, they put this deep dire jungle ward, almost expecting these primal rotations through that jungle.
Right.
I don't think it's a move Malr1ne would have committed to, but just getting vision on him helps you play the map a little bit better. Expecting the shenanigans, perhaps.
Malr1ne, as a result, is up in both CS and experience, so he might get to that level 6 first. We'll see what commences if Falcons try and make a play off of him into the mid lane, or if we're going to see Malr1ne make the rotation.
I think you make the rotation this game. I think that's why you pick Primal. You can rotate these side lanes super successfully. You can just keep pulling waves. You can be off map for a long time. That move can be difficult to read. And you have some pretty decent side lanes to kill. Going in on this Clinks, going in on the Beastmaster, building momentum for your two side laners could be really nice in this style of game.
That was the first thing I thought when I saw a Clinks pickup into the Primal Beast. I was like, okay, that is a bold move, because this Primal Beast is probably going to be trying to hunt down this Clinks non-stop in the first 20-30 minutes.
It's a great target for Malr1ne. If you can connect once or twice, it's going to feel great here. Not a lot of defensive options for Ame if he just gets trampled on.
Be a whole lot easier if they could get a power rune, in particular something like an arcane or haste rune.
Malr1ne.
Will it spawn top for Malr1ne, or will it go bottom for XM? It's an invis rune for Malr1ne, so Malr1ne does get it, but not the biggest power rune in the world in this early game.
I was hoping for something more aggressive there. He'll take it. And he's having a way better start here than he did in that game 1. And I think he's on a hero that can just impact the fight a lot more directly. We don't see Ember for a reason, and I think it was odd that Falcons ended up in a position where they were last picking Malr1ne's hero. Very rare for them in this tournament. If you go back and look at all the games, right, they have been just jamming his hero early. A lot of these mid-melee brawlers. So having this setup probably feels a lot more comfortable for them. They're able to draft accordingly. Lane pressure building up on the safe lane with the Enchantress as Xnova trying to threaten that Shrine steal, but I think it's way too difficult to man up here.
I like that. He pulls the hard camp too early, so it'll be difficult for Crit to be able to re-pull it at the right time for another stack. This bottom lane, though, is being pressured heavily. They're just going to run over Xinkyu and set up for the Wisdom Shrine. That's going to be a double for Falcons. They got this last time.
Perfect move from Malr1ne. At the exact point in this game you want that mid to get over there. Set that kill up. Double Wisdom Shrine. Do to XG what they did to you last game with Ame taking it away. And set your supports up for success here. Very fast start for this Falcons lineup.
XM will do what he can to pressure the mid tower, but it's just not the same as, say, a Dragon Knight.
Oh, not even close. I mean, his best tool is to counterplay the Malr1ne Beast, Primal Beast around the map with the coil. But a move like that's just too fast. There's no ability to react. And you need damage to follow up on your coil to bring him down in this game. He's already up to 1200 HP, 10 armor. Puck cannot kill this hero alone. You need support. Losing Wisdom Shrines means the damage from your support duo is going to come out way later in this game. No Earth Splitter, no Sharpshooter for a long time. More space, more time for Malr1ne to just rampage around the map. This is going to be a free tower last hit. There
Secured. Illusion Rune for XM, so we're getting a lot of the lesser power runes out of here, which means it's going to be a whole lot more important to get that 10 and 12 minute one for either side. Another same defensive jungle ward there to spot out these aggressive rotations now that they've given up the top tower. Certainly going to see a lot more heroes occupying this space.
You can continue to dodge here, but ultimately you're going to have to find something to get levels on your supports. Just a little bit behind right now, and it's killing your offensive playmaking ability. There's just no threat on these heroes around the map. I mean, this Enchantress is already almost 6.5. Raindrop, full wand, Sister, Shroud, untouchable, 2 points in the heal. He's already unkillable. We saw Snake King become a nuisance late game. He's kind of already there. No one's bringing him down. It's in theory going to be Ame again later on a hero that can bring the Enchantress down, similar to that Ursa. But that's a long ways away, so the King can play very aggressive in this early game.
Stomp on Amar. The puck is making his way over here.
Such a
so
tough
they can
kill.
just hold him here long enough that the puck arrives. And Orb, he jumps in, hits the coil. And they finish him off. XM going to be slowed down and feared by Crit. Good response from Falcons. Pushes XM away. The play just didn't really come together quite at the same time. The puck just too far away to take advantage of the early bushwhack.
That almost felt like the play call was, let's just kick this guy out.
Yeah.
We know we can't really kill him, but we'll get him low, we'll kick him out. It'll free up some space for the Clinks. These strength cores are going to be a nuisance to bring down this game. Back to Falcons MO, right? Spam the triple strength core, build the EHP up, get a pipe behind him, get some auras. It's going to be an insane amount of tank ability. Yeah, that's not happening either. And this is the aggressiveness that Snake King can play with for the first 20 minutes here. He's totally invincible. Just run on XG side of the map, give vision, steal camps, threaten the pokes behind the tier 1s, get the wards in deep places that are going to set up further plays for your team. This is all information that Malr1ne can play off of. It's all power runes that are automatically being secured from him just off the presence of this Enchantress that nobody wants to deal with right now.
Xnova, he's a bit surrounded here. The daggers into the viscous nasal goo, okay. And he can't TP out either because Crit is ready to stop that one, so his life is kind of forfeit here. There's that fear. And Falcons up 2,000 net worth. This is looking way more like a Falcons game. They get an advantage off the laning phase. Now they're going to start building that, and they're going to bully you with that net worth advantage with their strength heroes. I mean, they're already tough to kill, but you get a net worth advantage on top of that. Overwhelming.
This is what they wanted to happen in game 1. They're getting it in game 2, so now they get a chance to play their style of Dota against XG up 3K. Now, so much of that on this Bristleback. If ATF is the most farmed hero in the game, I think your chance to win it goes up considerably. This is this man in his element. He is the best in the world at playing this carry style off lane. He is in prime position to do just that. Going first item Lotus, going to be a little early tank ability and utility here. Great scaling against the Beastmaster Roars. You're almost always going to want it at some point in the game. Of course, you get a little regen to boost up your farm speed. XG still looking for the supportals here, man. It's just been mega delayed.
Yeah, without that, they simply do not have a way to stop this Bristleback from farming right in front of their tier 2. They need Xinqiu badly to get to his 6 and get the sharpshooter for the extra bit of burst of damage, for the break mechanic. There's so many things that it provides. Same goes with the Elder Titan, right? The biggest damage spell he has is that Earth Splitter. The fact that their Wisdom Shrines got taken away from them is causing them more and more problems.
They also, again, going straight Helm on this Hoodwink, potentially for Xinqiu. They have a Helm on the Beast. They do have some split push stall mechanisms, right? If you can get these items up, start pushing the lanes into Falcons, make these immobile cores show on parts of the map they don't want to, that could be a way to slow this game down and just get to some more scaling on your tri-core here, especially if you can defend this tier 1 mid. Biggest pressure point on the map right now, tier 1 mid for XG. Can you keep this tower alive, protect Ancients for XXS, protect the upper jungle area for Ame as Amar starts to assert his advantage. He finishes this Lotus, we might see that smoke towards mid, especially with the Primal Beast blink.
Have you ever seen a Helm Dom creep on a Skeleton Warrior?
I don't think I have. It's not
Big
the strongest
Brother
boy.
Skeleton, man.
It's going ham. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, not the best play considering it does time out. XXS will need a few more seconds to grab another one, but fortunately because of his double Sage's Mass, he just doesn't seem to run out of mana, so he's just throwing wild axes around non-stop. So despite Falcons getting that early advantage, it does seem like Xtreme are prepared for this kind of grind. They're just playing very efficient jungle right now.
But are you prepared for Arcane Rune Blink Primal Beast smoking at you on the map?
I'm not sure if anybody is prepared for that much.
I mean, this is where Malr1ne can break the game open. If he finds a couple big core kills,
backs away, but they know where he's going. He's headed to farm some neutrals. Just outside. He just used an orb. Perfect timing. Get the grab on him. While the orb is done, chain up the disables, push him into the wheel.
Nice connection, perfectly executed. That's an arcane rune, so all your cooldowns coming up again in 20 seconds here. We could see another fast play come out from Malr1ne on the map.
I think the funniest part about that is that play is disguised by the fact that the Enchantress is hitting your mid tier 2 or tier 1. So they're not sure if there's a smoke play behind the Enchantress where if somebody shows they're going to get jumped, or if they're actually smoking around the map variously.
I mean, look at Snaking. He's once again just posting up solo in this triangle, daring XG to come kill him. Knows there is no response.
And apparently Skiter's going to do the exact same thing. A push to X, but a Hurricane to push him back into the Shrine. Crazy little micro plays going on. Snaking slowed down by XM, but it doesn't matter. They simply just do not have the damage anywhere on Xtreme. They have to land a stomp and then follow through with all the setup that they got.
And there's the Bristle rotation to mid. ATF, he gets it for free here. All the attention drawn to another lost Wisdom Shrine. The XP difference in this game is insane. We are already up to 7 levels, 27% at 14 minutes. What is that?
This is
disgusting.
This is turning into a very one-sided affair.
But you're about to have both these Radiant supports the same level as your hard carry on the side of XG. That is not good news for the team fight. XG, it's almost getting to the point where you are desperate for any sort of kill just to gain some momentum in this game. Trying to find it with XM on mid, but this is not the man.
Not even close. Not even close.
This is the last person on this map you should be going into right now. He is the hardest to kill for the gain you're getting, which is extremely minimal. Snaking just controlling so much of this mid area. XG getting frustrated with it. Just got to play for your Beastmaster Ags, Deso on Ame, and try and go with that damage.
Yeah, maybe a little bit later on, Ame, he'll be able to take the Enchantress off the table at the start of these fights, whether it's, you know, through the break into actually attacking the Enchantress or through the Shard later on where you could bypass that untouchable. But for now, it's simply not a solution. And as a result, Falcons, they've got full control of this game. They're just running around, picking off heroes. Xtreme are fighting for scraps. They little guerrilla warfare. They're hitting these camps variously and hitting the mid lane and just running away as soon as they can.
They have heroes that can solo show on waves, and there's not much you can do about it. The Enchantress is one, but also this skiter, Abaddon, he has just been chilling out here the whole time. Nobody can force him off this wave. Absolute free farm. The Radiance is done. He's going into the Manta. He will give you the lane shove because of how aggressively he can show. XG need to assert some sort of threat on the map right now to regain control. It probably starts with the puck into the support ultimates. Looking now bottom, but again, this is another tough target to go into with this Abaddon. You cannot prevent the ult going off here. And that buys a lot of time for Falcons to support him off of the tier 1 that is still standing. All 3 towers available. In fact, this tower is basically 100% HP down here.
When you make this sort of play, the slower it is, the worse it gets. Mid tier 2 is being pushed. Top tier 2 is being pushed. Nobody on Xtreme is showing except for Ame. And I think Skiter and Malr1ne, they've made a read of this. They know they're going to go for Skiter. And this is going to go real bad, potentially. They get the grab, and already the squirrel is gone. And the Abaddon is back up to full HP. Xtreme Gaming make their first big move of the game, and they're going to lose 3 heroes and get absolutely nothing in return.
And a double kill for Malr1ne, 5-0. This is basically going to finish up that BKB. This has been clinical control of the map from Falcons. This is what they're known for. This is their style of Dota. They just give you nothing. They present an unkillable sight across the map. You want to go on this Bristle? Be my guest. You want to go on Enchantress? Good luck. Go on the Abaddon? The play's too easy to read.
Why is this game 2 so much different than game 1? Because last time, Ame was just able to play his own game and has nothing really to do with the carries, right? Xtreme were able to run around as 4 and do a lot.
I think it's the Wisdom Shrine difference, right?
Yeah.
Supports for Xtreme got their ults faster, were able to make more plays off it. They had a faster hero in the offlane to enable it in the Mars versus the Beast. That just sets everything up way better. The laning phase went better for them. Here, Falcons, they got the better of the laning phase. They got all the shrines. Their supports were able to assert dominance around the map a little quicker. And all these small things add up immensely in the highest pressure situation. The map can close real fast on you.
It feels kind of weird because we have seen this trend where these games are going so late, teams are adjusting and trying to make sure that they have scale in their squad. But it seems like this matchup, it's going to be both about scale and laning phase.
You can't ignore it. And it's a trap. Like, you want to play for the scale because that's what's going to make you feel comfortable, especially in a grand final. But you risk getting run over. You are going to sacrifice some of your laning. You're going to sacrifice some of your ability to fight back around these tier 1s. And Falcons are not a team that's afraid of taking advantage of that.
Oh yeah, they're just going to do Roshan right in front of your face. And Xtreme,
no response.
I don't think there is, yeah. I think that the most you have is the Spirit going in, slowing him down every once in a while, and every single time he does, it comes at a risk. He might get found by Malr1ne at some point.
Items are just way too fast here. I mean, BKB done on Primal Crimson for ATF on this Bristle. That is a debilitating item for Ame this early in the game. Yeah, you have the Deso to kind of punch through with some minus armor, but this Clinks is not dealing big DPS like an Ursa or a Sven. He needs more right clicks to get the job done, and this Crimson is just going to completely take you out of the fight.
Yep. Now we're going to see some of this classic Ame and Yatoro Clinks where once they pick up the shard, they're going to start bursting down waves and then disappearing off the map. So it will start to become harder and harder for Falcons to maintain control, to keep Xtreme locked on their side of the map, to keep them down in net worth.
We are seeing it flatline a little bit. I mean, they got a lot of this bottom half of the map back in their control. Got to start ratting it out of it. No way you can take a head-on fight right now. Nextnova looking to steal this. He's set up here with a ward.
I don't even know how he would do that with Elder Titan of all heroes.
I mean, we got to pause right as the Spirit hits. If I'm crit, I'm like, yo, where the hell is the Spirit coming from right now?
Yeah.
Maybe they just don't care. That's a nice little shard for the Ringmaster.
Do you think they buy an early gem? You just start looking around. I mean, anything to take wards off and find the Clinks as Ame's moving around. I feel like that's the only thing that really can stall out the game for Falcons and stall out their progression.
I could see early gem in this game, particularly because you have cores you can give it to that are invincible.
Yeah.
I mean, the Enchantress can always hold it, but if you want to put it on the front line with the Bristle or the Abaddon, maybe even the Primal, they're such an indomitable threat right now. There's no risk of losing this gem in your mind. I would love an early gem here. Take the vision control like we saw XG do in game 1. Choke them out on the map, threaten the Clinks even more in the team fights. You just aren't going to be able to get those good angles.
And what's the timing here for Xtreme to actually, you know, take a team fight? Is that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes from now? How long do they have to stall this game before they can finally fight?
I mean, honestly, at this point, if you're not losing a net worth advantage, in other words, if you are trading farm evenly on the map, you do that for as long as possible.
Okay.
Like, I don't think there is a clear point. It's just we need to stall this game, use the DOMs, get to a point where we can start to threaten cores in this game, because that's your biggest problem. And that's going to require a lot of damage.
We didn't do much to interrupt the Tormentor, but he did leave Falcons on a little merry chase. And then after that, his ward spotted out this smoke. So they go through the gate, they try and chase after these heroes, but Xtreme are all vacating the area. They're not going to be caught in this. Well, maybe their Helmet Dom creep will. But even Jin-Q, yep, breaking more smokes, playing underneath the Watcher. Very smart.
You cannot lose Double Shrine again in this game. Ame needs to get this one.
Okay, maybe that was sticking around for too long there. He already broke the smoke, but Jin-Q, cheeky as always, was trying to play inside the trees. Does get found. That is the advantage of the Primal Beast. He can cut through these trees anytime he wants to.
Very nice hero to find these rats around the map. Even scaring XM off this mid. Just so hard to get the lane control. This will pick up though. I mean, you have an incredible lineup to split the lanes up right. Between the Puck and the Clinks, very elusive, very hard to catch here. Even Hoodwink can contribute a little bit, especially if he goes the Helmet Dom build. There's some decent hope if you're XG to just stall this game out and not let that lead build.
And Amar takes some tier 2s. You take that tier 2, you take the outpost, more and more map control. I do almost wonder, like, would Falcons be strong enough to just hit high ground and say, you know, you have to fight us.
think Amar is strong enough, honestly.
Yeah, well, we saw he wasn't scared of the high ground whatsoever. Farmed the creep wave underneath the tier 3, joins his team to the mid-tier 2.
The thing is, Falcons can absolutely go high ground. They've built all the early utility. You have sustain from Enchantress. You have shields from a bat. I think they will make this play. And that is the downside for the rat action from Xtreme. You're not going to have time to see this style through. You can keep farming the side lanes. Puck and Beast are on the edges of the map. Your base is dying. You have to take this fight.
Somebody's got to kill this mid wave. And then somebody's got to cut the next wave.
No one's in position to do that.
No. So then the other option is you either concede this mid lane of barracks at 22 minutes, or you actually play to fight.
Falcons got what they wanted. Everybody back to the base. Except for this XXS Beastmaster stayed out. They will try and hunt him, clear him out of the map.
Yeah, he's getting so close to BKB, and that would be a really big upgrade to their team fight potential.
He's gonna run into crit. Try and roar and kill him here?
Yeah, Malr1ne, he's gonna jump in, and he gets grabbed on XXS. No roar goes out just yet. The roar's still available though. XXS, he can throw it out now, and he'll TP away. The whip is gonna be there in time. The TP, ill-advised for XXS. He tries to chase down crit, but it just will not work for him. Kited out by the constant daggers. Meanwhile, Amar still hitting your tier 3s. He's chipped it away just a bit more, and now that there's no Beastmaster, it feels like the gates are wide open.
They're trying to stall his damage, but he has just planted himself here. Truly invincible in this front line. Still 20 seconds for that Aegis. The early itemization gives him so much tank ability at this point in the game before the late game Flink scaling comes online.
And there's the gem in 24 minutes. Staking buys one. We'll see if he passes it off to somebody else or if he holds on to it.
I'm gonna take your pick.
The Aegis does expire, so Falcons, they won't get a lane of barracks out of this Aegis. Likely to wait out for the second one. That has been Falcons' MO. When they get in a lead like this, we saw it in the road to TI. I mean, they are willing to just build up an absurd net worth lead. Doesn't always work out for them, but it usually does.
I think this will be a little bit of a difficult game to do that if you just play the map straight up. If you're constantly forcing XG to respond to something, either a high ground or Roshan, Torment, or whatever it is, that's what's going to build you the lead. But you haven't seen them catching the big cores on the sides of the map. The Bristle's not equipped to do it, the Abaddon's not equipped to do it, so you're really relying on the Primal Beast, and he also has to keep his farm up to continue scaling here. It's just very difficult to catch the puck and the clinks out on the sides.
We get to BKB on the Beastmaster. We get to Nullifier. That's going to be the item choice for Ame. The panel brought this item up as a crucial item in a matchup against some of these Falcons heroes. Does that change the narrative a little bit?
You remove the Escape Act presence. You remove a lot of the buffs that are going out on these heroes. Does let you more confidently single target focus a hero down with Nullifier plus Primal Roar connecting on somebody.
I mean, you stop the save, but can you threaten the hero in the first place is my question, I guess.
Well, that was actually close. I mean, if you can't threaten him, then the team fight's just out the window anyway, right? So you have to believe you have enough single target DPS, and this will set you up to convert that single target DPS into a guaranteed kill. I think it is the correct idea here. There's always going back to X-Nova here on the ET as well, right? Like, if you need damage, this is the hero that can give it to you.
Yes.
Now, BKBs can be annoying. It's blocking out a lot of your aura. You know, you're going to have to get through the Abaddon life. You're not probably going on the Enchantress, but some of these other heroes, you throw that Earth Splitter and you amp them up. You get on top of them with everybody. Sharpshooter through, break the Bristle. Interactions like this, you can bring a target down in this game and open up that fight. Refresher already done on Malr1ne. He loves this Rush Refresher build.
Yeah.
A bit tight on the mana, but if you're getting every power rune, you got a couple Arcane Boots behind you, it absolutely can work in the fight.
And Xtreme Gaming, they bought their own gem, and we're thinking about their own push outside of the base. Maybe to catch Falcons unawares, but Falcons, they're already kind of grouped up. They're playing off the smoke of their own and clearing through vision and getting some very good high ground vision themselves. Running into the Beastmaster. You see him at a distance. XXS making a break for the base. His Hawk will take the dagger, but his body will get grabbed. Malr1ne starts things off, forcing XXS to use the BKB. There goes the tree cut. That's going to be a constant annoyance. Not only is the Hoodwink going to be hunted down inside of the trees, but this trample cuts trees down, so we can't really rely on the acorn shot to plant a tree and play off of that bushwhack.
Very few reliable stunts to play with in this game outside of that roar. And of course, there's Skiter on the bat. You just run in, shield whoever you go on. Have a good day. Now I'm hitting your base. All the ults were used. What do you have left in the tank? No nullifier yet for Ame. No BKB for XXS. He was your strongest team fighter. And a lot of his net worth got taken out off that little gank up top. So this is just a free lane for Falcons.
Yeah, this is looking like a real sad way to lose one of your games in this TI Grand Final.
Or a very comfortable way to win it.
That is also true. Falcons, everything is going to be undone if they can close out this game from that Game 1's mistakes. I mean, you're sort of going to feel like you have a potent draft advantage from this sort of situation if Xtreme haven't managed to answer it here. Oh, good initiation from Malr1ne. Almost caught XM. They could have chained that with crit and the whip. Would have been beautiful, but hey, there's going to be plenty more opportunities like that. You do not have to rush things too much here.
XM did get to Lincoln's. It is worth pointing out here in case you commit some big spell on him. Just
Sure.
a little defensive capability. I mean, there's already an Orchid for Skiter. He's immediately trying to answer it, put more threat onto this puck, and there's your ticket high ground. Second Roshan available for Falcons. They will instantly clean it up. And this will prompt a smoke from XG. They feel like they have a better shot contesting this than taking that high ground fight against the Aegis. Scan goes out. Falcons leave the pit.
Ame's also about as strong as you can ask him to be at this point in time.
Yes.
Level 18, nullifier done. If they can't make it work now, then you may just have to accept that this is a GG call. Both teams aware of the positioning.
That's not the guy you want.
They try and go for the nullifier, but the grab, no, the roar. It's gonna stop him. Ame gets a bit of distance, and the Earth Splitter does good damage. Malr1ne kind of has to retreat here. As tanky as he is, he backs away. Now chasing after the Hoodwink, doesn't get that either. And they got the ultimate out of the Skiter Abaddon. This is going pretty well for Xtreme. And now with the break, they go after the Abaddon. Escape back to help protect him. No nullifier back up for Xtreme just yet. Malr1ne with the refresh, though, goes back in with a BKB and a second round. No roar to protect him this time. And Skiter on top of him. What a bushwhack, but Ame simply cannot output the damage. These heroes of Falcons, they are just too big and too bad.
That felt like a fight where XG executed it absolutely to the limit. You couldn't ask for more. They popped so much early, and they will end up losing basically everybody. Just too much sustain, too much tankiness in this lineup. They are too far ahead off the lanes, and that is likely going to secure Falcons this game to win. And if it does, and you're XG, you're going to have to make some big adjustments going into Game 3, because this was the kind of pace and laning phase you were trying to avoid in this series. This is one of your weaknesses this tournament. You cannot give this team this kind of start. They just completely run away with it.
Relatively low death timers because we're just so early into the game. It's only 30 minutes in, and Falcons are threatening a second lane of barracks. 14 seconds seems a bit too long to protect this one. Xtreme will have to hold out on that third lane. Protect against Megas, but Falcons, they can take this. They can back out. Roshan is open for the taking now.
You also just finished up Pipe on Enchantress, limiting that ET presence, limiting that Hoodwink magical burst damage.
Yeah, this is looking like just disgusting Falcon setup that made them so dominant in the previous year's regular season.
Just max the early EHP across the board. Damage test your enemies. And if they fail, the game just ends.
A scan reads what's coming from Xtreme. A desperate 5-man smoke to get to the pit in time. But Falcons, ever patient, will back away from the Roshan pit and force Xtreme into this uncomfortable position where they watch as the mid lane and the bottom lane push into their base. They want to contest Roshan, but how long can they just hold this position to do so?
They cannot hold it forever. Meanwhile, Falcons, they will sit on this hill until something happens. They are in no rush right now. They know they have the significant 5-on-5 advantage. They have the auras in this early game. They have the tanky frontliners that XG have to jump. Just put ATF on the front line and dare XG to jump him.
Xtreme definitely going to be put to the test of that bend, don't break style. Practically doubled over.
Oh, Ame, he wanted that
Skeeter's just going to go for it. He blinks right to the middle of them. And Ame's just got to keep on running. XM hoping to protect him here. Now there is the roar stopping out Malr1ne, but look at the Enchantress threatening Ame. He's running away from a 5 position who gets saved by the escape back, plus the Aphotic Shield. They've got so many things to bail each other out. As many spells as Xtreme can land, as many hits as Ame can do, it just doesn't even make a dent in the Falcons' armor.
Too much sustain. Way too much sustain for this lineup to punch through this early into the game. I'm sure they dealt like 6, 7, 8K damage there. And what did you threaten? Half the Enchantress' HP pool?
The sad part is it's just getting worse and worse. They might be dealing more damage, but they're dealing a less when it comes to the percentage of Falcons' HP pools. It just looks like they are tankier than ever.
Sages could be a killing blow in this game.
Yeah, Ame, he picked up a Crystallis, but I mean, it feels like you need a Daedalus and another item to even come close, but
need a Divine Rapier at this point.
Yeah. He's cutting waves best he can. Amar playing totally isolated because he can, because even if they could kill him once, he's the one with the Aegis, and by the time they threaten him a second time, feels like his team will probably be able to make the move to support him.
I mean, I love they gave him Aegis here twice, right? Like, just let him go ham on the front line. He has this scene read. He's going to deal a crap ton of physical damage. He can threaten the tower, and then all you have to do is worry about shielding the Primal Beast if he gets jumped. And that's it, right? There is no threat to the lineup other than that.
Yeah, you don't have to put the Abaddon on the front lines and play that weird game where it's like, oh, they got borrowed time out of us. Now we have to reset a little bit. No, just let the Bristleback do his thing, huh?
And there's Enchantress passing a core. I feel like we would see it at some point in this series with how well Snake King plays the hero.
Quite sad for XXS, who has had a wonderful tournament. But this is a rough game for Xtreme Gaming as a whole, and that final push is going to be coming their way. 3.5 minutes to take one lane of barracks. Falcons. This looks free. I mean, how does Xtreme, can you even come up with a scenario where they actually win this team fight?
Yeah, 5-man coil, 5-man bushwhack, land an ET stomp on top, Earth Splitter goes through, you amp it up on everybody. ATF disconnects. It's definitely doable here.
Okay.
Excellent.
Well, if the Elder Titan isn't alive, now what do you give the chances of that happening?
A lot lower.
He does have buyback, and that is certainly what Xtreme are going to have to play off of. Lots of buybacks, as many as they can get. The Beastmaster and the Hoodwink with the other two to have it. Malr1ne just trying to make Xtreme Gaming flinch at this point.
There's the banner drop. Let's get whittled down quite a bit, actually.
XM is trying. Whittling it down won't cut it, though. Xtreme, they're going to need to do a whole lot more because the damage that Amar is doing right now, it's about to become permanent. You can't handle Megas this early into the game.
No shot. You have to take the fight here. Have to find some sort of crazy jump.
Trying to wear him down. Xinqiu finally does take away that banner, but who cares about the creeps? Amar, he is more than enough. He doesn't need creeps behind him. The buildings are almost gone, and Xtreme have yet to make a move. They're just going to concede this to Megas.
There's no move to make. There is no target to jump. You see a Bristle with Aegis, you see an Enchantress you can't kill, and there's an Abaddon sitting behind everybody. The move just does not exist in this game.
And I feel like it's almost insulting. Amar's just gone back for a 36-minute blade mail.
Why not? That's it. I don't know. I mean, is there even any damage going into him to reflect at this point?
I guess he's saying at some point in time, this Ame Clinks will have to try and all in him. And if he does, he'll have the blade mail to respond.
I think you just get the Shivas up on Malr1ne here and you go for that game-ending push. You're not going to need anything past that.
What do you even talk about if you're Xtreme? You're sure you're holding on to the game, but you all know that you've lost it. You're just talking about plans for the next one?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Adjustments, what went wrong here. Got to plan something out to deal with these heroes, right? And it was going to be an issue in this series. Like, the tempo Falcons can set the laning phase they have is a lot stronger than what XG have shown. They get the upper hand. It's scary. You can rat it out. You can stall that game. We've seen XG do a tremendous job at coming back from these situations. This game is just impenetrable.
The Aegis Bristleback is already here. And the Shiva's Primal Beast is now behind him. So 40 seconds.
All right,
to get Xtreme to respond. Here comes that all-in attempt onto the Aegis hero. Can't even kill him the once. Maybe with a stomp. No Earth Splitter yet. They gotta wear through this first life before they use big spells like the Earth Splitter. But the tier 4s are dropping pretty fast here. There goes the Shiva's. Malr1ne tries to make his jump out the grab onto the Beastmaster. Can they blow him up, or is the Primal Beast the one in trouble? He reframes Earth Splitter and actually interrupts him. That world step. Whoa, look at that! He goes right to the middle of them, and Malr1ne takes 3 down with ease. Falcons go into the Xtreme Gaming base. And Xtreme, they fight out to pretty much the bitter end, but they will call it quits, and we have a tie series now. The TI Grand Finals.
It has been some time without a 3-0, but we will get it here at the minimum. And this should be quite the entertaining series because you have to expect that XG are going to make some adjustments going into the next game. They will not want to give Falcons this kind of start with these kind of heroes that just become so tanky so fast, they take you out of the game completely. It doesn't matter how good your teamfight execution is if there is no teamfight to take. There was not a single opening to exploit for XG in that game too.
A complete strategic victory for Falcons in Game 2.
As Dota fans, you love to see it, a tied series in a grand finals, meaning we are definitely getting at least 4 games. And this one, although if you're an Xtreme Gaming fan, this one might have been a little bit too one-sided for your liking, T-Guff. This was brutal.
Yeah, this was the methodical beatdown that I'm expecting to see at least once in this series from Falcons. And of course, XG probably going to learn about how it happened. But yeah, the snaking and challenge, just the way that they just break this map is so scary. Malr1ne Primal Beast as well. Incredible game from them.
When Falcons woke up in this game, the first thing that I want to start talking about really is that the side lanes went better. That offlane from Amar and Crit, they completely beat down on the Klings. Like, it wasn't on screen very often, but the lane was constantly pushed into their tower, and the Klings could not walk up. He couldn't contest for any of this wave or go to the big camp that was constantly getting pulled because Malr1ne was off map so often too. So Klings not off to a good start on the side. The supports of Falcons able to come to the runes, able to go to the shrines. And Malr1ne, of course, rotation after rotation, he nailed it.
No, like honestly, they just played really well, and I like what you're saying because Crit in game 1, it looked a little bit shaky. So not just, you know, getting this win, making it easier for your team, but also to like boost your confidence, get that momentum for yourself, feel good about the game because they did nearly everything flawless from start to finish. You know, the skiter are bad, and this is his type of carry. He helps Malr1ne, he helps Amar that they can go into the fight, make it happen. Snaking Eng, back to back. Flawless game from him, perfect itemization. If you're Xtreme Gaming, you have to find a way to slow down this Falcons train that's hitting you in the later stage of the lane, these first moves around minute 10, around minute 12, because they're like this Beastmaster and like playing into the Eng. I didn't really feel XXS in this game, to be honest.
They just had complete map freedom, Falcons, right? Like every single highlight, you see the map progression. You go from one clip to the next. It's the tier 1 towers have fallen, Malr1ne's ganking the map. When Malr1ne's ganking, you got Crit behind him or Snaking's there. You've got Abba farming one side. Amar literally didn't care at any point in this game. He's just chilling. Like the fact that there was zero pressure, even if XG went for a smoke, they optimistically tried to kill an Abaddon at a tier 1 tower, trying to layer the break in the silence, but it just didn't work. You cannot allow Falcons to do this.
Oh my gosh, look at that scoreline as well. I mean, I know, of course, that Xtreme Gaming only got the 2 kills, but to see it like this in writing is just bad.
It looks bad. I feel like this has never happened before. You've lost like a game.
On the main stage and TI finals?
A TI Grand Final, you have 3 players who weren't involved in a single kill. They're like 0-4-2, 0-2-0. It's not pretty, so absolutely, Falcons, full beatdown start to finish, and they've got the heroes. They did have this in game 1 too, but I would say the execution wasn't there, but in game 2, they do it nicely, they come in clean. Man, Malr1ne on this Primal Beast, Effie.
He was so good. I mean, this is why every team playing against Falcons is trying to shut him down, is trying to camp mid, ban his heroes, put him in unfavorable matchups, because if he gets off to a good start, Falcons look unstoppable. He is always ganking these side lanes early on, always going to the Wisdom Rune battles. He got it this time, giving Falcons a double Wisdom Rune, and he's just a threat on the map, making it so that Xtreme Gaming, who wanted to draft for a later timing with their carry Klings, could not reach it at all.
Yeah, they just didn't have the damage, and we thought it was going to be okay, but I guess the advantage that Falcons got in the start tee-up, it was way too much.
Yeah, they got it so quickly, and we're going to look at some clips here about how they kind of set it up, because Falcons, when they make moves on the map, they always make sure that the one guy making the move, someone comes in behind to ensure that you're not really wasting any time. You know, Malr1ne, he comes to bot lane, he pressures the Hoodwink, Skitter's here, they're secure in the rune. But Enchantress, after taking the Wisdom Rune, also stays here for a little bit longer, farm that additional camp, apply that additional pressure, and critically, Malr1ne, he's actually going to go through the Twin Gate eventually to go back through top to then apply pressure to the top tower. And then Snaking, he's going to take mid tower, so every single move they make within about a minute or two, it's just constant, just take the XP, take the farm, whittle down your opponent, don't over-waste your resources, because Malr1ne's taking towers, Snaking's leeching the XP that Malr1ne's sacrificing, but because of Malr1ne going to bottom, both supports got the double wisdoms. So everything is getting injected into Falcons, and it's only a 1k lead there, but the double wisdom, breaking the tier 1 tower, giving Snaking mid XP, free farm on Skidder, that is the recipe to snowballing a game.
Yeah, and they definitely did a good job at that, which we can also see a little bit later down the line, Kazu.
Yeah, because we have to compare, you know, what happened with the net worth and how did, you know, some heroes do against the other, because I want to highlight Amar. Amar versus Ame. The story of the game is a lot of the time about how much damage can the carry actually deal, but we already touched on the laning stage. Amar and Crit did incredibly well. And if we look at the itemization, at this point in the game, 22 minutes in, Amar already has Crimson Guard. He's playing this against a Desolator Klings and a Dragonlance and a Beastmaster. These two heroes basically deal about 0 damage. Not only that, he has a Lotus Orb to protect himself, protect his team. So there's so much pressure on XG, on Ame to like try and carry. And yeah, sure, they try to get to this Nullifier timing later on, but now Snaking, he has a pipe. They have more Lotus Orbs, they've got more HP. You can't kill them, and this is one of the big reasons why XG, they end the game with 2 kills.
I mean, that Kling Strike, while it is cool on paper versus Enchantress, really did not work out in this game. Like, you saw the pressure that was going to come out of this Primal Beast, this Enchantress, and you think to yourself, you need a carry that can build this Nullifier because Ringmaster caught them off guard. There weren't many left in the pool. Sure, he could have picked a more lane-dominating hero like the Ursa, but then they would have suffered versus the Ringmaster. So XG chalk this one up to a bad draft. Go next, but don't reconsider the Clinks unless it looks like a perfect Clinks game.
Now, we have already touched upon the Enchantress a couple times from Snaking, but it's time to do a deep dive on Enchantress with Purge.
Thanks, Shiver. It's one of the keys to the Falcons' strategy consistently throughout their games because it controls the map so effectively, but there's other pieces of the puzzle that really tied together and made this game so great for Falcons. I love their double ganking combo, the Primal Beast, as well as the Ringmaster that's putting Crit on a high damage disable layering hero so that they can do these crazy side lane ganks deep into enemy territory, because if they do these quick, nobody's going to be able to respond to this. And at the same time, they end up going bottom afterwards using the Twin Gate. This is when they contested the Wisdom Shrine here at 14 minutes. They basically scare their opponents away from it, guaranteeing even more level advantage on their heroes. And then Snaking continues to play aggressive on the Enchantress here. Amar takes the mid tower, and then basically this is just going to be Snaking's space. Now this might look a little weird. He's running into enemy territory. He's not here to ward. He's here to look at his opponents and make them think that his teammates could be behind him. And eventually they ping and they say, this guy's by himself, we gotta kill him. So they try to force a gank, he pops heal, 2 TPs, only 1 completed. That basically just creates space and hurts XG because now they rotated heroes to try to kill a guy that's really, really difficult to kill. In the previous game, a lot easier because they had an Ursa which can max out his attack speed very easily, and their lanes went well. So because Falcons had a better laning stage, he just gets to park himself in the mid lane. It's either him or Amar, the Bristleback, both very difficult to kill heroes, and everybody else is giga farming or setting up kills. So what this basically looks like to them, this kill especially, Malr1ne rotates here, he's jungling, he's waiting for an opportunity, and now he's got a great matchup against the Elder Titan. He doesn't have to worry about this hero at all. The hero can't stop him from getting this kill. So let's see what this looks like from the XG side. Their map is basically pushed in all the time. So their safety border is kind of like this, less than half of the map, so they're getting less resources, and they don't see where their opponents are. They sometimes see heroes when they get ganked. They are usually going to see where the Enchantress is, but the Enchantress is really hard to kill in defending the most vulnerable part of the map while still getting good farm. They can't really gank the Abba very well either, so their options just feel kind of limited, and they eventually try to kill the Abba. They rotate almost all their heroes. They approach this very wisely. They don't smoke the Beastmaster necessarily. And as they approach and dive him, the reaction is almost instant. The Primal Beast has already been rotating or TPing. They end up running into a bad team fight, which takes their disadvantage to a whole new level, just because of the way the Falcons have been playing the map and sitting on Enchantress in the mid lane. It's one of the big values of the hero that a lot of teams don't exploit enough.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I'm expecting Xtreme to maybe address in the next game as well. I mean, there were a couple of issues to address in the next game. We also have talked a lot about how XXS, especially in that game 1, was the shining star, and he was definitely not able to do so in this game. It just was a rough lane for him, rough game for the whole team as a squad, of course. But if we are talking about offlaners for a little while, why not find out who people thought was the best offlaner of all time?
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, we've got your mid, we've got your offlaner, we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. Now it's time for offlane. Gentlemen, which TI winning offlane player do you think deserves to be numero uno in the Hall of Fame? Who would you choose?
Okay, may I guess one of them? Sure. I'm guessing one of them's 3-3.
No.
All right, you're crazy.
Okay.
Continue.
I've got Collapse.
That was my other one.
Faith Beyond.
Okay.
Collapse.
Reasons?
Not even close. That's my reason. Not even close.
Not even close?
Yeah, it's not even close.
In what regard?
It's just he's here and the other people are here. It's not close.
I think at various points in that TI, you have a team that has one of the widest gulfs in skill between them and any other team at that particular time. And you have an individual player on that team that was the best player on that team. So that's my argument for Faith Beyond, and still relevant nowadays.
I think Faith Beyond makes a very strong argument for being #1 in the off lane. He may not have won TI 2 times in a row, but I think he had a similar gap, actually, between the rest of the offlaners.
My argument for 3-3 is that I feel like he did things that no one else could replicate based on heroes, builds, and team strategy all coming to like collective victory on 2 separate teams.
I'll spoil it for you now. Collapse is #1. Of course. Why Collapse? What do you see him do that makes him not even close?
I feel like I've already explained
No, you
this.
just said not even close. I'm going to press you for an answer. Give me an
Okay.
example of something he did that makes him not even close. You can't just say not even close. Give
Have
me
you seen
one
his
moment.
Magnus?
Yes, of course I have.
So you understand that no other player
You're not
is
arguing-
performing on Magnus close to his performances
I
on Magnus.
agree. I agree. I'm with you. I just want
Yeah.
you to give me an example.
He can skewer somebody.
Okay.
They're not even close to their team. You understand?
Yeah.
The man plays Mars. He goes and he spears somebody. They are not even close to their team anymore. You understand what's happening?
Wait, Mortos again! They got Sumail. They don't have Chrono afterwards, but they might not need it. Mira continuing to control, looking for another round of this. RP gonna get off the mark and collapse. Pulls him back in. What in the hell? Sumail has a Ghost Scepter now inside the Fountain. I don't know if he fought that or not, but Finger of Death out. Usually when OG is in the Fountain, it's good. Not this time, as they pull him back down again. No Tail dies.
Probably Collapse standout player for me at TI-10, and then Yatoro for TI-12.
Right.
So they've sort of juggled that back and forth between them, but I don't think you can hate anybody saying Collapse is their #1.
No, I agree.
But I mean, Collapse is incredible. Yeah, completely fair enough, deserved. He simply outplayed his opponents.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, especially I think anytime a player is able to make a particular hero their signature hero and win TI with it, you sort of think, that's got to be solidified. You know what I mean? Like, all right, like Collapse Magnus is just too good. So we're happy with Collapse.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then, who do you think was second and third?
I mean, it should be.
I know
Faith
who's
Beyond.
second.
Faith Beyond is not in the top
He's not
three.
even top 3. He's not even top 3. I already knew that. You know who's number 2? I'll tell you. I'll tell you 2 and 3. I'm not sure about the order.
Okay, give me 2 and 3.
Seb
Yes, he's in there.
and Mind Control.
No.
Wait, let's clap that. I think number 3 is Seb.
Yes.
And I'll tell you who number 2 is.
Go on.
It's Universe.
It is not Universe, no.
Number 2.
33?
Yes.
33.
Yes.
33.
It's 33. Well done. You can cut that together and Avery will look like a genius. I'd like it if it jumped around all over the place at
Yes,
the end.
thank you.
as well. So that was offlane. Well done, pros.
If there was a Hall of Fame, Collapse would be in there, right next to John Whipple's, of course, well deserved. And of course, Avery knew that the whole time around. He was just playing Kazoo.
Yeah, he knows everything. But I will say a cool name they also mentioned, you know, like Universe, like taking it down, like Memory Lane. There's also other people, like maybe, you know, you have to put like Amar in there or XXS. You can mention Zai. A lot of legendary players in Dota too.
Yeah, a lot of legendary players. We got 10 of them on stage right now. And one team on the side of Falcons, we are going to get a little listen in from them during one of the fights in the previous game.
Solid glyph, by the way. Oh, this is solid glyph.
ET glyph. Look, I wanna go, guys. Oh, I so. I'm fine.
I cannot.
I'm fine, guys. I'm fine.
You Crimson.
I'll merge you after all.
You're Lucky Lotus. He wrote himself.
Someone's cheating here.
I love that, especially the team is so quiet, Teacup, and then you know that they're just focused. So then the release of when the GG comes out is just right there.
You know what's even cool for me as well is Elder Titan's innate is one of the most looked over innates, right? Additional damage during glyph. Did you hear the comms there? They went strong glyph. The fact they're even talking about the types of glyph and also the energy, of course, that you're mentioning. I don't know. I just got excited when I heard them say strong glyph because they're respecting something that probably 99% of people in Dota. Fog loves this innate, by the way. Valve never removed this innate. Fog loves it. The fact they're talking about that shows how much they're thinking about every little thing in the game to make sure that they can win.
The best part was just Malr1ne yelling, and then a few seconds after, before the clip cuts off, you hear Snaking go, "Someone's feeding here." Okay.
Ooh. I mean, what I like about their comments is so it was very cool and calm, but everything they said, it allows someone to like be more aggressive. I have Crimson, I have Lotus, I'm shielding you, I'm fine, don't worry about me. And then at the end, you know, Malr1ne with his Primal Beast cosplay with a little roar. I like it. Like get immersed in your hero.
It was good energy coming out then, and I'm sure that all the 10 players are filled with energy again for the third game. Now that the series is tied, we've seen both teams taking one game. I will say that previous game probably definitely left Xtreme wondering where they will go next, and I will ask you guys the same question because we wanted the teams to play a little faster potentially, and it seemed that Falcons really understood the assignment with dominating the lanes from the get-go. How is Xtreme going to answer this?
I mean, Xtreme have to build stronger lanes for themselves the same way they did in that game one, but they also need to be more attentive of these Malr1ne rotations. Like, the reason why this Primal Beast looked so scary was because if you look at the supports in either side lane, they don't stop him. If he runs up their lane, they're gonna die. If you have an ET on one side lane and a Hoodwink on the other, these heroes are food for a hero like Primal Beast. Like, they don't have a means to shut down this hero. So either change one up in your support duo, or be more mindful that a hero like Primal Beast could come out later in the draft.
And absolutely, like one of the big things that we did see in game one, and also another way where I've seen Falcons lose games, is well, Malr1ne doesn't have a good game, or he's forced to like gank his safe lane as opposed to the off lane. In game one, they have the Xtreme co-op, he slows him down in the mid lane, they play through it. In game two, this didn't really happen. You don't pressure the Primal in lane, and yeah, you can match him, but also, you know, that didn't really happen too. But for me, what's really important is going into this game, as we see a little sleeper man in the crowd, is the people that have the experience, what are they saying to their teammates? He's back.
He's back. Yeah, a little catnap in between games. You know, this might be a very long night we got coming here.
Another important thing to look at here is that Falcons target banned XXS in that first phase. They did not care for anything else. They took out his Centaur, they took out his Mars, they took out his Earthshaker. XG have been making magic happen with these Blink initiation type of heroes on XXS. And sure, Beastmaster has a stun, but it doesn't function in the same way as one of these initiation type heroes. Like, it's a great hero to rally behind, but it requires for you to have won those laning stages and won that early game. So they've identified a big problem here on Falcons, and I feel like they're going to keep target banning him for the rest of the series, unfortunately.
And that's where, as you already mentioned, if Malr1ne has a good game, then it kind of compounds, right? Because if you have a bad offlane for XSS and XM is kind of getting shut out because Malr1ne's playing quicker on the map, I really want to see either XM or XSS have a priority where they know their matchup to have a better lane. Because I feel like either of these players has the potential to grab XG and kind of throw them into the game. But when they're both shut out, there's no way Army's going to find the farm. Like, you need one other core to make time, make space for you.
There's also, like, Falcons are very, like, they understand heroes very well. They may not play Beastmaster as much on Amar themselves, but Skiter's hero pool is very tailored to, like, stop you from what you want. And Beastmaster is an incredibly tempo-reliant hero. So when you open that hero and you know there's going to be the snaking Eng because, well, you're going to take out his gen, you know the Eng is coming. In my mind, try to take those two out. Maybe just prepare yourself for a Pugna. You know, look at like an SD or something else, whatever you want. Take him away from these heroes that make your game incredibly hard to play.
Because the Eng actually was killable in game 1, right? You had Queen of Pain, you had Ursa, you had the Hoodwink, Mars. Like, any way when you step up, put two of those heroes I just mentioned together, snaking dies, their information gatherer disappears, and then the fights can get harder. In the second game, you know, snaking kind of ran around for free, right? I'm not saying we need to rush to ban the Enchantress, but you need to respect that it's probably going to come out in the draft, and you need ways to stop him, because from the Purge clips, he had complete freedom. He was tanking coils, tanking camps, kind of doing everything he could to make the game super easy for all of his team to farm.
Yeah, I think that Enchantress also looked exceptionally good because she was playing into a Beastmaster. And I think that hero, now that I was thinking backstage, if you're countering all three of XXS's playmakers and then you're leaving a Beastmaster in the pool and your carry plays Abaddon, you're just going to pick Abaddon every time into this Beastmaster offlane, and you're not concerned whatsoever. If you're going to pick Enchantress every time the Beastmaster potentially comes out, you're not concerned at all. And it felt like XG thought they solved Enchantress with Klings. You know, he has that attack speed from Strafe. He's going to kill her regardless. He had a bad lane. He couldn't do anything. You can't just have your carry be the hero that kills. You need all of your draft to function so that the hero doesn't snowball.
Well, let's see how functioning the drafts will be in the next game.
Team Falcons versus Xtreme Gaming Grand Finals Game 3.
For the third game in a row, we will have Xtreme Gaming getting that first pick, meaning Falcons get second pick and also overall last. We do have Xtreme Gaming back on the Radiant side where they were on that first game as well, with Falcons taking Dire. And so far, Xtreme Gaming, since they only get 3 bans every single time so far, they have been banning the Chen, the Monkey King, and the Sand King, but they changed it up this time around, respecting that Enchantress we talked so much about already.
I like this quite a lot. I think going into this, so the teams prefer the stage that they're in, like the pick order, right? So you take out the Chen and the Eng. The next most played hero from Snaking is the Pugna. You give yourself the first pick Shadow Demon. You're quite happy about this. And I will say if there's one guy that knows how to cook after losing a game in Grand Finals, it's Xiao 8. Both of these coaches, they know what's up. They're going to tell their team what they need to hear. Go into the next game clean.
Yeah, take out the 2 tempo supports, and then you pick the Shadow Demon to prevent the initiation, the jump that Malr1ne is utilizing. But that's often with, you know, Sand King. Like, if disruption can break that completely. A Pangolier, you don't really care. Hero gets disrupted, continue searching for the next hero. You're not locked into the fight around that disrupted hero. So a good response from Falcons.
I wonder if Xtreme Gaming are just going to do the all-in on Ame type of draft right now. Like when they pick safe supports, maybe something like a Snapfire comes out later for Xnova. We saw how effective Cookie was at saving Ame at certain stages of this tournament. They want to go for late game. They want to build a draft that lets them go to late game instead of having a Beastmaster that forces them to play tempo that they can't do.
Yeah, what I also like just now on the camps, look at like XG, you know, they're having a good time. You know, they're smiling. They have like, you go into the game like with your new strat, you try to scrape up, you know, the last 2 games, whatever didn't happen. It's a BO3 now. You know, you have this idea, go in, have some fun. I do like the response though. Like T already mentioned, you got the Pang against the SD. You don't care too much about this guy, sure. You save him, well, you know, 2.5, 3 seconds later, I'm still rolling on you. So it doesn't really matter, but it's a lot about how do these 2 teams continue to build on top of this.
And the offlaners are still getting banned out, right? You got the Bristle, the Sand King, and then of course in the first phase the Centaur, Shaker, and the Mars. So a lot of bans being thrown out towards both of the offlaners.
And still the Ursa ban maybe indicating more tanky heroes to come out for Falcons once more.
Yeah, for sure. Like it could be the tanky heroes, it could be the... Generally speaking, Skiter likes his melee carries, his melee strength carries, right? Your DK, your Sven. I mean, you saw Ame absolutely destroy them game 1 with this matchup. So could be setting up for this as well.
It could... might sound stupid, it could also be a vibes thing. You know, Malr1ne and Mar, when they jump a hero, they want to lock them down. They want to be, you know, the showman of the game. You're trying to jump at Ursa when you're playing Pangolier, you're not doing anything, right, the entire time. So I think it really rallies your team knowing that Ame isn't going to be on this hyper-elusive hero.
I also think maybe their read is that Xtreme Gaming, if they don't have an Ursa on the safe lane, they will lose that lane, most likely. And they just want to snowball off of the lanes just like last game.
So this is kind of interesting because SD is generally considered a counter to Pugna because, well, your SD ult and the crab won't come out, but very likely they will just play it on, you know, it's still one of the best laners. The other heroes are out. You can still heal the guy, of course, that's getting, you know, damaged over time. One hero that Xtreme could have, so there's a Bane that's overall kind of cool against Pango. In other games it was banned. And in other games they've also shown us the Malr1ne. They are the only team that have played the SD Malr1ne combo in this tournament.
But it fills the void of creating information, right? Chen, Ench, they want to hit towers, they want to run around the map, they don't care if they get jumped. Same thing for Pugna. When you leave your safe lane and, you know, skiter doesn't need help, he'll be poking mid tower. He'll then move in bottom, never blast here, he gets jumped, there's a decrep, life drain. Like, there's so many annoying things that XG, if you try to go on the Pugna, you're probably wasting 30, 40 seconds not going on another hero.
A second save support comes out here for XG with the Nightmare. To me, this is just screaming that they want to build around Ame. They're trying to hold out for the late game. They're going to just get wave clear through their 2 cores and hope that Ame on a hyper carry can take it to late game.
I mean, that is what they play for in like most of their games, right? And we saw just now on screen too, X-Nova 5-0 with Bane. Hasn't lost yet. Now the question for them is, what do you answer? Because this is a hard pick in this stage. You double pick, you see one Pango. That was going to be one of the questions. Do you just lock in your mid? Maybe you can find a flex. You can go mid lane, you can go safe lane against the Pango. I like this actually very much.
And it gives a lot of life to XSS, right? We want him to have a game. We don't want him to be sacrificed if XG are to be competitive. And the way that Zhao Weight's drafting right now is they're giving him so much information to find the right hero.
I mean, I'm thinking about Falcons, like, because you still have, like, these 2 supports, you have to respect them. You have SD Bane, they need to be respected when it comes to jumping them in the backline, making them play against something like this, too, is incredibly annoying for these 2.
It's going to be off-lane Pangolier, mid Beastmaster most likely. Sure, they can flex it, but based on how they've been playing it so far, are we worried for XG not having the damage to deal with the early game tempo that Falcons showed us in game 2? Shadow Fiend does need Yasha-Kai, a Blink Dagger, the correct position for Requiem. Both of the supports in XG need other heroes to be doing the job for them, to frontline, to kill. The next 2 picks from XG need to respect that Falcons will sweep across this map in the early game.
I mean, if you're worried about that, maybe you could just go back to Road to TI and run an Axe again. I know Axe kind of fell out of favor here on the main stage, but that's an option.
I mean, I wonder too where Falcons want to take this, because a lot of the fours that Crit plays, they're okay against SD Bane. Like, sure, like if you have some, is Snapfire still in? No? So they go for the ring, and I feel like this is another hero that SD covers kind of well. You've got the Purge against the box, you have overall, I think, good laning, you can stack for your SF, or whatever other offlaner you go for. So I think this is just Falcons. They care more about their comfort than what they care about whether you counter them or not.
But also it flips the way towards the Bane, right? Now Bane wants to the grip, you get escape pack, right? It's back and forth, saves on both sides, and the Slaughter, we've seen it obviously mid to off lane, but yeah. Minus armor.
Yeah, minus armor looking pretty strong, making this Fen maybe a little bit stronger. Are we not at all surprised to see the Ringmaster come out when both Snap and also the Hoodwink are both still in the pool?
Save is good.
Save is good.
A little bit. I mean, the reason it surprises me is because the save isn't as good in this game with like the SD, so there must be something where they value, they don't care as much about damage, they care more about staying alive themselves. So they feel like they can like outpace or like outlive their opponents, which is a very interesting approach.
And I think that Escape Act completely counters Fiend's Grip. It makes it so that you have to go on this Ringmaster first in each fight, or wait till your carry has a nullifier. They were in a similar position last game where they had to get a nullifier carry, and it didn't look so good. So this Ringmaster, so long as he's not getting caught, he's saving against Grip, the team fight is going to be so easy to take from Falcons compared to XG, who are going to only want to go on Ringmaster and Pugna. They have their pick of the litter who to go on.
A key problem still is XG is locked behind items, right? All of their heroes, again, all their core heroes need items to play the game. When I say that out loud and how Falcons are playing, that does invoke quite a lot of fear in me. I am scared to, like, do they have enough map to actually get these items?
I mean, one thing that I like a lot from XG is that you have the SF Slaughter combo. Like, when you play into these saves, you don't want, like, hard commit. Like, if you corrosive haze someone and hit 2 times with SF, you better respond or you're dead. Like, you don't have to, like, go with this big spell and, like, commit. It also gives you an Aegis. It also helps you when Pango rolls in. You amp him with Slaughter, you point your finger, SF starts hitting him with his aura, and he has to be really afraid for his life.
Yeah, I want to see Ghost Scepters and Falcons. Respect the fact that this item is so cheap, but also going to be so good against XG's lineup.
Yeah, I mean...
SD can't ult everyone. There we go.
The issue is the nullifier is like a key item for Xtreme Gaming anyway. That's the timing they're playing on because of Decrypt 5, because of Escape Act. Like, eventually their kiting will be countered eventually by both XM's SF and whichever hero comes out for Ame.
And so what?
As you said, items, it takes time.
I mean, where do we want them to take this? Because I feel like XG, honestly, their setup is quite strong. Like SF Slaughter is absolutely no joke. They have some options. Do we want the SF to go middle, and you pick a new hero for Ame? Or do you put the SF in the safe lane and you try to find this mid hero that whether Pango or Beast go mid, you can slow them down?
How about Slaughter off lane, SF mid, go like Alchemist carry or something. Super tempo, you get early blink, you push your wave so you don't really have any problems. You then overwhelm your opponent and your team can rally behind you. Such is life. They go for Sven, but...
Yeah, stealing it away as well.
Kind of like how.
I mean, it lane's very strong, right? You've got your Bane, Sven. This is this is their recipe. ET Bane with a strong carry. You get high damage. I really like what's happening so far, and now it also depends for Falcons. What pick can you find? Because XG found a really good ban, not just for the Slaughter, but the Sven as well in the Troll.
I just hope for the sake of the fans, XG can get this game to like 35-40 minutes, because the amount of explosive damage they have, be it with the combinations that we've been mentioning, the Fiend's Grip into a Requiem or the Slaughter plus the Sven jump, like it is so explosive. But I have to keep repeating it. It is items, items, items. They are not a level-based team. They need to find the farm and stabilize it. Maybe Falcons can find a hero to keep trying to undercut that.
Maybe some Skiter Medusa. I feel like they would have liked TB themselves, so I don't, maybe even XG, they went like one step ahead. They could think, they want Sven, we're gonna take it, but it's really good with them too. Now you have minus armor, you also have bonus armor yourself against Beast, against Partner. I like both these drafts so far.
Normally in this position, Skiter could also, I know Sven's a counter to Gyro, but like, just shove wave, you go early butterfly, you push your team out, and yeah, they do go for the gyrocopter. I kind of feel like they need to have lane presence in the safe lane that naturally itemizes in a way to counter this explosive damage that we're mentioning. You like buying Beekeeper and Gyro, you like buying Butterfly, even Manta if you want to dispel Slaughter's Corrosive Haze, but yeah, I like the gyrocopter. They are willing to sacrifice a little bit of farm to bring the fight to them.
I don't see Shadow Fiend taking on a Beastmaster in the mid lane very frequently, and we talked a lot about the mid lane already, so I would love to continue that trend and hearing from you guys how we feel this matchup will play out.
There's a lot of farm between the two of them.
A lot of farm, nothing happening?
I mean, it's always going to be support rotation based, right? Beastmaster, you have axes, so you're not really in a melee position. If a Bane or SD comes in to set up for some 2-3 raises, then you can die. But same thing for Ringmaster. If you come in onto the Shadow Fiend, if he's too far stepped up, he can die. So I think supports will play the key role in that matchup.
Yeah, I will say SF, he pressures you early, Beast with levels, but the problem is that XG supports don't really like playing into Beastmaster, so could be a bit of trouble there. I mean, to me, I love both drafts. I think XG, if they can weather the storm early, they get this first Aegis, their draft looks beautiful. But Falcons, I feel like they also got what they want.
Yeah, I mean, this is like bread and butter Falcons. Even though Gyro on paper isn't going to have the best matchup versus Slardar later on and Sven with his VKB, they're going to hit the same timing that they did last game. It's just going to be about XG weathering the storm and whether or not we're going to see XXS have impact. For Slardar to work, you want his lane to go well. He needs to get those kills early on, get that nice blink timing, and make those pickoffs happen. Because if it doesn't, it's going to be a repeat of last game.
Okay, so you and Effie both mentioned Xtreme Gaming has to weather the storm. We saw them unable to do so in the previous game. Is the storm going to be as strong as previous game?
It could look a little bit similar because like Gyro, he plays forward in the lane with Partner 2 that can invade the Wisdom Shrine. Maybe at least Beastmaster could be a little bit slower from the mid lane as opposed to Primal. So XG, it should be a little bit easier this game.
Okay, let's find out who's going to take the lead in this best of 5 series with game number 3. First though, we're heading to the stage with Tsunami and AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. I am joined now for game number 3 with AUI 2000 of Falcons. I've been noticing a trend. Every single game this series, you've been opting for last pick. I was wondering why.
For us, we're pretty comfortable on first pick and second pick versus Xtreme. So they have like 20 games on second pick and like 5 games on first pick, so we just thought we would take it from them.
All right, trying to throw them off of balance. And I'm also noticing that in the first phase, in game number 1, you first phase Pango, but you also first phase banned Bane. This time, you didn't opt to do it, didn't ban Bane at all, and they picked it up. What do you feel?
I mean, Bane's a good hero for them. It's a hero that we're actually concerned about, but we just thought that we had to ban something. I actually don't even remember what we banned on 12, but we thought it was better to ban that instead, I guess.
They have a lot of heroes, I don't blame you. And last, I was wondering if you could give some praise to Amar, because he has been captaining this team this entire TI, and we saw how spent he was. That elimination game during the road against Spirit, he was on the desk, completely washed out, and now this is one of the highest pressure situations that any esports player could ever be in. How's he handling it?
No, I mean, Amar, honestly, he always surprises me, like, for his age, just the level of maturity, and he has, like, some online persona he does, but as a teammate, he's been great, and he's really come into his own in this role. It's just really, honestly, admirable.
Words of praise for the captain, the young captain of Falcons. And now let's see how his draft does as we get into game number 3.
And the fact that Amar stepped it up after what could have been a devastating Game 1 loss, but they strike right back in Game 2, and now it feels like Falcons have the overall strategy advantage.
Potentially they do. I mean, it goes back to Zhao 8 to kind of bring the team back in this Game 3, reset the mentality, give them a new direction. He definitely took a new direction to try and counter that tempo that we saw Falcons put into Game 2. I don't know even what you call this. This is the hyper demon draft. I mean, he just went for you know, all the scary heroes, line them up, put the minus armor into them, and absolutely chunk face. This lineup scales like an absolute beast. Like, this is not a lineup Gyro is going to be able to stand against in the late game. I just refuse to believe it's true. You have double BKB piercing supports. You have an insane amount of physical burst damage. You have Slaughter to amp it all up. If I'm Falcons, I don't want to find myself in that position. I want a game like Game 2, where I have a strong laning phase, my cores get ahead, I deny some experience from the supports, maybe even contest some stacks, and never give a chance for this hyper-scaling lineup to come online.
I guess I'm wondering, like, that wasn't the problem in Game 2, so why did Xtreme put so much scale when the problem in Game 2 was they just got ran over in lanes?
I think they have been run into a corner a little bit on XXS's hero pool. Like, we saw how much Falcons were target banning him. They took his 3 best offlaners out in that first phase. He's running out of heroes a little bit. He probably didn't want to pick the Batrider we saw him play earlier into the Pugna. Didn't feel like the game was good enough for it. So then what else are you playing to give that jump stun that XG really need? It's clear they want him on that archetype of hero, but maybe they were struggling to find it. If you ended up wanting to go the route with the Slardar, then you have to build the lineup around him, and this is just kind of where it ended up.
Fair enough. There was certain things that they did have to give up as a concession to Xtreme Gaming. We heard from AEY 2000 himself. They are a very good Bane team.
Oh, yeah.
What is it about this hero that feels so good right now?
The scale, right? Being able to BKB Pierce lock down a carry in the middle of the fight. It's just such a huge threat for a lot of these cores that want to jump in, pop that debuff immunity, and go to work. On top of it, the sleep save can be super influential, and just the catch around the map. Like, he's one of the better cores at setting stuff up with the sleep into the ult. Not a lot of heroes are going to survive that. This hero just feels good at almost every point in the game outside of the very early laning phase, which we have not seen go punish too hard this event.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there's certain games like last where you get run over, but even that Game 2 was not a game that was one off the lanes. It was one off the draft, in my opinion. That
a lot
game
of
would have been
damage
hard.
on Ame here, as this duo of the Bane Sven are trying to keep the Pango from getting out of control. That Bane is also a big counter to the Pango, but we have seen Amar, his item choices, he is really loving the early Lotus Orb pickup. I was going to ask you about this in Game 2. Why did Lotus Orb all of a sudden become this, you know, first item pickup? This is typically an item you're looking at second, third, fourth item. Why are we getting it so early now?
Well, this man's been doing it for a long time, so maybe other people are behind ATF in terms of that offlane itemization. It's just strong. If you get it up online early and you're leading the pack in net worth, it prevents a lot of all-ins from certain of the heroes in the meta, like the Beastmaster. It's great scaling for your carry later in the game. It gives you early armor, gives you early regen, kind of a pseudo farm item or, you know, resource item to stay out on the map. You just have to get it up fast enough. If you get a delayed Lotus, it's not going to feel great. If you're leading the pack with Lotus, it can feel amazing. And ATF likes these kind of builds. We could easily see some sort of Lotus Lincoln's Pango build this game, just so he can roll in and block some of the Slardar amp, the Bane grip. Demonic Purge, also very influential spell in this game off of the Shadow Demon first pick for Jin Q. Amazing Purge game. First the Pugna.
Yep.
First some of the buffs. First the escape act from this Ringmaster, right? The panel was talking about Nullifier. They might not need a Nullifier as fast as they normally would because they have Jin Q on the Shadow Demon that can provide that constant dispel for the first target you are trying to burst down. That first point of contact in the fights is going to be everything for both of these teams because of how XG have built their lineup.
That's fair enough. I think it's also worth mentioning Lotus Orb did kind of get a buff recently. It's just a little bit harder to see than he used to be.
I mean, maybe I'm just old. I always complain about the visual changes, but
Yeah.
you know, you can't complain about it now. You've seen it before. You've played against it. This is a grand final. Step up or go home.
Nice two-man stun. And Xnova almost kills Crit off of it. Two-man stun into a two-man blood grenade. Not too bad. Damage being dealt doesn't find the first blood. That is still on the table.
Don't want to get baited by this Ringmaster in the laning phase, though. This hero's very strong on the lane. You can always bait you in with stick charges, Lotus, potential strongman tonic, whoopee cushion action.
Yeah, the last thing you want to give him is a kill in lane, and then he starts snowballing off of those souvenirs he gets.
You just want to make sure he doesn't get anything out of it. If it goes even, you're pretty happy against this hero, particularly with the Bane. This is a good matchup for Ringmaster. Crit's going to do a little stacking on top of it as well.
Yeah, speaking of going even, it does look like the laning phase as a whole is going even, which is a good sign for Xtreme. Last thing they want is to be at such a disadvantage they give up the Wisdom Shrine again. Disruption into a bash, into the crush, but the teleport is coming in, and now XXS is the one in trouble. It's first blood going to Snake King, and a second kill on the way. The Shadow Demon, he can do little to stop this Shin-Q doing what he can against Skiter, but I bet he's wishing he never popped that poison.
Sick TP from Crit. Instant on time, turns it around. That's a tough fight without the support coming in from the Ringmaster and his extra DPS. Big turnaround for the Gyro on this lane. That's a lane that could have swung either way off that kill attempt. Instead, it goes Falcon's way. Skiter very happy about that experience. He'll get to go to base and come back now.
Yeah, with the boots pick up, he'll be back to base a little bit quicker, but it does mean that Falcons won't be able to min-max the advantage they got off of those kills. The Slardar able to play the lane solo for a little bit, Primal Roar, and trying to secure the power rune. Don't get the power rune, so instead get the kill.
And no brain sap, no sleep for Xnova there. Just gets taken down from the high ground. Secure the rune for XM, but how much can he do with the regen? Have to see. If I'm XG, I don't want to fall behind in economy again. I don't want to let these heroes become unkillable, which means getting some stacks up, making sure your Sven and SF are having a very good laning phase into that acceleration. And potentially making some plays, I don't know, through the Slardar, through the Bane, setting some stuff up on the map. You do have this Bane SF combo where you can kind of sleep people into Requiem if you really want to play around that. And XM, he did really well in this mid lane. He's just laying into this tower. Another great D-ward. They are controlling the vision around this area. See XG prioritizing it, and I don't think they're going to want to lose Wisdom Shrines this time around. I think that was a huge factor in that game too.
Absolutely.
You have to prioritize it a little bit here.
Yeah, Falcons are certainly not in a position to get aggressive in that regard. In fact, it's going to be
look at this.
Xtreme who are going to get aggressive. Triple raise on an Ancient stack. That was the one point where I looked at Falcons saying, okay, they've got a little bit of net worth lead, but if they also have the stack advantage, that could really build up into something. But most of those stacks have just been robbed.
This was a really nice play. This is getting value out of that regen rune, right? Not only a 6-minute power rune that you can use too aggressively. Here, beautiful usage of it. Go steal some stacks, slow down the Beastmaster, accelerate the SF, and he's still going to be full of resources out of committing the raises. Puts XM in a very solid position. This is one of his signature heroes. I mean, people think of the XM sniper, but he's also been playing this Shadow Fiend for a long time.
Shin-Q gonna run into Snake King. A pick-off, perhaps? It's gonna be up to Snake King if he can get off a Decrepify that's good enough and make a run for it, but they should just be able to tail him. Nobody around to help him out. The Gyrocopter's not gonna join in on this. And especially if XM, they do have the Beastmaster. They're trying to sandwich this right now, but it's 3 heroes. So it's not so simple as Malr1ne just running in for the roar.
Can't go in on XM there. He's way too strong. And you have to think about the saves that actually have too. If you're Malr1ne here, like you go in and roar a target, that target gets disrupted, that target gets slept. Your teamfight presence is going to be mitigated for a while, so he has to make sure his game is good. He's continuing to scale. Don't take too many bad early fights into the saves here.
Yeah, there are actually so many interactions here that Xtreme have the answer to, right? The Rolling Thunder is going to come in. They have Fiend Script for that. If there is the single target stuns coming out, they have Disruption or Nightmare. Then you've got the Demonic Purge countering the saves from Snake King and from Crit, right? You have Escape Act as well as Decrepify that's going to be countered. There is high potential for Xtreme to be able to outplay Falcons, but are they going to be able to get there? As an early game does seem to favor Falcons for now.
Got some decent support levels, a lot of playmaking available. Their lineup does seem a little more straightforward to execute if it gets rolling. It's kind of the one upside for them, particularly if the Gyro can join fights and have a higher impact before the Sven comes online. That could be a real point of contention.
Snake King, if you show here, it might be a triple raise in your future. Disruption, he's too far back. XM will not be able to catch that. They'll just make sure there's no deny here. Mid tower is claimed by Xtreme, and the SF Well, he's free to move around the map. He
Oh, they want
relied
the
on
sleep.
Xnova to get the sleep, but he doesn't. Oh, he does get in range.
He just got level 5, levels it up to 3, extra range.
And now it's going to be a stun into triple race potentially. They let him get off the shield crash though.
What was that?
And because of that shield, where was the stun from Ame?
That was just bizarre. I think there's a world you absolutely bring that Pangolier down. Shouldn't be hesitant to Requiem in there, but a little misexecution from XG off a beautiful setup from Xnova.
Very awkward. God Strength now being on cooldown, and a bit of the surprise spoiled Falcons. They'll bring numbers to this bottom lane push in Xtreme. I think they're likely just to give this one away. XXS is having, you know, a fair time at the top lane. He's playing solo right now and chipping away at a tower, so there's really no need to risk fighting at bottom lane.
I thought the early portion of that lane was rough for XG, but they eventually kicked Skiter out. Now he's the poorest core out of this lane phase. This Gyro just found almost nothing in terms of fighting after we saw that double kill that Crit TP'd into.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any ancient stacks to
Exactly.
fall back on when he does get the farm for it. Now, there's still plenty of time before that comes to fruition, but...
This is great for XXS. He was struggling, now he gets a free lane. And XM, another ancient stack going to the Shadow Fiend. This is one of the best Shadow Fiend starts we've seen.
Yeah, this is actually just disgusting. You have a mid-hero who wins his matchup so hard he takes the tower. That allows him to go into the triangle, and he's a stack clearer. That just means he's going to be playing both sides of these triangles.
Very influential tower to lose early in this game, particularly with the mid-beast, who wants to protect those ancient stacks. Going to give a lot of freedom to XG here, and we are not seeing that same kind of run over from Falcons in that game too. You know, I think there were probably some concerns as Falcons just going to do a repeat of that game.
Yeah.
And just run it back all the way to an Aegis. And the answer seems to be no. They have run into a brick wall here. They will not find the same momentum. Doesn't mean they can't still build it if they start getting some good team fights going their way, but it's getting to the point where you're going to have these early fighting items on the side of XG, and as long as you protect this Shadow Fiend, he's kind of a beast in the fight. No one's challenging him. Especially you can't just all in war him because the saves are behind.
Yeah. There's certainly always going to be a massive difference in Falcons and their tempo, because so much of it, faster tempo is played around Malr1ne. If he's playing Primal Beast, he wants to run around, get kills. He's playing Beastmaster, he's going to play far more to neutrals, a slower game. He wants to get his Aghanim Scepter first before he risks too much, and we're seeing the impact of that. 12-minute, an Invis room. They do have a sentry in place for this one. Can Xnova get the right Nightmare?
Oh,
Mark got himself stuck. Can he get out of this? The shield crash is stuck, and now he's going to be Fiend's Grip. Just to make sure the Shadow Fiend gets away, Xnova will die for it, but he sacrifices his life to make sure his mid laner does not go down. That was the most farmed core in this game. And Falcons, they should have had that kill.
Not the place or time to get stuck on the Pangolier.
No.
Reset that mentality and try again later. That's a botch kill on the SF. Good bailout from Xnova, though. I think he might have been able to bail him out even if that Pango didn't get stuck. That's very close, though. And you do not want to die on XM here. I mean, he is so far, and for him to go down, lose that presence on the map, that would be a huge blow to XG. That's why Falcons were prioritizing him.
Yeah, with this Kaya Yasha, he doesn't need a Blink Dagger to set up these Requiems, right? He's got Xnova, and he's got... I mean, both a Nightmare and a Disruption are probably good enough for him to get off a Fiend's Grip or a Requiem of Souls that leads into a double or triple raise, and anybody's going to die to that.
I think it's all that goes out the window if you just get gone on.
Yeah, absolutely, which means Falcons can't afford to separate too much, which is maybe part of why Xtreme has set up the draft the way they did, right? They have solo kill pickoff around the map. Falcons will have to play a little bit more cluttered than they were able to do in the past. They can't rely on just the tankiness of their heroes in this game.
And Staking, you are not on Enchantress anymore.
They spotted and Disruption to stop the TP. They can give the kill to whoever they want. XXS will nab it as he wants it. The faster, looks like Shard is the build-up for him next. So he wants to be the tanky one in this game.
I think that's the fastest they've ever taken Staking down in this entire series.
That's true, yeah. He's no longer on the Enchantress.
It's like,
gonna do a lot for you.
This is how ganking a 5 is supposed to feel.
I love this. Look at the XXS is hiding his Blink Dagger.
Oh,
it's sitting on this courier, just hiding in the trees.
We get some value out of this. There's that dire ward up there. Might scout it, but
yeah, I do wonder if it saw the courier at any point in time, or if it sees him.
That's a way better start for XG, though. game even for them out of lanes, I feel like that's a slight victory for them.
Do you think that favors them draft-wise? Not as a team, but draft-wise, do you feel like this is a draft that as long as you come out even, you're actually favored? I think so.
I think for the mid game, yeah, because your Roche threat is so high with the Slardar, right?
Yes.
You get one core pick off, the thing's just going to insta-die. Meanwhile, Falcons are like, yeah, nice Roche. We're going to take it way before you're expecting it.
I certainly wasn't expecting this. I've got free vision. And they're actually going to do it. They're going to run into crit. They're going to chase after this kill. But that means Roshan, it goes the way of Falcons.
What a snatch in this game. You'll gladly trade a support to take this away from this Slardar lineup.
Xtreme had literally just gone for their, okay, we're strong enough to go for a smoke. Any sort of pick off will lead to Roshan. They were ready for that move, but Falcons one step ahead of them and taken away a critical objective.
That was very clutch on the timing. They got the Beastmaster eggs, they go in the pit, they read the map, absolutely on point. And if you don't run interference there with the Ringmaster, there's a chance that smoke just goes into the pit and you just jump it when it pops, right?
Yep.
4 minutes on the clock here for Malr1ne. You can now push a little more aggressively, have a lot more presence in the team fight, work towards his scaling with that BKB, try and create some space on the map for this gyro to recover. I mean, you're still looking at skiter as the poorest core here. Not a great sign on this hero, especially when he's up against so much debuff piercing damage in this game. You gotta wonder how easily he's gonna be able to join the fight, but he can absolutely recover very quickly here. Malr1ne gets some action going. XG on the hunt.
They're going to fight into Malr1ne, but Crit and Snaking are behind him here.
Yeah, it's
give him the heals, wait out the Demonic Purge, and the Escape Act is ready now that the Demonic Purge is gone. Not required, though. Xtreme do not force anything. You see few heroes, no reason to fight into this Aegis.
Yeah, that's not the target you want to go on with your single burst lineup. Hunt this Pango? Sure. Hunt this Gyro? Absolutely. They're eyeing him up. Look at Xnova on the back. Can he get him off the haste, though?
Oh, he's so close, but a blink away. Out of range and now out of sight.
That was some sick positioning. That is not a move I think Amar expected. He doesn't have haste. He goes down there for sure. He just gets slept into Requiem.
Well, we haven't even mentioned the two carries too much in this game. Amang is certainly getting the better of the situation. 9,300 net worth on him. The Gyrocopter is struggling. Axe is cutting down, chasing after him.
That was so awkward with the tumbler toy. He didn't get over that little cliff. Dude, the little river cliffs causing Falcons problems. It's game 3.
You know what's funny? This Aegis that they got for themselves, they almost got it too early. Just because they won't actually have it when the Tormentor spawns.
I mean, this was not an Aegis they take for their lineup. This is an Aegis you take away from XG.
Sure.
But it does mean you'll have to contest the faster Roshan cycle in this game.
Got the Nightmare on him. Team is teleporting in. And yeah, Falcons say that is not even close to Oh, XXS, what was that? Bungled the stun there that should have gotten them the extra kill.
That was almost harder to miss than hit.
It really was. He had to walk away from his blink. Whoopsies.
Extra life for Falcons to play with here. I mean, it's still a good rebuttal from XG. You bring Ame into the fight, you just decimate the Pugna. Gotta feel good about that. This Sven is excavating the map right now.
He is so far ahead of this Gyrocopter right now.
I mean, just look at the levels, right? Level 15.5 on the Sven, level 12 on the Gyro. XG have the 2 highest level cores in this game, and it is the Sven and the Shadow Fiend. Those are good levels to have on these heroes.
Aura goes out, trying to blow up the Slardar, and they do manage to get him. Xnova not there in time for a Nightmare save. And they know they've got strength that's on cooldown. The Sven may be in this area, but not likely to fight. So good call for Falcons. A pick off there, and pulls that net worth almost back to even.
I think XG didn't expect him to linger up here this much. They had 2 wards up on that top lane. In theory, a lot of information, but Falcons played to the left of it. They waited for a hero to show, and they want to take that tower down and occupy this part of the map because you are looking towards that 20-minute Tormentor. Another easy objective for XG to take if you don't take it first. If you control this part of the map, could set that fight up a lot easier, and we're still seeing Malr1ne just camp this area. He does not want to give this corner to XG while he has Aegis for another minute.
Xnova spotted by Malr1ne. They get, no, he's faster with it, gets off the Nightmare. Still though, the Nightmare is traded away, and Malr1ne does not have to roar to get the kill. He just casually runs him down. 40 seconds left on the Aegis, 20 seconds left on his roar.
Absolute Tormentor control here for Falcons. playing the objectives well, giving up a little more farm to XG to do it, but they're okay making that trade if they can continue to slow down the Slardar's game progression.
I like this, though. XM, he's reading the positioning of Falcons around the map and is trying to take objectives where he can as a result. If he can pull some heroes down here, then maybe that means Xtreme get the better control of the Tormentor as it spawns.
You're also just trying to get as much XP off the map right now, because if you can get to the level 18 on your 2 cores that are really high level, level 3 Requiem, level 3 God Strength would go a long way, especially when you're amping a lot of this damage up.
That's true. I mean, he gets to BKB. Blink, BKB, Requiem. I don't know if Malr1ne can be fast enough to Primal Roar to stop it. And if he can't do it, nobody else can.
That's your only option when this guy goes in.
Ooh, amp damage. I mean, he had an Arcane Rune before. I was wondering if they were going to make a play with that, but as you said, he's just trying to farm up as quick as possible right now. Xtreme aiming for a later timing. I am surprised that they are not willing to play for Tormentor, but this will be Falcons.
I mean, Falcons did a tremendous job controlling this portion of the map, eliminating the vision. This was their Tormentor to take, and it's kind of a tough high ground to fight into against the Pangolier and the Beastmaster.
Got a little spotlight action, so we'll see 30% miss chance. I mean, when you have a bunch of physical damage and minus armor.
Yeah, very true. Could be influential here.
Missing a single hit could make you miss the kill. XXS and Amar right next to each other. Oh, they both blink back in terror. Neither certain of their position in that one. Never mind, indeed. BKB. Done for the Beastmaster. I mean, we got to be coming to a point where these teams are going to come to a clash. I feel like we're getting all the critical items for both sides.
It's got to be next Roche. And that's what these lineups are built to do.
Sure.
That will be where that team fight happens. And there is BKB done for XM. This is an insane pace for him. Amp damage still in the bottle.
They give them the Wisdom Shrine to get him to 18.
He is crushing it right now. And you're still looking at this Gyro, who's supposed to be your main carry, your main damage dealer in the fight that you can play around. He's just so far behind. And he can just die in 3 hits. If this Gyro gets amped into Sven damage or SF damage, you're gone. There's level 18 for XM. They want to smoke it up. Try and use something with the back end of this amp damage rune. Absolutely devastating if you can connect.
Double BKBs. XXS may not have his, but all they need for him is an initiation. But Ame already has that covered. They get the jump on a Snake King and XXS. The finishing blow.
That was some overkill, but they do get the Pugna for another time in this game. And
another Arcane Rune. Did he just get Arcane into amp damage into Arcane?
I believe he did. The SF dream right here.
That it really is. I mean, he's farming so fast that I feel like we're just coming down to, oh, he got his BKB, but maybe we wait for another item. As Aghanim Scepter is next up, and he already has 1,400 gold saved up for it.
See when this Roche spawns. If it's a late Roche, he could absolutely have another item by then. Very concerning for Falcons, the rate he's progressing. You almost want a faster Roche here. They get more online.
They have kept the net worth even, though. Yes. And it may not be the Gyrocopter, but these other cores are pretty farmed. Beastmaster and the Pango.
It's about landing the ults, Like a lot of Falcons teamfight depends on getting a good roar without the save coming through and getting a good roll through from Amar.
Good pick. Malr1ne exercising some restraint. Once again, runs into X-Nova and realizes he doesn't have to roar to get the kill.
XG continuing to just dodge around the map. They're content with farming. They are scaling here. They're confident in their overwhelming physical damage eventually winning out for them.
I can't say I blame them. I mean, especially the triple BKB timing. What are you going to do as Falcons? What's the game plan? If we get to a triple BKB timing, you can roar one of these heroes. But the others are just going to run at you.
Your target should be XM. Roar this Shadow Fiend, bring him down with Gyro committing, and let the roll through cover on the backside. Try and disrupt some of the saves from coming through, right?
Yeah. You'll still have kiting mechanisms for the Sven, so you don't have to worry so much about him.
I mean, you have to worry about him. You got to pick your poison here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of physical damage dealers. Decrep might bail you out a little bit. Escape Act might bail you out. Depends when that Demonic Purge comes through. This ward is scouting mid, but they did not. They barely saw
XM and Ame.
See ya.
He is not playing games. He is not being coy. He just goes straight to the sport, takes the kill that he can get out of it. Use the God Strength for that. Unfortunately for him, it is a late Roshan spawn, so Roshan is not up for them to take, and Xtreme Gaming will still have to play a 5-on-5 for control of the pit.
I think they would have just manned up for it there if it had spawned.
Certainly.
We'll have to wait another minute, but they will have God Strength up for it when it spawns. So Falcons want to try and sneak that away a second time. They absolutely will contest it. And Skiter just has to get BKB here and pray he can survive in the fights. Timely Decrep could bail him out. Skate back could do the same, but if Demonic Purge lands on this gyro, all those options go away. He's just on his own, and he does not have the armor to survive the physical. So that connection, pivotal for XG as you look towards this next Roche fight. And yeah, that SFAGs, it's coming real fast here. He's just out of control, and it's almost level 20.
Falcons put into a position where they're just going to have faith in the outplay capabilities. I mean, the funny part is they have saves on both sides. All 4 supports in this game have options for saves, so the initiation, it's going to be messy. You never know if that jump is actually good or if you're just going to be playing into the enemy's hands.
But that's where the Shadow Demon comes in. He's that balance breaker. Throw Demonic Purge on the target, you jump. Falcon saves don't do anything.
Yeah, but that also requires the Shadow Demon to play forward enough that, you know, maybe he just gets jumped by the Rolling Thunder hit and 100-0'd by Amar.
Definitely a possibility. It's Pango. He has Lotus done. He can go in versus the grip.
About it. How many heroes are in these trees? He doesn't know. The boar is scouting out for him.
He cannot go in too deep. The Lotus will buy him sometime against the grip, but it's not infinite, right? And if Nova's positioning is really good, then you get grip deep in enemy lines. You're going to really sacrifice your team's formation here. Nonetheless, Roche is up. Ags is done.
Level 20, Aghanim Scepter Shadow Fiend.
He's a monster. He's just a straight monster right now. You have to tag this guy in the fight.
I feel like we've been hyping up this Requiem for like 15 minutes. And it's just getting better and better, but when is Xtreme finally going to pull the trigger on it?
I mean, this is at the point where you have the BKB on the starter. You have everything you need to fight. It puts you in a position you have to just force the Roche if Falcons don't want to give you that 5-on-5. If they want to buy time for Skiter, you do it incredibly fast. They got scouted on that again, I think.
Yep. These aggressive wards from Falcons.
They might still catch. Oh, if they find Amar.
It would be massive. Oh, that would have been the perfect pickup. Take away this big initiator. It could threaten the Bane and the Shadow Demon in these fights, but they do not break. Come so close to him, and instead they will just back up. They've cleared out the area. They know that Falcons isn't around. They think this will give them enough time to do the Roshan. We'll see if Falcons contest.
So XG, they kill the boars. They know Falcons are going to respond. They'd rather take the fight than get low in the pit. Ward plays from Crit, trying to see anything for the jump. But XG, they take the high ground. It's going to have to be blind here from
Seeing some heroes. The Rolling Thunder. Mar holds off on it.
X-Nova making some moves on the left. Going up blind, looking for an angle.
XXS.
Oh, he might just run into a
running
bar.
right up there, and they managed to find the Pango. The Pango's the one in trouble. He gets the roll up. He's Demonic Purge, so he has to Rolling Thunder now. XM goes to the Requiem. It doesn't get an easy kill. They chase after Snake King. They'll get that one, but they've blown a lot for this. Meanwhile, the Roar, it gets used on the Sven, and the Sven's at half HP. He's got the BKB. What's he gonna do? Can he turn and fight? Oh yeah, he can. He brings out Malr1ne. The Beats grip. He takes out Amar as well with XXS chasing down the gyrocopter.
Triple.
Fun Falcons down.
What a clutch turnaround from Ame. Help that BKB. Disruption buys him some time. And Falcons overextend, trying to bring this king down. Xtreme take a 6K lead. They'll put an Aegis on this Sven, and now they are cruising in this game. That is the one team fight they needed to break this one wide open. The damage is only going to pick up from here. And that Requiem wasn't even the best it could have been. It was almost a zoning Requiem to break the fight up.
Oh, yeah. It did not get a quick kill like we were theorizing it could do. It pushes Snake King in a bad position. But yeah, most of Falcons dodged that damage.
Yeah, the damage was not effective. It was just a zoning tool. But Malr1ne, he found his mark on this ward. Did a significant chunk of Ame's damage, but you can't finish him off. This is the gyro problem, right? Skiter doesn't offer you enough physical burst because of the game.
Look at those crits, man. He got like 5 hits in and 3 crits. 1,600 damage apiece.
Yeah, sit back and relax. It's going to be a long series.
Oh, man.
I mean, I'm sure Falcons can feel it. This game is just not the same as that game, too. You do not have the same punch. You do not have that same snowball momentum. And now you are stuck going into that mid-late game against a team that has rarely lost those types of games.
Rushing down the lanes. Malr1ne trying to hunt for some farm and pull back. He was running into 3 of Xtreme, though.
This beast has to do some heavy lifting here. It's still going to be time before Skiter can deliver a punch equal to what this lineup's doing, which means you have to rely on the Beastmaster's damage. I mean, he did a significant amount of damage to Ame. If he has one more item there, you might just be able to bring him down. The save came out a little slow because no one was really looking at that part of the fight.
It says a lot that he feels like he has to go back for the Satanic rather than completing the Daedalus.
I mean, Satanic on this hero is also a lot of damage. If you can stay alive, that means you get a second flak hit off, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of the damage you're looking for, but you're never going to have the same burst punch as this XG lineup.
No, never. Xtreme Gaming's second Tormentor of the game. And now we have a Demonic Cleanse on top of a Demonic Purge.
A little bit of extra sustain, why not? They found Snaking again, just been hounded.
Gets there on just the last half second, and that will help XXS complete his Aghanim Scepter. So he was
so tanky now.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, 4,000 HP. And you're just not even talking about the extra armor and regen he's going to get out of sitting in these pools.
If he is in a puddle when you go on him, it feels like you lost the fight in a way, right? Especially if you commit big ults onto him. Especially with the status resistance on top of that. Ame hunting.
They have a scan on him. Ame, not worried about it. He says, this kill isn't even worth me chasing. You guys can have at it, though. Xnova, Jin Q. They'll hunt down Crit on the sides of the map. Oh, they'll leave the kill to XM. So nice. Nice dodge. And it means that Xnova will end up taking the kill with the poison.
Yeah, Ame, he doesn't have time for it. He's got better things to do here.
Yeah, he's got 2 minutes on the clock for this Aegis. Time to do some damage.
Take a tier 2, push towards your 25. And he is so far ahead of Skiter on this gyro. It's not even funny. It's just not a fair fight.
No, it's not. He's almost got a 10,000 net worth lead on the opposing carry. It's ridiculous.
I mean, this was an important game for XG to strike back in, especially with this draft, because, again, you're trying to answer the problem, which is Falcon saying, we banned all of XXS's heroes. We took out all his tempo makers, his jump stunners. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to pick? Their reply was the Slardar. If you win a game with this, you might have to change up a lot of your bans. Maybe you can't target him as much. This hero has been pretty effective in this game so far. Just forcing awkward moves out of Falcons, especially around that Roshan pit, because of the threat on objectives it gives you. And now you're getting into the part where it's going to give you benefit for the scaling.
I would also point to the mid matchup, right? XM having this Shadow Fiend, this will do wonders for them in this matchup because most of Malr1ne's heroes are these melee mids. If he keeps on being abused by a Shadow Fiend that takes his tower so early and still continues to keep up by farming neutrals as well, you've got a bit of a problem.
What's a big factor of this game? Limiting the lane damage Falcons were able to put out. And now they're on the back foot. The lead is continuing to grow. This was a beneficial Aegis period for XG. Ame still on the hunt, looking towards bottom lane. Wants some more. Get him. Didn't get crit either. Falcons in dodge mode and dodging successfully right now.
Gonna have to make a lot of moves like that. And Amar,
XXS.
well, gets the roll up. Now the Rolling Thunder and the Lotus Orb. And the teleport away. He's good.
There's a chance you bash him there. It's not impossible.
XXS didn't have the numbers for it yet. But in the future,
quick gate top. Look for the hero farming the other side of the map. XG just playing really aggressive right now. They just want to find anything. And another amp damage for XM, almost level 25 himself. Lincoln Sphere done. Can't even go in and roar this guy easily anymore.
It's just flat out a guaranteed ultimate. Oh boy, Falcons. Well, Satanic's done. Back to the data list for Skiter. Stall, stall, stall. Maybe Skiter gets to a point he can get a Divine Rapier after the data list. A Swift Blink done for this Sven. That's nasty. Level 25 with a Swift Blink. The attacks are going to come real quick, and they're going to be doing well past 2,000 damage. You added some Corrosive Haze on there, some little bit more minus armor from the Shadow Fiend. You might see 3,000 damage crits.
Have to instantly respond in the fight. Bash from Pango, roar from the Beast. There's a good blink out from ATF, not getting caught there. XG will go unrewarded for this move across the map. Closing in on that Shivas for the Beastmaster. In fact, they have it. So that's a huge item. Little armor mitigation here. There's all this minus armor from the Slardar SF. I just think this gyro build-up's awkward. Like, this is a game you must have wanted Butterfly in. And you just could never fit it in because you were too far behind. So you don't have evasion, you don't have bonus armor. It just feels like you're food unless the team bails you out.
XXS is hunting. He's not going to find anything. That's because Falcons are sitting 5 inside their base right now. That's where we're at.
Yeah, to the point where you just have to smoke out or something, regain some map control. Do have a gem on Malr1ne, so if you move out with him, should be able to get some D-wards. See if he spots this ward up on that top lane. They all run past it, but it does not get scouted by the gem yet. Giving XG a lot of information to play off of. Another power rune for XM. Just been gobbling him up in the river.
I mean, at this point, Falcons, they can't really know this, but the side lanes are being heavily patrolled by Xtreme, but it's just XM in the middle part of the map. When you're trying to rat like this, you don't usually want to go to the middle part of the map, but that might be their best opportunity to create an opening. Just they get the Shadow Fiend off the map. That gives them 60, 70 seconds to work with.
It's just not the logical jump. Like, you don't see this SF set emitted. They say he's alone. Let's go just smoke and jump him, and it's going to work out. It does not feel comfortable to play this map right now, and this ward is still available top for XG, just scouting a lot out. Also a great ward for Falcons. Amar, he's like, I want to use this, guys.
Seeing XXS. I just can't see a world where they go on the Slardar, and it's good for them, and instead Amar's going to be the one jumped. A roll up and a rolling thunder. Away he goes, hits a bash, a little bit of damage, and blinks away. It's XM, actually now. XM's in trouble. There's a disruption save though, and Ame right on the front line to bail out his Shadow Fiend. The hit's coming in. Malr1ne, he can't survive. 28 damage, and more's coming for you. A good whip from Crit will keep them off of Skeeter's tail, but that damage had to put fear into Falcons. Snake King, he delays it. One tapped by Ame. That's what you're dealing with right now.
This is the definition of overwhelming damage. You don't have time to respond. You got the roar on the SF. As he went into you, kind of the best scenario.
Yep.
But there's disruption to bail you out. That's the beauty of this lineup. The aggressive damage dealers can go in with confidence because there is no turnaround potential unless you check that back line. And Ame, he is just unleashed here.
Man's on fire. And XM is fearless, man.
Refresher done for the Shadow Fiend. If you thought it was bad before, add double ult with Dazun Bloodright with Timeless on top of it.
Yeah, AC for the Slardar as well. I mean, the advantages just keep on piling up.
This game is starting to feel as out of reach as Game 2 was for XG.
It's starting to. I mean, for me, it's felt that way for like a solid 10, 15 minutes. Just felt like Falcons were in this position where they couldn't actually play active. They couldn't go for kills. And Xtreme were just building up this late game that it feels kind of unstoppable. This much physical damage, this much minus armor.
Need more late game survivability to punch through it. It comes down to the gyro. Like, can gyro take a jump in this game? So
Yes.
far, the answer's been no. He does finish up a brooch. He disassembles it. Once Daedalus here.
The banner down, and Ame starts going to work.
There's the gyro Daedalus. This is some damage for Falcons. I mean, this is a Hail Mary.
It is. They've got to somehow find the initiation, but if they're going to do it without snaking and without a mid lane of barracks. Trying to deal with a banner. Skiter. Oh, man. No good. No buyback available. Requiem just for the fun, just for the hell of it. He's got another one. Why not?
No God Strength, no problem. Just blinks on plays for the attack speed, daring Amar to jump him.
They do manage to get that jump on XM, but there's the Lincolns. Now a refresh. You have to go through another Lincolns. You don't have a roar to do so. XM jumps, hits the back line with the Requiem, runs down crit. Full heal, back up, and this is completely dumpstered. Xtreme Gaming. You thought that was good in game 2. You thought Falcons, they had the advantage, that they made a statement. Well, Xtreme come right back and make a statement of their own.
And you have to wonder what is going through that man's mind right there. Ame, he is now one game away from a title that he has sought for so long, and he has been here 2 times before, right on the precipice.
The back and forth between China and the international teams lasted for 7 years. It's been 7 years since Ame was at that TI8 final. And once again, he is just one game away.
You can just feel it. Like, this team has momentum. I cannot tell you how difficult the road has been to think of what they did yesterday. They had to play another series today. The quick turnaround, going into a BO5 against a very tough team. They have not had the easy road. I'm sure they are fatigued. I'm sure they are tired. But this is a time to push through it and claim that Aegis, because you may never get another chance.
One more game. Can they do it in game 4? Let's head back to the panel.
Oh, match point for Xtreme. It's really getting hot now here in the Barclays Arena. They are so close. Of course, Falcons will have another shot of pushing to that next game. But we're going to find out what they come up with in the next game. But first, we're going to break down this game, because it was a beauty. It was like a combination of both games in one, where we started out fairly slow again first to go.
Yeah, it's kind of like the discipline of the early game, right? You have to concede a little bit of the map, but then take it back when you can. And, I think critically, Ame, right, he loses his early tower on the Sven, but he then just defensively farms. He just chills. He knows what he has to do. He identifies when and, where to enter the game. And I feel like every time we see XG win a game, we're going to be overly praising both Xnova and JinQ on the supports, the SD, the Bane, how much work they did throughout this entire game to ensure that Falcons, anytime they want to enter a fight, Army's fully protected, enabling XM as well. The supports in XG are just incredible.
Yeah, and it's also, I will say it's a little surprising to me that Falcons decided to pick these supports into the SD. I feel like XG had a really good idea coming into this game. You take out the Chen and the Ench, you know that the Pugner is very likely to come out, so you take the SD already as the first pick, and also, building on top SD, SF, Slardar, especially those two with this minus armor. This is not a combo we see too often, so in my opinion, Zhao 8, grand final stage, you bring it out, your boys play it so well, they must be feeling incredible right now.
Yeah, that's a good point, because these kinds of bursty combos make it so hard to play these save supports, like Pugnar, like Ringmaster. Like, you can't save anyone if you're instantly dead. You can't save anyone if they're instantly dead. But to me, this just goes back to the laning stage. In that first game, when they had good lanes, they were able to meet Falcons in a stalemate in that mid game instead of get run over, and eventually find a jump with their superior team fight, with their superior net worth on their carry, take the win. In that game too, they lose the lanes. The map just becomes completely out of control. For XG to win this in the next game, just stabilize the lanes. It worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, but also, I think Malr1ne, he's been a talking point in all 3 games now, right? In game 1, shut out on the Ember Spirit. Game 2, MVP on the Primal Beast. Coming into game 3, he's a Beastmaster. Lane goes well, but he farms backwards. I think Falcons, they need to identify Malr1ne. He needs to play into the map, break open the game. When he's farming or shut out, Falcons look to struggle, and it gives so much time for XG to come online.
I would say he farmed backwards because of how well XM and the Shadow Fiend played. Like, we sang our praises to the support duo of Xtreme Gaming, but XM on the SF, he was like big man on campus those first 10 minutes, played the lane incredibly well, got the rune control, stole stacks, went to that top lane, kind of did the reverse Malr1ne in terms of taking enemy farm and taking the enemy safe lane tower.
It's just good. I mean, sorry, snaking, but it is good to see that he's also 1-9 in this game, right?
He's human.
Yeah, he's human. Like the way he was playing the Enchantress, it was like he's untouchable, literally. It's like, how do you stop this guy? He's played Pugner, he's doing the same thing, but when he goes to that tower, when he goes to the jungle, when he's trying to be that cheeky little devil that, you know, wins him a TI, he's getting shut out this time. Like they're stopping snaking from thriving in this finals.
Yeah, and to me also like standout, you have Jinkyu. He does it so well on this pick, but I will say Falcons, in my opinion, they played into this pick quite a little bit.
It does feel that way. I mean, maybe they're so used to their snowball strat that they don't care too much about counters. I mean, you look at that draft and you think, okay, if they get their lead, they're going to do what they always do, regardless of, you know, Shadow Demon purging the escape back, purging Decryptify, regardless of Sven's burst. They thought that they would get the lead, but it just didn't happen this time.
Yeah, we are going to talk a little bit more about those supports, because the supports obviously is what makes cores do really good, and in this game in particular, XM was doing really good, Effie.
Yes, I just wanted to point out here how well Xnova and XM played together at the start. So here, they're doing a Rune Secure. XM gets the region on the side, but the key here is that Malr1ne actually roars him, which then enables XM on the SF, because he knows Roar is off cooldown, to walk into Malr1ne's triangle and take his stacks. XM taking Malr1ne's stacks here is what really slowed him down. It's what caused him to farm backwards, as T mentioned. Like, you take this away from Malr1ne, and that's like one half of the combo to beat him up. Afterwards, they do a smoke top, and they're going to take that safe lane tower away from the enemy gyrocopter.
Yeah, and this is really important for the Falcons draft. Like we've talked about, they care more about what they get themselves as opposed to countering you. Because picking Gyro, in my, like I would not be calling for a Gyro cutter, but if this is what my team needs from me, if this is what we want the tempo, we want to do this. Because if you fall flat or you go even, and XM made this happen in the game, it is an incredibly hard carry to carry, or even, you know, carry to minus armor strat matchup. I would not want to be in his shoes.
Just look how proactive though. In all these clips, is XG leading the charge, going first, right? The supports, like Effie mentioned, they're the ones diving behind the tower, enabling XM. Then because they've enabled XM, he can then go top. Like all of these things compound to XG feeling like they've accelerated their entry into the game. Like we mentioned, they need items. You play early game like that, the items are going to be coming to you very quickly.
Yeah, and then everything is set up perfectly for the carry Ame to come in and just steal the show.
Yeah, just like that. And I wanted to do a head-to-head between the Sven and the Gyrocopter, right? Because picking Gyro into Slardar, into Sven, right? Big counters to your hero, bursting you, forcing you to go butterfly. You're expecting there to be some aggression or some logic behind it, right? But for Skiter, his lane was good, but when you look at the 18-minute mark in the game, he hasn't really entered the game with that big damage or anything like that. Like, sure, Gyrocopter can be a greedy carry, but he also can play the twin gate. He can actively go towards the early tier 1 towers with the cooldown and enable his team. Maybe play with the Pangleer, but he didn't do that at all, right? He took bot tower and then just farmed. And then in a farm battle, I just don't think Gyro is the correct carry to win a farm battle against the likes of Ame, because look at the net worth difference. It was, you know, night and day.
It's also like if you look at the hero damage, Gyro thrives off of aggression, doing stuff on the map, going through the gate, killing some heroes, but he had 3k hero damage at minute 20. That's not what you want to have. This is not how Gyro wins games. And as he said, the farm battle against Sven, yeah, you're going to take the L there too.
Yeah, and we now mostly shown skirmishes, because to be fair, it was mostly skirmishes until the Roche fight, Kezu.
Yeah, because this is, in my mind, one of the things that XG also do the best. Like, they bait you in, they like make you, you know, like really whittle around how you're going to make it happen. So here, it's very important. We're going to keep our eyes at the start on XXS and XM2, because the Requiem, maybe it looks a bit weird, but you have to imagine this fear right now. It pushes everyone back. Now, let's let the fight play out, because Malr1ne, he actually roars up Ame here. And Ame only lives with, what, like 40% HP? Disruption, he gets saved, he turns it around. But without these other things beforehand, XXS going in to cause chaos, XM with the Requiem to fear people away. Ame would not live with 200 HP here and whack everyone into the ground. He would be dying. But instead, positioning, spell casting, he gets to turn it around. Team fight over, Amar wants to quit, free Roche.
The positioning there from XG, they have the high ground, right? They're big time chilling around. I think that's what Amar realized after the fight. It's like, what are we doing here? We're a low ground team trying to fight high ground into these heroes. We don't even know where Bane and SD are. And instantly, I think hindsight kicked in for Amar there, where it's like, that's not the fight for Falcons to take.
Yeah,
so, go for it.
Another standout thing was if you looked at the net worth graph during that fight, Gyro was 5k below this one, and they took the fight anyway. It was tough.
It was a tough game for Falcons. Previous time they had a tough game. They did come back swinging. We're going to see if they can do that too soon. But first, we are going to check out what Slax is up to in the crowd.
Hey, everybody, we are back in the crowd once more. Crowd, we still awake after that? All right, they're still here. but a somber tone here as we have a lot of Falcons fans. But don't worry, my friends in Falcons who are sitting right behind the stage right now listening to this piece, because I will find some fans to cheer you up and get you motivated. Do you like Falcons?
Dude, I saw at TI5. I saw him win. I want to see him again, but you got to take it on the summit, which it's not easy to win in the TI finals.
This is not motivating. You don't say it's not easy to. We're supposed to be motivated. You can do it. Let's get some noise. All right. I need to find a new Falcons fan. Give us something. Come on, they're listening.
Just get better saves. They got the good ones, but they got. It's not easy.
They do not need your fights. They don't need advice. They need hype. You're not the coach. This guy won 2 TIs. All right, I'm moving on. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Falcons fans. Anyone a Falcon fan here? Oh, okay. He's standing up. This is an official broadcast here. Any words for Falcons? Can you hype them up?
Hype them up. Okay. Snaking, love your zoo, love your healing, amazing. Skiter, please, no nature's prophet out of position.
Okay, that's flaming. That's not what we call hyping people up. You need to give them motivation to win.
Okay, you guys got the experience. You're amazing, amazing draft, good team fights. You guys got this.
Okay, that I will accept. Thank you very much, my friend. You a Falcons fan as well? Thank you. Thank you for the light applause on that one. I appreciate it. That guy right there applauding. You were the only one. I appreciate you back there. All right, advice. Please hype these guys up. They need it.
First of all, go Falcons! But we must not...
Great start, that's what I'm talking about.
But let's admit, the situation is dire. We are losing.
You are losing me, you did, okay, please.
We need one touch. We need Amar's positive mental attitude. So do some out chat, hit enemy in the morale, and win the fucking game.
Yeah! Okay, I like that. Like Goku in the Dragon Balls, we need to put together all of our positive energy and send it to Amar so that he can factory that up and turn it into toxicity. That is a good idea. How about you? You said you were a Falcons fan, correct?
Yes, yeah, of course.
All right, this is it. This is the last chance that Falcons has, and this is the last chance this crowd has to not cringe, all right? This is all on you. Ladies and gentlemen, what's your name?
I think they should pick heroes for Malr1ne. He need to play a game, and I believe in him. He can do this, and Amar to play.
Yeah. The question was, what's your name? But I'll take that, fantastic! Give it around! I like that, all right. One more, does anyone else a Falcons fan? Do we have a rousing speech? From the back, the person in green coming down. Hello, what's your name?
My name is Laura.
All right, that's a good step one. Fantastic. Okay. You have to hype these guys up. Please. I'm going to do something I never do. I trust you. I'm going to give you the mic. But if you betray me, I will snatch that mic out of your hand so fast. Give it to us, please. They are listening right there. Owie 2000, I saw him. He's in tears. He doesn't know what to do. This is up to you. Take it away.
Thanks. Guys, can I hear it from Falcon? Woo! You can do it, guys. I believe in you, no matter what. You're the best.
That I will tell you, well done. They are motivated. If we don't see another game win from Falcons, I don't know what to do. Thank you so much, crowd. Can we please put our hands together for both of these incredible teams one more time?
That was a good speech, that is for sure. Let's see if Falcons indeed will strike back and push us to a 5th game of this grand finals. Now, with this in mind, we did see them come back after that first game. Effie, what do they need to do this time around? Because last time when they came back from a game, we saw them setting a high tempo and crushing those lanes. And we now know that for Xtreme, all they need to do is stabilize the lanes. How's Falcons going to stop that?
I think for Falcons, they took 2nd pick in that last game, right? But then they used their overall last pick to pick Gyro into Sven. Maybe a little bit more respect towards Xtreme Gaming and their late game. Give something to Skiter that will actually do well throughout the entire game, regardless of how that early game goes. You know, some security.
I think there's a couple things you could do, depending also on the pick priority. You could switch it up, go first pick yourself, just to, well, put yourself in a different position, right? You're down 1 and 2. I would say it benefits Falcons a little bit more to make a switch up. Another hero I'm looking at, Sven has won, I believe, now 2 out of the 3 games, has looked incredibly strong. So just try to keep it simple, and the worst thing they could do right now is overthink. But luckily for them, you know, they have AY. He's been here before. He's going to make sure that they're, you know, chill and in the right zone. Because just go in, we got to play.
And if they do end up taking second pick again, maybe save it for a Mars hero. Like, get that surprise factor in, because again, saving second pick to give to Skiter in a losing matchup, that wasn't the correct choice, but I'm sure they've identified that.
I would imagine so. We did hear AY on stage just before the game started that they chose and opted for a second pick because we did have the same pick order 3 games in a row, which is kind of unusual, but it fell that way because Falcons identified that Xtreme Gaming had a lot of success as second pick, and they wanted to take that away, T-Gov.
Yeah, it feels like coming into this 4th game, I'm expecting to see a shift, right? If Falcons have the choice, then maybe they go to first pick, right? Want to change up the pace. Because I think Zhao shown, that the bans are really good now, right? The Chen, Monkey, Ench ban when XG are first pick feels like they've not broken Falcons, but it simplifies the draft for XG where they aren't under that pressure. Knowing that you aren't going to have this issue of the little honest zoo running at you, I think is a really critical thing. But to highlight the 3 drafts that we've seen so far, I've said it before, but I think Malr1ne needs to be very aggressive, right? Ember is a hero that can be aggressive, but will shut down. Beastmaster needs to farm the jungle, has his stats contested, but naturally also wants to farm jungle, so doesn't really break open the game. So I'm hoping for Falcon's sake that they can find a hero for Malr1ne that wants to just explore the map, play into the game, because snaking can't do it, because those supports are getting banned out.
Yeah, and it's also like their supports are so important for them on Falcons. Like you have snaking, you have crit. It's a different reason also why I would like first pick for them. Like force Xtreme to also ban your heroes. So you want to get your hands on the snaking Chen, on the snaking Ench, to maybe get the Malr1ne Sanking and also this Monkey King. Like there's only so few heroes they can ban. Do something new for you, because skill-wise, these teams are very evenly matched.
Yeah, I will say also, we're coming into territory where it is a best of 5, and teams generally do not play a lot of best of 5. So the meta evolvement that we're seeing within this series, it is extra important and extra interesting to look at as well. And I will say that when it does come to experience in grand finals, now we do know the experience of grand finals at TI, but this year in particular, Falcons has had quite a few grand finals. Xtreme Gaming has not sat in a grand final this entire season, team.
It's still why it's so shocking that when I mean, maybe not shocking, but that's why, you know, this tie is so magical, right? For a team like XG to not even be talked about coming into TI as a favorite, right? I think you look at the predictions, no one predicted them to be a 4-0 team. It was, you know, not their year at all, but when they turn up to TI, they surprise everyone.
And it's like I'm just trying to pay attention also to like the players, to like try to like read a bit between the lines.
Yeah.
I think, and I know also because I've been around Aoi before, he's very good in like these type of moments. He knows what he has to say, he knows what needs to happen, because the thing is, if you don't get your hands on the first pick that you want, like you need to be aware for every scenario. Like if we change up to do this, you already know that Xtreme, Zhao, he's talking about and thinking about what are they going to change, how are we going to be ready for those scenarios. So for both teams, like critical and clean thinking is really important right now.
Yeah, each of these teams have adjusted very well and shown that they adjust quickly. An adjustment that I really liked that Xtreme Gaming made last game was their support duo. In the first 2 games, they run the ET plus Hoodwink support duo, you know, an aggressive pair. And what ended up happening was in the second game, that Primal Beast ran them over. What did they do in the game 3? They got 2 enabling save type of support duos, one with a BKB piercing disable, anti-Primal Beast heroes, anti-Sand King heroes. These heroes, Bane plus Shadow Demon, they stop the way that Malr1ne's hero pool wants to play that first 15 minutes.
We also do know that Malr1ne has a massive hero pool, though. He doesn't have to stick in the trends that he has been playing this tournament. Surely his arsenal, Kezu, is larger than that.
No, absolutely, but I think it's a very good and very fair point, because I was looking at the SD more looking at like snaking with like, you know, he's gonna pick Pugna, you're gonna be very good against it. But when we think about the other heroes that Falcons like to play and have shown us, Primal Beast is definitely up there. You had SD Bane against this, makes it very hard. But it's not just that, there's a Pangolier too. Pangolier does not enjoy Bane at all. It is one of like the worst support matchups. So this is absolute something else to take into account. So for Malr1ne, he has to think, okay, what are other heroes that I can pick into this that make it very annoying? So maybe he wants to look for something more elusive, like a Puck himself or a Void Spirit, get in the back line. I'm not quite sure where he's at right now in terms of like his thinking.
I mean, that's going to be the pressure though, right? Going into game 4, XG being 1 win away from, you know, securing their Aegis, finally for Army. These are the questions that I think between ATF and Aoi, they're going to have to, you know, try and find common ground on, right? Aoi has been saying that ATF has got a lot more maturity nowadays. He's really grown to be, you know, a very formidable captain, especially now he's clicking the buttons as well, right? Like, you cannot allow the previous game, him reclining the chair, like that cannot bleed into this next draft, because one mistake, it will be punished.
So how much do we feel like Falcons is going to change things up in that earlier stages of the drafts?
And when they do change things up, it'll be little things, like one small matchup here or there. I think that they truly do believe in their style of play and the heroes that they play. I wouldn't even be surprised if they ran back the Pugna, just not versus a Shadow Demon. Like, they lost that game 1 with Enchantress, they picked her in game 2 anyway. The same thing could happen here, but more respectful of the individual matchups inside of the game.
I mean, something else I can see too, because this is, we talk about this a lot. Malr1ne is very important for this team, as of course is everyone else, but they play through his tempo and they play through his lane. So looking to maybe secure his pick later, and I think Effie made a very good point about last picking skiter. I don't think it's like the S tier thing you can do with your Falcons. He's gonna do his laning stuff, they're gonna play through him, but you can take his hero early on in the draft as well.
It's also that thing where you can kind of bait XG to go for the saving supports, and then Snaking just suddenly plays like a silencer or something, right? Like you can draft a way to take away the fight, but again, for Malr1ne, he's not getting access to his Sand Kings, his Shakers. Primal done really well in 2 games ago, but not really opted this time around.
And it is also like important to know that for like in the incoming games, like even if Falcons are to win this game, I think that the pick order, and not just that, but also like the mindset that you go into these games with, is like incredibly important, because of course the gameplay matters more than anything else, but it comes from your emotion, it comes from how you feel. Do you trust each other? Is there any disbelief? Do you feel like you're getting outplayed even though the game is even? Things like this cannot be in your head.
Yeah, and if the game is going to be even, it means we should be having an even draft on our hands. But let's see if that is the case. It is time for the draft of this 4th game.
Team Falcons versus Xtreme Gaming. Grand Finals. Game 4.
I'll repeat myself, it's match point for Xtreme Gaming, 1 game away from claiming the ages here in Hamburg. Let's see if they can get off to a good start with the draft here in this 4th game. We got Xtreme this time on the Dire side, Falcons on the Radiant side, and it is, once more, Xtreme Gaming with 1st pick, Falcons with overall last pick. And in terms of bans, so far, nothing changed.
Yeah, we've got the same, and I believe that it's XG who have priority. I believe that, like, this, the game, it begins outside of the game. They had choice, they take 1st pick, they know Falcons want to swap something up. I don't really see XG changing much, and I believe that Falcons didn't change anything either, even with their last 2 bans.
Correct. That is the same. It's also, okay, we're just running it back. Yeah. That's what's happening.
It's the same draft as of yet, but that's where it really shows that both Aoi and Xiao, they identified that, obviously, their strengths from the previous draft. And I think for Aoi, it's like one key hero change, and it can all change. Like the Silencer, for example, I just mentioned. If you have disruptions and saves and all this early skirmish, you cannot do it into a global. So maybe that could be an option later down the line, at least.
I mean, the only problem, because I like Silencer too, but the hero seems to have like fallen off for some people. I don't know exactly like what the reason is. Other 5s are perhaps stronger. There it is, right on cue, brother. Gets his Sand King.
So, of course, they opted for the Pangolin last game in the hope to find SD. This time around, it's Sand King, it's explosive damage. It's going to be good, but you have to respect Disruption can fully break apart a Sand King's jump. So another way to find the SD would be quite nice, unless you're always jumping SD with the Sand King.
XG will be very happy to run back the same support duo of Bane plus Shadow Demon. It looks fine for them, but I wonder if Falcons are going to respect the SF that came out last game, because on paper versus Sand King, it should do the same thing, if not harder. It can win the lane, if not harder, than versus a Beastmaster, and go into a triangle contest stacks.
There's also something interesting, like there's a high chance that Falcons, like the reason why they perhaps would not want to go for Pangoli here is that they feel like they just cannot squeeze in a Bane ban. Like they're not allowed to. In the 1st phase you can't. In the 2nd phase they only have 1, so it's like, okay, maybe we want to play this hero, but it's honestly too annoying against what XG are going to propose to us.
And also, the game is very open, right, with Sand King. From the mid lane, you take stacks, you get Blink Dagger. Malr1ne's very independent. In hard lanes, good lanes, he doesn't really need that much help other than crit making the stacks. So now they don't have to focus entirely on mid. They can really, hammer home that aggression on the side lanes.
But that's where it matters, right? Then they don't want to give XM a favorable matchup versus a Sand King so that they can just leave Malr1ne alone. They don't want to have to input more resources into him.
Yeah, we got the Pango banned out. It took a little while to think about it. It was, of course, the first change for Xtreme Gaming, who banned out the Sand King in the 2nd phase last time around. Now they ban out the Pango that Falcons went for instead of the Sand King in that previous game. At this point, it was Falcons removing the Ursa, but they let that in. Respect that Bane.
It's respect on both sides, right? The fact that XG still banned the Pangolier, right? They know what the hero can do against their playstyle, and then Falcons, Did they want to use the one ban on the Bane? Yes, they did in the end. They know how much Xnova's doing on it. But with the Leshrac pickup, oh, this is just damage.
This is very, very strong. Like, Lesh alone, already we've talked about it so many times. XM Lesh is an absolute menace. You have an SD that's going to buff him up, maybe give him even more HP. You have a disruption save as well, and you continue to play forward. He clears your stacks. You're going to be incredibly heavy. If you're Falcons, you have to answer these heroes.
By the way, that was Malr1ne's sister in the crowd just now, and she looks so nervous for him, but he doesn't seem that nervous.
I mean, you kind of have to be nervous. Like, even like I'm nervous watching them.
And of course, the classic ET, right? We've seen the combination with the Lesh and the ET. We've seen Purge segments on it. Very, very strong combination.
So how are you going to break it if you're Falcons?
I think Falcons are pretty happy to get their Sand King plus their Hoodwink anyway. They win almost every game on this duo of heroes. They just need to make sure that they're targeting this Shadow Demon first. In the last game with the SD plus Bane, you couldn't go on one support because the other would save them. This time around, there's only one save support. If you can focus your attention as a Sand King on the Shadow Demon, just burst him with that Sharpshooter, you're doing fine.
So you also need to make sure Falcons have ways to itemize defensively very quick. Don't allow the burst potential of XG to shine. And that's where the Tusk, I think, comes into a big part here, where with the snowball saves, it can do so much work. And I'll be interested to know, will Tusk actually maybe even go for the drinking buddies just to get the repositioning to save heroes? We don't see it often, but again, Arme running back to Sven to punish the gyro.
Yeah, his Sven is so damn good. Like, okay, so Falcons make the switch up where you get the Tusk with the gyro. They might think, okay, we had the Pugna with the gyro, it wasn't good enough. SD, he can suffer in lane, so you pick the more aggressive support. Okay, like, I can definitely get behind this. The problem is, Sven has looked incredible, and gyro doesn't really man-fight you. Even if you get jumped, we have a similar situation. You might get disruption, you're gonna pop your BKB, you turn around, you slam your sword, and you're very likely to kill a couple of heroes.
Falcons need to make sure that their aggression is directed to breaking Leshrac to then go find the Sven. What happened in the last game was they were so busy reacting to all the aggression, Arme had complete access to the jungle, complete free farm. So Falcons, they have the tools to take the fight, but they can't waste time at this like Leshrac, who's going to have a target on his back and try and bait Falcons away from what Arme is doing in the jungle.
It's also annoying for Falcons. Slaughter is a hero that you would like on your hands potentially against the Sven, but they pick out of phase. They've shown it to you in the game just now, so you also have to ban it.
They're just banning all of his stun heroes on XXS. They don't want to give him an easy blink initiator. Like, outside of his Centaur, plus his Shaker, plus his Mars, he's been playing Slardar and Axe. Axe still exists, but a lot less popular. If you're playing Axe into Leshrac, that's really tough.
But Gyrocopter doesn't really break the lanes of an offlaner, so then Dawnbreaker, a hero that we kind of lost favor in, could come back here. You have the Solar Guardian, if Arme jumps in and Leshrac jumps in, now you have a core enabling the other two rather than always relying on the supports. Supports positioning in this game can be scary, with Tusk jump, Hoodwink catching you or stanking, so I like the fact that a core could maybe take over the defensive capabilities in amping up the fight.
I'm with you on that point. The issue is, Xtreme Gaming looked so good last game because they had like that short cooldown blink initiation from XXS.
Yep.
You go for Dawnbreaker, suddenly you're playing on longer cooldowns. You don't have that same means to go in and out of a fight.
I mean, I'd love to see a Batrider, but the lane into Tusk Gyrocopter is, ooh, that could be scary.
I think that Batrider is actually playable. I mean, one of the reasons why I like it is that Batrider, like, they're playing a lot of snowball save at the moment from Falcons. You cannot snowball save a Batrider, and any 1+1 kill combo is available.
And actually, I take it back, it can be played because of the Shadow Demon. When the Tusk Gyro want to go aggressive, you get one disrupt on either of those heroes, you're going to survive and reset the lane. So because of Shadow Demon, I actually think, yeah, maybe the Batrider is playable.
I mean, other than that, the more likely archetype of what they're aiming for most often is like the strength guy. It's gonna give you team fight, goes in first. The thing is that like 8 to 9 of those heroes have been taken out.
And Lycan is still in the pool.
Yeah, I would maybe like it a bit more if the Tusk was something different. I could see some pressure.
I mean, for Xtreme.
Yeah, it's very good with Sven, not gonna lie. Like, if you get towards the later stage, it's really cool.
We love Magnus on the main stage.
My guy's pointing. He forgot to ban it some years ago, but now he's picking it. He knows what he's doing.
He's got beef with this hero.
It's the long play.
This is a grudge pick.
This is a grand finals hero if I've ever seen one. We talked about XXS doing that blink initiation for his team, that low cooldown, those skewer backs. This is going to be key. They didn't want to give him big cooldowns. They're going for the big plays here on the main stage.
I don't think they've even played it so far at this TI, so yeah, to to kind of bring that out in a potential tournament-winning game?
I mean, the pressure is on Amar. He is the one pressing the buttons. This is his pick. And I think he's got a lot of weight and pressure on his shoulders.
This is not the Jaru to carry the game. Jaru is a kind of enabling kind of puzzle piece to bring life to other heroes. You are not outscaling the Mag, the Sven, the Leshrat, the ET. You need someone else to step up.
Keep in mind that Sand Kings can still go offlane if they want to set up Malr1ne instead. It is still a flex pick after all.
It's quite hard because you're playing into like BKB disable, like even if you go like for some Quap or Sniper to like win the lane, like they suffer later.
Maybe, yeah, if the Sand King wants to go offlane, run back the Primal, at least have a hero that buys Blade Mail, can cushion the blow of the Leshrat. You keep running into the jungle. Amar then gets...
Oh, it's a bear though.
Oh.
It is the Ursa coming out, a hero that's been banned a lot. And it is Amar playing the Ursa.
Let's go.
Okay.
Not a single soul in this entire arena would have ever gone, you know what? Amar in a potential, losing game to a, is picking offlane Ursa.
Guys, you gotta respect this.
I respect the hustle. My guy's got confidence.
Listen, Ahmad only cares about one thing, okay? He just wants to win lane. He does not give a crap. He's like, give me Ursa. I will beat this Sven in lane. I will not give him the game. I will be in their faces all the time. Who cares about team fighting? Who cares about map control? I'm just here to win the lane against Ame.
It reminds me of the other day where I'm looking at every hero and I'm like, nope, I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you. I don't know if he's going through like the same thing where he's like, okay, if I can't find something, I'm gonna ruin your game. So he's gonna do it to the carry again. I mean, they have to make something magical happen, like early game aggression. It is kind of their script. It looks horrendous and it's weird, but it can work.
Okay.
I'll say, Amar has played some Ursa before. Back in 2023 when he played carry on Nigma Galaxy. One game and he lost, but it doesn't matter. He has that one game of experience. And the thing is, Amar, he plays like the offlane Slark 6-7 months ago. He wants to be annoying, like Effie mentioned. If you can win the lane, sure, he likes to be chaotic. I respect it. He wants to be different. And I think being different in a potential, elimination game, that's what can potentially win it for you.
We talked about how Falcons need to do well in their lanes as kind of like their strategy against Xtreme as a whole. Can this draft do it with the Ursa offlane? It's unusual.
I think it's weird. It's weird as hell, but it can.
It can do it, and I can see them snowballing potentially, but let me tell you, their windows are so tight.
Yeah.
Like, their frame of error are so little. The Gyro's gonna get outscaled by the Sven. They have less team fight than on XG, and the high ground is gonna be really hard versus Magnus. That's the issue. You wanna snowball off of lanes, you're gonna go high ground early.
Sven Magnus on main stage.
The timer started, yeah.
Oh, well, they need to do all these things, and they also need to beat the Ame Sven, which is a tricky one as well. Let's find out what's going to happen in this fourth game. We are maybe crowning a king after this one. It will definitely happen if it was up to this guy. Let's head over to the stage. It's Jao8 with Tsunami.
We'll find out what the idea is right now. Game number 4 time, where things are getting interesting. A last pick Ursa, but it's an offlane Ursa. What do you think Falcon's idea is?
事情变得非常有趣了，对面选了最后一手拍拍熊，而且是3号位拍拍熊。你觉得他们的主意或者思路是什么样呢？
我觉得他们会像7一样的输掉。
I think they will lose like a maggot.
Whoa, strong words! And I also wanted to know about your offlaner. Magnus has a lot of history. How do you think XXS's Magnus compares to a collapse Magnus, perhaps?
我们想问一下，你们这边的3号位，你觉得 XXS 的梦马跟 Collapse 的梦马相比怎么样呢
？XXS 的梦马也是世界一流水平，我们训练也玩过非常多。
XXS, his Magnus is also world's top tier, and we played it a lot in our scrims.
And we're gonna see how good it is in a potential championship game. Hamburg, put your hands together as we get to this game number 4.
Xtreme Gaming had the chance to exercise the demons of their history, to right the wrongs of the past. And in the face of all that gravity, Amar says, screw it, let me carry.
Give me the bear. I'll show you how it's done. From the off lane, the man in his element. I felt like it was XXS having his hero pool challenge It was Falcons saying, how many more cards do you have up your sleeve? And Amar, he got backed into the corner. He had to pull something out. Nobody could have predicted this pick in the world. It is absolutely out from left field. He does have experience on the hero, but man, what a pick to bust out in an elimination game in a TI Grand Final.
Avery, I trust you to give it to me straight.
Yeah.
The panel said it's possible. It's possible. Well, anything's possible in the world of Dota. Is this actually going to happen, or is this just cope? What good is the off-lane Ursa?
It's a hell of an Ursa game.
Okay, break it down for me.
I mean, it's a great Ursa game. You know, he has great core matchups. Not a lot of control against him. Demonic Purge is probably the one spell you're most annoyed by, but it does relieve a lot of that carry pressure that was on the gyro. And it just felt like that gyro pick was not going to get it done. We saw it suffer in the last game. Falcons felt like they needed more scale. They were not going to tempo this game out. This is the pick to do it. All eyes on Amar. How much did you learn during your brief stint as a carry?
How much did he learn? How much did Xtreme learn? Taking the Magnus at match point.
Whew. This hero, man, it always comes back in a TI final. The playmaking is too good. The displacement is too valuable. The potential for the big plays in the team fight is always online. XXS is a Magnus master. I agree with Joey. It's a very underrated hero of his. We often forget about it, but man, it's only going to take a few good skewers in this game to break it open. Terrifying hero to play against when there's everything on the line. And there's not really a good counter to it. If you look at the Falcons lineup, your best interrupt is if you can land one of these stuns, but you know, it's not that Rubik lift. It's not the insta-hex.
No, it's going to have to be a blink, snowball, or punch from Snake King, I think is their best option, or like a quick burrow from Sand King.
But if he has BKB mag, there's almost nothing stopping this game.
Then there's only blink punch, and that feels nigh impossible.
I do like the Tusk pick, though. I think this is a hero that has worked really well for Falcons in the past. Both of their support players are absolute masters on it. It could have gone either way. And it's a hero that gives you that BKB pierce that I think they felt the pressure of lacking in that game 3. You know, when Ame goes in on this Sven, and he is just threatening to chunk you down, what is the interrupt? What happens to stall his BKB duration out and be able to turn those fights around? Tusk is a hero that can give that to you with punch plus the snowball save. It can do a lot here. Ursa can be a hard hero to jump. It's not as straightforward of a Sven game. That said, you always have the Magnus to bail you out if it really comes to it. Another just terrifying scaling lineup from XG. Another game where if you're Falcons, you want to get out ahead. You do not want to fall behind against this lineup at all.
No, certainly not. Feels like a lot of pressure. Like, sure, a lot of attention on Amar doing this secondary carry and offlane Ursa. But doesn't this just put a lot of weight on Malr1ne's shoulders? He has to take the burden of all of the initiation and all of the early and mid game for Falcons.
Does have his Sand King to do it, though. I think this has been his most explosive hero relative to the rest of the pack. He has really stood out on the Sand King here. He will get it in this pivotal game 4. And they went for it over that Beastmaster into the Shadow Demon, which I think was the right call. I think playing the Roars into the late game against the Disruption just felt terrible for him. This time around, he's a lot more AoE damage, way harder for Xinqiu to go in and stall up his presence in the middle of the team fight. He can still scale like a beast.
Burrow striking away, but XM still gets a good amount of Diabolic Edict damage on this Sand King. And it's going to be one of the struggles. Malr1ne won't be able to just exist inside of Sandstorm. He will be outdone by the damage over time from the Leshrac.
So Falcons get their Hoodwink Sand King combo. This is a combo we've seen them abuse before. With the amp damage from the Boomerang into the Sand King damage, Sharpshooter on top, that's enough to take anybody out.
Disruption in the bottom lane, being run down by the Gyrocopter. Shockwave trying to separate the two of them, but Xinqiu is slowed down by the Blood Grenade, and the first blood will be taken by Skiter. In turn, he's skewered back into the tower, but XXS not enough to finish him off. And just now noticing that Snake King opted for drinking buddies over the tag team.
This is their combo with the gyro, right? Drinking buddies him up, let the flak cannon go to work. Really nice damage buff for this hero. They have really strong combinations in this game, plus an Ursa. I'll let you decide what that's worth. Just had to throw that out there at least once.
We'll love to see the combination with that Ursa and how it happens. Epicenter being used. XM didn't expect this little bit.
No way.
No. He's stuck inside the sandstorm. There's no way he survives a blood grenade just in case they finish him off.
Nice pickup from Malr1ne. Getting aggressive, had the level advantage, hit the level 6 first off some nice laning. Takes it straight to the Leshrac with a timely rotation from Crit. Probably called it over. And now Crit, he can go straight into the double stack with the Ancients, defend it against Nova, look back towards lane, and then look into that Wisdom Shrine. Very nice sequence for him. This Sand King is going to be fat. And this laning phase turning once more towards Falcons. This series has just been back and forth, both in the draft and in the first 10 minutes. It's been super pivotal for what Falcons want to do here with their lineups. They're winning this one across the board. Triple lane win for them. Gotta be happy about that.
And got some Ancient stacks, and the fact that they got that kill at the time that they did, it meant the Leshrac wasn't there to contest for the Power Rune. The Power Rune means that Malr1ne can either very efficiently clear out these Ancients, or he can hold on to it and make another move on that Leshrac.
You take Ancients, give the mid lane to the Hoodwink. XM's not going to be able to kick Crit out of here solo. Just super efficient early game here for Falcons. And you have a safe lane that's not easy to contest. Like, we saw the Gyro getting forced out of the lane in the game previous because that starter had such a good matchup. The Mag is not going to do something similar here, especially when you have Tusk with early drinking buddies to back him up. These are cores for Falcons that are going to stand on these lanes, and they're going to stand on them for a long time. If you're XG, you're going to get forced into the jungle. You need to look towards the stacking efficiency here. It's going to be a defensive game from them.
Everywhere you look, Falcons max efficiency. Malr1ne's going to join them here in the bottom lane. Goes after the Shadow Demon. They've got him. Burrow Strike underneath the Sandstorm. He'll try and disrupt. He can't even get that much off. Malr1ne does too much damage. He didn't even pop the amp damage. He'll use it now to put pressure on this off-lane tower, knowing that the Magnus is not ready to contest.
That's super nice. Not normally a tower you want to prioritize early, but against the Magnus lineup, you open up both these Ancient camps. Or both these side camps and the Ancient camp. It's going to feel great.
Make a run for it, Crit. He slowed down a little bit. Malr challenging XM. With this early level 6, he can stand up to the damage of the Diabolic Edict. Crit, though, he tried to make his way, weave his way through those trees. Too many heroes from Xtreme Gaming up here, though.
I think you just let Malr exist up here. Like, you have to expect XG are going to bring some numbers up here a couple times. Try and punish this offlane Ursa, but it's also not the best hero for you to play through if you're Falcons.
With that Enrage on cooldown, Xtreme have to punish him. He comes forward to try and collect some CS. That is greedy.
Need another
Will
poison.
he pay the price for it? One more poison should do it. He managed to juke that one.
Can't juke this one.
Shin-Q, he gets a little bit. No, he jukes it. He gets down to the low ground. Dodges the stomp. Now he dodged another poison. He is breaking ankles left and right. Xtreme will go home empty-handed.
So much time wasted up here. So much God Strength time wasted. And Malr1ne just soaking it all up, putting more tower pressure. That tier 1 bottom fell. He's now putting damage into this tier 1 mid. This is not a lineup you would have expected to be taking tier 1s this fast in this game, but they've just forced heroes off the lane. And now the rotation's coming through. Skiter TPing into mid with this Gyro, wants to secure the objective.
Yeah, Malr1ne backed him up in taking the offlane tower, and Skiter will return the favor to Malr1ne.
And XG, they're just stacking jungle. But this is a jungle that might go straight into the Sand King if you can't defend your own side of the map.
Yeah, you have two different stack clears between the Sand King and the Gyrocopter.
Imagine Falcons get in here right now. This is the recovery for XM. I mean, he's just trying to clear through this so it doesn't get stolen. He's just low mana.
Malr1ne so close to a Blink Dagger. Once he gets that. Xnova, I think he made the read there. Snake King taking down the tree for a more optimal ward, but probably gives a sign to Xnova to what's going on here.
They do clear through most of the stacks for the Lesh.
And now they're hunting for Ame, but Ame's already backed out.
This Sand King already has Blink, 20 gold. Another deep ward place. This is all to set Malr1ne up around the map, let him control the plays. Every jump from this Sand King with support follow-up should be a kill. Battle Fury Ursa. I was wondering if we were going to see maybe some fighting build. You know, there used to be like diffusal builds of the past or something, but
yeah.
No, I'm just going to carry this game. Don't worry, Skiter. I'll put you in my backpack.
It's just so Amar. XXS chased after, missile, and a snowball, and now the ultimate over the top. Double ultimates to secure the kill.
Beautiful connection there. This is why I like the Tusk for them so much. I almost think they forgot about this hero for a little bit. They're like, oh yeah, We're super good with this hero. We have some of the best Tusk players in the world, and it'll give us a lot of more scaling comfortability. Nice combinations with our cores, great catch around the map. This hero gives you everything as long as you can get it through the lane, and they did just that.
Similar play, Malr1ne has been hiding his Blink Dagger for about a minute here. Finally picks it up as Crit is ready to smoke him to a part of the map that Xtreme Gaming are inhabiting.
This game is just flowing for Falcons right now. You can feel it. Everything is just coming together. And they have an Ursa. Smoke. Smoke is coming. Two-man team looking for Ame up here.
Malr1ne, he knows.
They are going to go
Crit had to go back to pick up Amar in this smoke, but Malr1ne, he's got the vision. And in Mame, there's no way out on this one. The kill will be taken by Crit. But it doesn't matter who takes the kill, who gets the bounty for that. The important part, shutting down Xtreme Gaming's carry.
It looks like XXS was debating, can I go the Helm? Do I need to rush the Blink before I even go Helm with Dominator on this mag? I think he would have really liked to just get Helm and start farming up. If this game were a slower pace, that might have been the play. Now he's just considering I need a Blink and we need to go do something.
I agree with this. Things are escalating far too quickly. You have the Blink Dagger on the Leshrac. You can get the Blink Dagger on the mag. You can actually push back against some of Falcon's aggression.
They're looking to do just that. Gank the Snake King Tusk mid with the fresh Blink Dagger.
Tagged him with the poison.
Hesitant to go.
It's just a fine position, guys.
They're going to smoke instead. Look for a bigger target. They want to core off this.
Well, I'm not sure if they're going to find one. Crit is in prime placement here to break that smoke. Xtreme Gaming have actually just pinged on him. Shinkiwi's not even going to get in range. They miss out on that. And Amar is backing away. This is going to be a smoke entirely whiffed.
Just awkward timing too, because your Magnus Blink just arrived. So you're trying to make a small play with the Sledge, but you do commit the smoke to it. And now XXS sitting here like, guys, I rushed the Blink. Time to make a play.
Yeah, play around me.
You just don't have much map control, and we saw the stacks being cleared through by the Sand King. I mean, the stack differential in this game must be insane. How much that triangle was built up for the Sand King here. He gets an Arcane Rune on top of it.
Well, Malr1ne has already secured the early game for Falcons, so he can think about his own scale, which we've seen these Sand Kings. They just get stronger and stronger as the game goes through. This Aghanim Scepter allows this hero to do so much more in the late game than he used to. A lot of times, strongest period being that level 12, level 2 Epicenter plus Aghanim Scepter. That's what he's working towards. Falcons taking full advantage of the fact that they own a good 60 to 70% of the map. Playing behind Skiter and playing for that 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. Xtreme, if they want to be able to contest this, it's going to have to be XXS pulling out a sick play. He's got the distance. He can maybe pull them into that tier 2 tower area.
Got to scout with the ET Spirit here. Gain some sort of vision advantage. Scan lands, they know they're there.
Malr1ne, he blinks backwards. Skiter, he's the one to play on the front lines. Gets a little vision. Spots XM. XM, he's in danger of being blown up right away, but holds the jar counter. He's pulled back with there. TRP lands a 3-man. A skewer to finish off one, but the damage is not done yet. Malr1ne fighting underneath the sandstorm, and Ame behind the shards can't get to his allies.
He's blocked off.
He is blocked off, and now Falcons start making their retreat. Nova desperately with the stomp. He gets two. Ame, here comes the hammer. Malr1ne, he makes the bro strike away. Malr1ne's out. They'll try and get Snake King, but a shards to block him off again. Ame, he tried to show up for his team, but the path was blocked.
6 shards from Snake King there, salvaging that engagement. As Sven gets in there, you are all done.
And Amar is absolutely right. That was a 4 versus 5 fight. I wasn't sure. At first he was talking about the Sven, but no, he's talking about himself.
I was just about to say the same thing. That was a fight without the Ursa there. That's the fight you're supposed to win. You landed a massive RP. The only downside of that is he skewered him out of the Earth Splitter. He was trying to get him closer to Ame, but you ended up dodging the Earth Splitter's damage, and then pushing them next to Ame didn't pay off because he got stuck behind the shards.
I also think in that situation, you cannot afford the Leshrac to be the one to jump first. He does the most damage, and he rushed a Blink Dagger. He is not tanky at all.
He just sacrificed himself on the front line to try and get the clump, which he did do. I don't think that's a terrible recipe for the team fight. They just couldn't clean it up. And Amar laughing all the way to the bank. He just gets the free farm the whole time. Well done, team. learning what skiter feels like every game.
It kind of is. 5,000 net worth lead, 7-2 to the favor of Falcons. Another 1,300 gold for that Aghanim Scepter for Malr1ne. Another 1,200 for Skiter to get his own Aghanim Scepter.
This Ursa's forcing heroes off the map solo, man.
Yeah, just existing in this part of the map is limiting Xtreme's ability to farm. And soon he's going to have a Blink Dagger and be able to join his team if he chooses to do so.
XG as always, though, will keep farming. This team, pretty hard to force them behind unless you just completely route them off the map. They'll always find something. You have a lot of cleave mechanics to go to work, so got to keep Honey here with this Sand King. Keep putting Malr1ne's strength to use. Combine it with the supports. Look for the big key pickoffs. You lost some vision off of that fight. As usual, Xnova on point with the D-warding.
I like that Falcons went back to D-ward that high ground. Clearly in that team fight, Xtreme Gaming played around a high ground ward. They take that off the map and just make it a little bit more claustrophobic for Xtreme, who are currently huddled around each other in the mid lane.
For good reason. This gank coming through bottom would have landed if you're farming around in this area.
But then what about the top lane? You can't just let a solo Ursa continue to bully you.
It's a nice Ursa game.
It's a nice Ursa game.
Very nice Ursa game. Not a lot in XG's lineup that wants to run at him for a very long time. And in fact, this is the flip side of that matchup we saw earlier, where it was the Ame Ursa against the Sven, right? He absolutely took it to Skiter in that matchup. Falcons now reversing the script.
Well, at this point, it feels like Xtreme are just going to forfeit Roshan. They're going to forfeit Tormentors. I mean, if you're not playing anywhere close to the river, it just kind of guarantees that Ursa's going to be able to take all these objectives for Falcons. Xtreme, are they just already ramping up for the high ground defense in late game?
No, you can't give up that much in this game. They almost died on this ward down here. Oh, they're going back in. I don't know if this is where you want to be right now.
Xnova sacrificing his life to get some information, and it will be his life, without a doubt.
Better him than a core.
That is true.
But you are continuing to give more momentum to the Sand King and make those objectives harder to contest whenever Amar feels the time has come.
How many more Helma Doms does Xtreme need at this point to be able to rat the map?
Only have the one for now.
The
We'll go a long way.
Amar and Malr1ne. Just checking out the top part of the map, seeing if anybody's here, anybody's farming up the Ancients. They are limiting control.
It feels like XG want to make a move with Ame's Blink. I mean, you can fight if you bring the Sven into the play and he's part of your initiation, but it's a very risky move for Ame.
Yeah,
if that goes wrong, his game just gets thrown down the drain. And it's going to be an instant Roshan or whatever from this bear if that fight is a disaster.
Oh, certainly. Without a BKB, there's a lot of magic damage in these team fights from Falcons. It pretty much means that you have to get a sick initiation if you're Xtreme, if you are going to take this fight.
Especially with Ags done on the Sand King. Malr1ne's timing perfect here. Just as XG thinking about gearing up for a move, the counter punch arrives, and it's a big one.
Malr1ne plays off the disruption. And Jinkyu and a Helma Dom creep will die.
I think he was disrupting to send his illusions out to scout. They saw him on the ward.
Yeah.
It's a self-setup right there. Malr1ne says, thank you very much. That's the kill we needed, straight into the Roche pit.
Yeah, it wasn't going to really take much, that's for sure.
Now, the real question is who takes this Aegis? Carry one or carry two?
It's time to determine who the true carry of Falcons is, and it's Amar.
He asserts dominance here. I think he is the better Aegis carrier.
You know what's funny? On the road to TI, I asked Amar, said, should I put you or Skiter for my core in fantasy? And he said, if you get good stats for farm, take me. That's coming true. Man had a plan. Said Skeeter's going to be the one making space for me, and it's happening in this Game 4 of a TI Grand Finals.
I mean, space is one thing, but he's also top net worth on this gyro. Like, both these guys are getting a lot right now. And this Drinking Buddy's Tusk is still likely going to go into the gyro. There's a lot of problems for XG to solve in this game. This is not the same gyrocopter trajectory we saw in the previous match. He's going to have a lot better time in the fights. He has better matchups. He has more survivability. This will be a 5-man smoke move from XG. This has to land. I mean, this is a massive committal. You're down 12K at 21 minutes. If you whiff here, it's going to be a long road to come back.
Oh my God. Skeeter, he's backed away. It's looking like they're not going to get, I mean, they can maybe, with the position, take the safe lane tower, but a safe lane tower at 21 minutes?
Doesn't feel great.
No, not at all. I did kind of like the timing of that. Was interesting. It was right as Wisdom Shrine was going to spawn at 21, which Malr1ne, he went for, so he was nowhere in the neighborhood as a result.
Quick smoke from Falcons. Now they're looking to punch back. Not a bad idea. Once this smoke play fails from XG, it's very likely they split up across the map to return to the farming patterns. They will just miss XXS on top of that hill.
Yeah, snaking, shoving them back. And on the other side,
they're going back
Malr1ne and Crit, the true threat is here. The two-man power team. So much burst damage with this epicenter. They've got the mag dead. He tries to skewer away, but he cannot escape. And now, X-Nova, he can't escape the bear as well. No, wait, the Purge, it slowed him down just enough, but even worse, it's XM sinking. Now he arrives back into the fight, gets the stun, a burrow strike to finish him off. 2 cores dead on the side of Xtreme. The supports limp back to the base.
I mean, XM went in there, he finds Crit, but he pays a big price for sacrificing his positioning. No way you're fighting this bear with 2 lives. Basher already online. He's a catch hero now, too. He's a problem for the Sven. This pick has worked out beautifully. It's just dissuading Ame from joining any of these early fights. And both of these carries are getting massively overfarmed right now. Maybe you take down one, but are you going to be able to take down both? It seems incredibly unlikely. Back to the Magnus pick. You're going to have to make some magic happen if you're XXS here. I mean, this has been a player that XG have gone back to time and time again in their run to this finals. And he has made the plays. And once more, it'll fall on his shoulders to find the skewers or find the RPs. Looking towards BKB Ags of his own would give him a lot more capability to do that.
I'm telling you, man, it's just high ground defense. I think Xtreme Gaming don't really have any other options but just playing defense. And that's not going to feel good against Falcons, who are not known to speed things up.
I was just going to take the entire map, continue to hunt you, build an insurmountable lead. In theory, your lineup is great at high ground defense, but I don't care how good your lineup is. You're down 30, 40K. It's not going to matter.
XXS, got to get something here. Snaking, he'll make it as costly as possible. Stormhammer dodge, and he blinks away. Ame tried to get the cleave hit on him. Does not get the timing for it.
So is Ame's BKB as well.
And Snaking, he watches XM take the amp damage, tries to catch him in the shards. XM does manage to sidestep that one, though. So, a tool to use for the next 2 minutes. An amp damage rune on a Leshrac. He just needs BKB. The sad thing is, he is still a ways away from that.
I mean, does BKB even help him that much? The bear gets on top of you if you get punched by the Tusk. A lot of physical damage in this lineup, particularly with that Drinking Bundy's amping you up. You might get a taste of the bear right here. XM, that's not who you want to run into.
Amar hunting him down, got a bash. Not required, but Crit will lend a helping hand. Thanking Amar for the kill.
I mean, I think this is thanking him for the pick, because this is just working beautifully right now. XG do not have an answer to the offlane Ursa. Was not on their bingo card.
Avery, tell me, what's the answer? It's the enemy team drafting 2 carries.
I've been saying we should do this for years. I'm from the NA region, Austin. We play with 3 carries. We were well ahead of the meta. I don't know why it hasn't been done before.
Is that what Xtreme's going to have to do if we go to a Game 5?
It might be. I mean, you just have to escalate, right? If they pick 2 carries, you got to pick 3. If they pick 3, you got to start building Midases. It's the only way you can go. That is the inevitability of Dota. And right now, XG, they would be loving some catch-up gold here because the lead is just spiraling out of control, man. It feels like every minute this game goes on, that graph is accelerating.
Well, the upside for Xtreme, if they ever do find a 4th kill in this game, they'll get a lot of comeback gold, as they are currently down 19,000 net worth. Another 2 minutes to Roshan. If Xtreme is going to make a move, I anticipate it's going to be around that. Looking for any items that'll change the nature of this game. It's still XM's BKB.
I think Daedalus for Ame. Give him the big crit, empower this Sven. If you land some clutch stuns, clutch RP, clutch stomp on the Ursa when he's enraged, stuff like this, slow that fight down, let Ame go to work. This hero can output the DPS. You can bring anybody down.
Maybe he can kill Skiter before the Satanic allows him to heal up, because that is what Skeeter's going to have. If Ame has Daedalus, Skiter will have Satanic. And we aren't even going to talk about what Amar's going to be able to have. A level 20 Ursa with an Aghanim Scepter.
You have to kite somebody in this lineup. And it's likely the Ursa try and take down the Gyro. Like you said, if Skeeter gets to Satanic before this next Roche, which looks really likely here, man, he is tough to bring down too. Then you're going to need to get some good skewers here. Abuse the scouting from Xnova with the ET Spirit. You can find somebody, skewer them in, look for the RP, and then you have Disruption to bail out the return jump from Falcons. That kind of team fight can maybe out-execute.
Yeah, and you, on top of all of that, you have the Elder Titan to fish for the Magnus, right? He can keep on, if you're going to push into them, it's actually just so obnoxious. Stomp after stomp, if you ever do get hit by that stomp, you might get skewered back to the base, and then Demonic Purge and everything else you said.
There's that punch interrupt. I mean, Snake can always bail these situations out. He's having a really good game on this Tusk, so he got a very early blink in this game. He's going to be farmed. Looking for a Yules, that would be another interrupt. Of course, Magnus BKB prevents a couple of these shenanigans, but the punch can always land. They're the BKBs for XG. I mean, this is their best time to strike back, right? Triple BKB core timing, long durations on all of it. If you can try and land an RP, all in some of these heroes, yeah, Amar is strong, but he can't power through everything.
Against seemingly insurmountable odds, Xtreme Gaming, 5-man smoke, push out. If they get somehow a pick-off or a team fight that works for them, a fast Roshan could allow them to start changing the narrative of this game. Amar, though, he's fearless. He just jumped straight to XXS. Look at the damage he did. Both to XXS and Jin Q, who was in the way of that Battle Fury cleave. And Xnova is way out of position as his team got jumped. He hides away in the corner, gets a good ward down to contest Roshan, but he TP's back. But now Ame. Ame spotted. He really doesn't want to have to use his BKB here.
Amar looking for another entry. Has this deep ward on the lane. Ult is up. That's an Ags ult too. Can't go on him first. They will get the D ward though. Valuable D ward here.
Information might just be their greatest advantage between getting the D ward and having their own wards up.
These 5-man smokes are just usually not the ticket. And we're seeing XG all in their base again. When you're in this position, it's very tempting to just pop that and look for something, but it almost never works. And you're still closing in on this Daedalus for Ame. You really want that item to try and make this comeback possible.
You know, Avery, it's kind of fitting. I feel like there's been a lot of nostalgia at this TI. And I'm really feeling it looking at this kill score. 12-3, 29 minutes in. I feel like I'm back in like 2014 Dota.
It's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Be quite a different set of teams here if we were back that far. Some of the same players, though. Does take around 10 years to win a TI. Unless you're Thompson.
Very few Royal Roaders in Dota's history, that's for sure. All right, Falcons are the ones to have the smoke. With Roshan at its almost max spawn point, just another minute for that. They know it's guaranteed. They know it's coming their way. It's going to be in this bottom pit, so they're going to clear out this area. Get some good vision down. Xtreme, they only have this one ward to play around. It doesn't really see that much for it.
Just glimpses in that river around this bottom pit. Falcons, they don't want to reach too far with this smoke. Just clear the area out, secure the objective. Don't force a bad fight into all this turnaround potential. yeah, you have an insane gold lead, but it can vanish in an instant. All this crazy scaling in AoE.
Put Xtreme in a position where if 5 people inside their base to play for Roshan, they'd have to just go for a Hail Mary 5-man smoke. And you've only got 1 more smoke left for the time being on X-Nova. So Xtreme say, just play for farm. Get an Aghanim Scepter on XXS. Get that Daedalus you were talking about on Ame. This Roshan will give them a solid 30 seconds, maybe even a full minute to get some farm. Ame maybe could take a Tormentor if he's real quick with it.
I think you gotta get something right here. Aegis onto the Gyrocopter. This time around, Skiter takes it. He will siege the high ground with that item.
The harder hero to get a good skewer back on, right?
100%. And even if you do, he might be able to survive through with Satanic. There's the Daedalus, though, so big crit's gonna come through. That's an empowered Sven. Almost level 20 as well. Does have the Gunpowder Gauntlet. Insane amount of burst damage coming out in those first few hits. Might just decide the fight.
Yes, he may be behind the Gyrocopter and the Ursa in net worth, but the Empower adds so much. The Epicenter fine gets the Magnus, though. And there goes all the initiation. Ame is going to try and chase after them, but they're already out. They're up to the high ground, and you cannot go blind up there.
I mean, also the Magnus is your catch. He gets found first. Your chase potential or looking for anything else goes down the drain.
So God Strength used, 70-second cooldown. What is Falcons going to get done in this window?
Go high ground. At least threaten it. Look for some opportunities on the jump from the Ursa while the gyro hits. No Magnus, you're not afraid of the skewer play. Drinking Buddies gives you the flak. No one can really approach here. An awkward glyph timing too. That was not the greatest.
No, with the wave not even there yet. An Octarine done for this Ursa. He's getting to that untouchable state where he gets to 25. He's jumping around with the Earthshock all the time. He will just be perma-enraged.
Look for the skewer.
Got the skewer back. No save this time. Snaking trying to pull him back. Shockwave dilutes him a little bit deeper. XXS got to be careful though. The second carry almost dies to Amar, but the demonic purge is there from Shin-Q. Good responses from Xtreme, but it simply doesn't feel like it's enough.
Gotta find ways to output damage, and that means waiting for God Strength to be back up. If Ame's available for that jump, there's turnaround, but he's still waiting on the cooldown. 2 seconds left for this ultimate. Gotta fish again, gotta find another skewer.
Skiter getting closer and closer. Ame goes to challenge him, and he's pulled away a little bit by the Drinking Buddies. Now he pops the Satanic, and it's Ame's turn. Ame's low, corner HP. He needs to be able to hit something. It's finally gonna be Snaking. Gets that kill, starts backing away, but here comes Malr1ne with the Epicenter to slow him down. They take out Ame. XM in trouble outside the base. He'll be run down as well. 2 cores on Xtreme, neither have buyback, and Falcons in a position to push us to Game 5. It is over. Xtreme call it early. They say that's fine. Touche. We'll see you in Game 5.
This series will go the distance. I don't even remember the last time we had a Game 5 other than those Spirit series going way back to those TIs.
Yeah, that was the last time. TI-10 was the last time we had it.
I mean, we've just had so many one-sided grand finals. I think everybody in this stadium is just thrilled to have a Game 5 between any 2 teams, let alone these 2. That is going to be an intense single game of Dota with so much on the line, so much legacy, so many first-timers that would love to lift that Aegis.
A couple of 2-timers in there, a 3-timer potentially.
Don't forget about AUI looking for that 3rd Aegis.
I just cannot believe that this has actually gone to a Game 5. This is the most one-sided Game 5 finals I have ever seen in my life. It's completely one-sided every single game, and I have no idea who's going to win.
It comes down to draft, it comes down to laning, and it comes down to those final few adjustments you can make as the clock strikes midnight.
Has there ever been a finals that has felt so draft-dependent? It is just insane how one-sided these games are as a result of that draft, and that is why it is so crucial to take as much time as you can, figure out what strategy you need for this final game. One of these teams is going to be lifting the Aegis very soon. Let's head back to the panel to break down what we could be seeing this upcoming Game 5.
Oh, it's crunch time, all right, for the teams for sure. I can't even imagine the pressure they must be feeling. But we're going to take it slow. We're going to break down the game we just witnessed because it was kind of one-sided. Effie, we did say that Falcons, they had a shot if they did well in the lanes, and we were wondering if that Ursa was going to work. It worked out.
It worked out so well. Not only did they win their lanes and just do the typical Falcons, farm the entire map, choke out the enemies, they made no mistakes, right? The issue would have been if they were going into that Magnus high ground too early, if they were playing into team fights maybe at the wrong timings, if they went to an incorrect side of the map. They just had so much discipline in this game on Falcons.
I mean, the confidence of Malr, right? Your final pick in the draft, you know that your carry gyrocopter isn't going to be able to outscale your opponent, and your offlane is getting banned out. So then you go for, you know what, I'm going to go for an Ursa. He doesn't play it competitively. He plays it in his pubs. I'll give him credit. He's using his knowledge of his pubs that he doesn't want to show in competitive. And randomly, second competitive game on Ursa, this is it. I'm offlane, I'm into a Sven, I can combo break the Magnus. But who else would truly draft in this style to break away from all of your team's logic, your entire team's approach to this TI, and then you're going, you know what, Amar, what are you doing in your pubs? A week ago, a month ago, 6 months ago. Yo, it's working out. Let's try it in a potential elimination game against XG, and then to dominate like this. He even said it himself. He's 45. He did nothing. His team did all the work.
I mean, I'm kind of shook, and I wouldn't be surprised if XG, at least during the game, or still right now, have like a little bit of this feeling going on. Offlane 24 pick Ursa. This doesn't exist. This is not real, but it just hit you and it destroyed you. Like, they win all their lanes, and I will say it's not just Amar and it's not just the Ursa pick, it's everyone. Malr1ne on his staple SK, he destroyed XM mid. They played so well in their early game, and they go for the thing that they do whenever they win. They go for all the lane winning stuff. They take the tier 1s, they play the map. XG, they looked a little bit hurt in this game.
I love the fact that Snaking also went for drinking buddies on the Tusk, right? They turned this lane into such a dominating bit of aggression, right? You apply the drinking buddies onto the gyrocopter, you can chase down the lane, you also then have the saves throughout. So if the game was difficult, Snaking would have been able to step up. But it was so snowbally that we didn't really get to see it shine, but changing up the facets, playing for the offlane Ursa, I don't think XG was ready for any of this in this game.
It was just so funny to me watching the Ursa just play in the bottom left corner of the map while the rest of his team was fighting on the other end. He just bought a Battle Fury from the offlane, but here we can see Malr1ne as one of the standout players. We can talk and talk and talk about this Ursa, but the real factor of this game, which is what it has always been throughout all of Falcons wins, if Malr1ne gets his Sand King, if he gets to pair up with Crit's Hoodwink or Crit's Snapfire, they take over the entire game. In contrast to the last game where he had his stacks invaded by XM's Shadow Fiend, his stacks were untouched, he hit all of his timings, and he took over.
I think a critical thing Falcons identified during the draft is that Leshrac, Sven, Magnus, all these heroes, they kind of farm the lane and then go farm the jungle. They keep doing farm, right? They're never overlapping their heroes. They're never really fighting. You might throw like a Stormhammer here, or Lesh might rotate, but it's not as explosive as the likes of the Sand Kings and the Gyrocopters and Tusk. Like, they want to sweep through the map, and I think XG, that farm game has been punished once again.
I mean, to me, like, what I see also is I think this game is a good indicator of that gold can fix kind of everything for you, because I wouldn't, like, this is not a traditional Dota 2 draft. But this also goes to show you that this game is so complex, you can do so many different things. Because I'm pretty sure if you ask a lot of people after this draft, I did not think the Falcons draft was going to work out. I'm not going to lie. And that's one of the beauties of this game, where you don't know whether it's going to work or not until you actually see it played on like the highest level.
Yeah, and we've seen Sven so dominant, so I also thought, okay, this Sven's going to be a tough puzzle piece to solve. It didn't look like it, Kezu.
No, and it's like, it's honestly so crazy. Like, I'm still in halfway of like disbelief, but we have to show. And guys, a quick reminder, this is not carry to carry comparison. This is offlane guy Chad, last pick calls for like some Amar Ursa against the Ame Sven. Because Ame on this hero has looked incredible, but at this point in the game, look at his hero damage, 1500. He hasn't dared even to touch a hero in this game, probably apart from the laning stage. Amar, higher net worth, perfect items, got the axe to break him free, the Basher to play aggressive. Yeah, I don't know where to go from here. I'm a little worried for XG.
The fact that he was just farming so freely on the Ursa, and key, he had the gem on him, right? Because Amar, the way that he played this Ursa is when, he had that short stint playing offlane Slark. I just had like deja vu watching him. Like, you basically get 2 or 3 items, you run through the map, you keep the warding, you're inviting the enemy onto you, right? That's kind of a Falcons thing, right? Some player at some point, if they're thriving, tries to bait their opponent. And when Amar got the gem, got all this, he was doing it exceptionally well.
Yeah, it was, I mean, you might have thought at some point that it looked like a carry Ursa, but it was a frontlining tanky Ursa.
Yeah, exactly. And I have a very brief clip to kind of summarize what I was, or show you what I was talking about just there. But yeah, the way that Amar played it, of course, they have a 20,000 gold lead. It's easy to kind of say this is good, but even if this game was closer, Amar would be playing in the same way. If this was a 4K lead, 3K lead, a 100,000 gold lead, he's still going to do the same thing. He's going to run in, use the gem, jump the backline, and in the pressure of the draft to identify how do we stop Magnus and have additional scaling. Now that you think about it in hindsight, of course, it's like, oh, this is a really cool pick. So again, props to Amar and Aoi to kind of collectively come together and find this very, very, very niche pick.
Ursa aside though, and again, it was so cool, very fun to see it on the mid stage from the offlane. Falcons did what they always do to no punishment in that early game. Before Ursa could even be a factor, the best thing that he did for his team in that first 15 minutes was win the lane. That's what he picked the hero to do, right? But still, you got this Snake King on a save support, different than the ones he's been playing, but he got it. Malr1ne, he got his Sand King. Crit got his Hoodwink.
Yeah, it was very good looking for Falcons, and we keep mentioning and they had a very strong early game. And what exactly happened in that early game, Purge?
The Ursa got to do whatever he wanted, and that was the entire point of this pick. They were trying to dismantle the laning stage for what XG had, and a lot of that comes down to the Elder Titan here. He's supposed to be able to punch and fight his opponents, but because Ursa is stacking damage every single attack, in a lot of cases, X-Nova just stopped hitting him. This was actually one of the few times in the entire laning stage that they ended up trading, and from there, Crit basically messed around over on the right side, trying to stop pulls and things like that X-Nova's trying to do, and then eventually the supports just left the lane. And no joke, we are 8 minutes in. You remember this gank that happened where Amar dodged a lot of stuff and they played the music and all, that where he actually got low? Look at this tango in his inventory here. That is one of his 3 starting tangos, and we're 9 minutes into the game. That is how little harassment there was in his lane. He hit creeps, and Alma hit creeps. So it was kind of just, the game was solved in a lot of ways based on him just picking his hero. He got to get his Battle Fury on time, he got to get his Blink Dagger, and then he just became a normal hero. The game smoothed out because it was a bit of a farm fest. And then, again, the best things that Falcon got was they got the Malr1ne Sand King, which is ridiculously expert. I've made so many segments like this where Sand King does this. Stack clearing, then he goes into a teleport, into a gank lane, which he does very expertly here at 7 minutes. Usually goes to the off lane, but this time doing the safe lane. They kill the Shadow Demon. They take the tower with the Sandstorm. Very broken stuff. You know what he does next? He always takes a second tower. Here it is, 10 minutes in. So they get the lanes they wanted to. They get the ahead to Sand King that they wanted to. They get the Blink Dagger at 11 minutes, and then they take their first team fight and they don't get crushed in it. And from there on, the game is basically just in their hands. They have a gold advantage, they have map control, they have the heroes they want, they have multiple carries in this case, which made it even better against Sven. They basically just took the game in their hands with that Ursa pick.
Thank you very much, Purge. That was a very strong Ursa pick. Very good game from Falcons, and definitely something we're thinking about for Xtreme Gaming going into game number 5. But we should talk a little bit about game number 5, because after that game, we will have a new champion for the International. And I want to focus a little bit on the people that we have on stage. You can make a great case of why anyone deserves to win the International if there ever is such a thing. But I want to just quickly touch upon one certain individual, and we might do some other ones too, but I think for one certain individual, it's not the first time he goes to game 5 of a grand finals. It doesn't happen very often, guys. It does not.
It can't happen again.
If he wins, it's like you've broke the curse, you've done it. If he loses,
that is lifelong trauma.
Yeah. But it's not only that, like he's going to game 5 again, it's 2-2, but it's like Magnus is also like the bane of their existence. Whether you pick it yourself or they have it, like you have to like get the hero like out of the game as a whole in like bans, because it's really in your head right now.
They just need to relax, okay? They need to regroup. I like what Cap and SVG said about how draft-dependent this series has felt.
Yes.
This almost feels like coach versus coach instead of player versus player. So what we really need right now is for both of these coaches to focus on what they do best. For Xtreme Gaming, what they need to think about is that mid lane. Sure, there was an offlane Ursa, but what happened ultimately? Malr1ne got to play Dota the way that he always does, and he set the pace for his team. When they were shutting that down, they were doing great.
Yeah, Malr1ne feels like the life of the team. As much as like Effie's mentioning, the hype of everyone else, I fully echo that. Malr1ne has to be shut down if XG want to try and take the game 5.
And then we also should make a case for the other side, because yes, it would be fantastic in a whole full circle situation for Ame to be crowned king with the squad, of course, in Xtreme Gaming. But on the other side, I do want to highlight that there is another person that could be an uncrowned king as well, in the name of Crit, who has attended his 9th international, the longest consecutive amount of TIs of any player that is here at TI, Kezu. And you can make a strong case for him as well to take this.
You can make a case for like so many of the players on stage, but especially him. He keeps getting his hoodwink over and over. And I will say his game 1, it didn't look particularly great, but he's been stepping it up every game of the way, and he's got the experience. Like when you look at the other players like Amar and Malr1ne, I'm sure that they give so much, not just in like your own gameplay, but how do you help them? How do you keep them cool? How do you go into the next game? So yeah, I mean, you can't really say that someone doesn't deserve it, but you have so many, like all of them, they're just playing their hearts out, and just gonna have to wait and see.
Cannot. May the best team win. May the best uncrowned king win.
Yeah, I mean, for both, it is quite an achievement to get to this point, and then I'm gonna have my heart broken and be happy at the same time at the end of that 5th game. That is for absolute sure. And I do want to talk a little bit more about the coaches in the draft and how important it is, as our commentary team mentioned as well, because there is one thing that I have noticed in these last 3 drafts, and I'm not as Dota nerdy as some other people, so I look at other things. I look at how much bonus time people have left. I find that interesting because I can't compute the draft in my head as fast as obviously the pros on stage can. And some people do it a lot faster than others. The bonus time left for the teams at the end of the game generally is about 10 seconds, and sometimes 0. I mean, it's high pressure stakes, totally normal. On the side of Xtreme Gaming, they seem to have come in with a plan every time, leading into 1.5 minute, 2 minute bonus time being left over.
But if you look at the drafts, it doesn't really show it. Actually, it does, all right? The Xtreme have always been first pick. Falcons have always been second pick.
Every game.
Yeah, like when have you really remembered a grand finals where pick and side, or sorry, pick specifically, sorry, has always been the same way? Normally, you kind of bounce back and forth. It's like, oh, okay, they got second pick, they win. Let's take it away from them next time. Let's try and show them our strategies. The fact that we have 4 games in a row with the same pick side, or sorry, pick order, is incredibly rare, at least.
Yeah, and I think also it's like the way it works is that first pick, you set up your stuff, like you make it happen, and the second pick team needs to respond to you. And I think it also goes to show that Falcons were kind of pressured when it comes to the draft too, because they're running out of the clock. They had to go for a last pick Ursa, which is, again, it's incredible. And I think also like Amar deserves a lot of praise. Like the first time you're on the final stage, you're playing the grand finals, you bust this stuff out. This is not normal.
It is not. For the last time, give it up, people. These 10 players and their coaches. This is an absolute marathon in this best of 5. And they are heading into the 5th game of a grand finals of the international. I cannot imagine the pressure and the emotions they must be feeling right now. And the trick to be able to let it all fade away and focus only on that game of Dota, that is a trick that you don't get to practice very often, Tico.
No, not at all, right? To be in this position, it is so rare, right? And of course, that is now going to be testament to the maturity of the players, the experience that they've gained throughout this tournament, the emotions that they've had to harness through game 1, 2, 3, and 4. Everything now comes down to this 5th and final game.
My eyes are on Ame right now. How are you feeling? You've been here before. This is not your first game 5 of a grand finals. Are you going into this one with confidence, or are you shaken a little bit?
3 times a charm, I think.
And it's also
true.
Like, he's not the only multiple times guy. You have Jinkyu and Xnova. They've also went 2 and 3 in the losses before.
Yeah. I hope none of them are thinking about it, though. All right, that is.
How can you not?
Impossible not to.
No, I mean, Xiao Wei's had a chat with them. He's really dialed them in.
Yeah, he found them to wash their face.
Yeah,
you have to go in like hardcore to like drain that out. I think it's near impossible.
You've got Crit, on the other hand. He looks locked in. Like, he's ready. They're happy with what happened.
I mean, absolutely. If I play some 4 Hoodwing and my bear is just smashing people left and right, and he alt-chats 4v5, I kind of like that even. You know, the alt-chat is considered BM, but I think put yourself in the zone that makes you feel at home. Try to lock out that you're sitting in front of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands watching at home.
They were listening to that guy doing the interview in the crowd, right? He said he asked Amar to do some alt chat to win the game, and then he did it. So whoever that guy is, yeah, shout out. You helped to win the 4th game.
It worked out. All the positive words coming from the crowd during that time. They paid off. They made it happen. Falcons made it happen, and we are having both teams on match point and only one to come out victorious. And the pressure is mostly on these two players. For one, it's the drafting, as we have pointed out how important it is. But we also have pointed out quite a few times actually already before coming to the grand finals, XXS for Xtreme Gaming has been a cornerstone. He has been the one leading the charge to victory, and he is getting targeted in the ban so heavily.
He's been the heart of this team throughout this tournament. Like him on his Blink Initiator type heroes, especially his Shakers, his Centaurs, and what have you, his Mars. Falcons identified that they don't want that smoke. They're gonna take away their playmaker. And he's kind of running out of heroes that can make the same kind of play. That is why they went for that Magnus in that last game. They wanted that hero with a low cooldown on that skewer to be able to start the fights for them. But like if your hero pool is getting banned and at the very end your Slardar is getting taken out, it doesn't leave much for you.
It's why Falcons are enjoying being second pick, right? Because they're entering the phase of the Mars ban, Centaur ban, and Shaker ban. When you look at the heroes he's played, how it's not easy to craft the Slardar lineup or a Batrider lineup, but the first heroes that I mentioned, you could first pick them in any draft, and you can eventually build something to fix some of their weaknesses. But the Slardars, the Batriders, it is a little bit, more niche.
To me too, also it's 2 games in a row where they had the skiter gyrocopter, and there must be something for XG also that they need to think about. Like this hero will come out over and over for skiter. We saw it even in a matchup where I would say it's a very hard game, but they don't care. But the thing is, with the bans that you're mentioning, it makes the hero a lot stronger.
We also did learn something where they banned the Slardar in the phase after picking Gyrocopter, and XG had the ability to pick Sven or Slardar there. So Falcons kind of told XG, like, we're scared of this hero. So if the same draft is to happen again, that could be the change that occurs, where they pick the offlaner slightly earlier to protect it from later bans.
And for Falcons, so long as they get their hands on a Malr1ne hero in a game where he's uncountered by XG supports, because that's what it feels like the draft was about a few games ago, they're chilling. They're the ones who are daring XG to make a move, come into our triangle, shut down the farm, play into our 7 to 10 minute tower pressure. We're applying to your safe lane.
I mean, the momentum is definitely on the Falcon side. Like you go down, you learn a few things, and then you win this last game in that fashion where you gave XG a lot of the things that they wanted to. The Ame Sven, you let him open with the SD again. You had the XM Leshrac, the Blink Initiator on the offlane. You had the X Nova like on his staple heroes too, and you went straight through it.
All games though, it's been one after the other, as in Xtreme 1 game 1, Falcons 2, vice, and continuously like that. So it seems like the teams are adapting just slightly. At this point, we would expect Falcons to also adapt, obviously, but they need to be one step ahead. They need to know, they need to get into the minds of Xtreme to think about how they would adapt after that previous game.
Adapt. And that's the thing where for XG, they can't get in their own heads, right? Because we've seen before the offlane Huskar to beat out the anti-mage against BB, I think it was. And then you have, the Ursa here as well. Like, sometimes in certain pick positions in the draft, you can now go, wait a second, they've not done it yet, but new people start suggesting new heroes and maybe gets a bit more, emotional because Amar is ready to do things that he's doing in his pubs, but not in pro play. That can really impact a draft.
I mean, it's also like these are the type of moments as a player, like you live for a game 5 on the grand finals. Like if you can just try to enjoy and embrace, and I think it's also one of the reasons why OG did so well. Like back then, like you have to, even as stupid as it sounds, you have to enjoy the game. Try not to overthink, like have fun, go with the heroes you can play, go with your comfort and make it happen. Because a game 5 grand final at TI, it does not get more special than this.
I mean, they're an hour away from lifting the Aegis, right? Opening the booth, confetti falling down. It is, one draft. It's so close for both of these teams.
It is so close. One more game. We are going to that game 5. Let's get ready.
Team Falcons versus Xtreme Gaming Grand Finals. Game 5.
And we were wondering how things were going to get shaken up for this 5th game, and there is a very clear difference going into this 5th game. And we have Xtreme, Radiant, Falcons, Dire, but the biggest difference is that Falcons, for the first time in this series, first pick.
It's a big change, and it's a change that I kind of like. I would have already liked it last game, but I believe it was XG who had to face, and they were like, haha, joke's on you, we're not going to let you switch it up. But this time, Falcons, they win the last game, and now they force a switch up to not make it easy for XG, so I like the start.
With only 3 bans now, we've seen those 3 bans be used with the 3 offlaners plus a Naga Siren. So which offlaner are they going to offer up to XG potentially to take in the first phase, which we haven't seen at all in the first 4 games?
My heart says Earthshaker. Like, if you're going to pick between the Earthshaker and the Mars to give to Xtreme Gaming, you might as well give the Shaker and try to beat it on lane, because Mars does not need that much. With that Euls and that Blink, you're playmaking.
What stops Falcons doing? Why not they first pick the Mars for ATF?
Yeah, there's a lot of options. So you've got the Chen, you've got the Enchao, the Sand King as well. Mars, probably one of the next heroes.
The other one that they have banned out almost every single time is the Monkey King.
Yeah, and this is the thing, like, you are first pick, you are forcing XG to at least give you something.
Pick your poison, or you leave both in, and you get the chance to pick up one of the 2 yourself. If that is a good trade, I'm not sure. We'll see where Xtreme Gaming goes with this one, as they are thinking about this. It will still be the Monkey King ban. So we're leaving that Mars in the pool for now.
So Mars is in the pool, Shaco can be in the pool.
I mean, I would not be surprised if Falcons it's Amar's best hero. It's been one of the heroes of the tournament. You can slam in the Mars, but of course, this is game 5. There's a lot of mind games going on too. Like, you know, the most obvious might not, you know, be right there, because you have so much going on right now.
They might already one step ahead where it's like, you know what, we don't care, because if we pick X hero, they get Mars and they build a plan. Like, maybe they want to bait it. So many layers. It really just depends on what, you know, Aoi wants to do in this. ATF actually. Sorry, he's clicking the buttons.
Yep.
They're taking some time though. They are deciding.
This is the most time used in this entire finals in the pre-bans before the game starts.
Absolutely.
It is the most critical entry to the draft though. The wrong ban here, the wrong pick, it can set a domino effect to a very difficult game.
I'm of the opinion that if they want to first pick something else, like the Pango or the Beastmaster, Mars cannot be the hero that's given away. Like, it's got to be the Shaker you give away. If they ban the Shaker, then, as you guys mentioned, you have to take the Mars for yourself.
This is tense moments in the booth. Tense moments on the desk here, too.
I have nothing to say. I'm waiting. I am hotly anticipating this. And they ban the Mars. Okay, there we go.
Mars ban.
And they take the Naga.
Instant Naga. We actually completely forgot about that, because it's been first phase banned every single game, and not just in the grand finals, but almost the entire tournament long. This is a very strong hero.
Greatly apologizing for forgetting about this hero, but in the hands of Snaking, in the hands of any player right now at the International, the map pressure that you have, the ability to, you know, reset any fight with the song, there is a reason this is one of the most contested heroes at TI, and there's probably not a good reason why we forgot about it, but it doesn't matter. They have access to the hero in Game 5.
I'm only seeing 2 heroes on the screen, and I'm like feeling anxious, excited. I don't know, like, these are iconic TI heroes. You have the song to bail them out, you got the Echo Slam, you have XXS getting his hands on one of his best heroes, you have Snaking, he's won TI on this hero before, just a couple years ago. Like, he is no stranger to Naga support.
I don't even care about analysis anymore. I just want more team fight. I just want to find these 20-minute, 30-minute, 50-minute moments where both teams can throw absolutely everything and show their individual skill to try and win this game.
So far, all 4 games of this grand finals have leaned heavily one way or the other. Hopefully, game 5, we can wish for a very close, even team fighty back and forth.
I mean, it'd be the only way to end such a fabulous TI,
It
right?
would be.
A game
It would be
5,
so fitting.
tier 5 neutral item, refreshers and everything.
Well, the strongest supports of the tournament, I'd say, are out to the position forwards anyway, with the Snapfire and the Hoodwink removed.
Yeah, still not really respecting the Elder Titan as of yet. XG will happily pick it up once more. With the Bane ban, double supports ban as well, getting the Spirit inside the song to get the sleep.
And they could also, their Shadow Demon is open for them as well. If they want to play around Ame, that's one of the best heroes you can have to enable him.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure where they want to take this here. For
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Okay, hold.
Come on.
Roll it. Roll it.
Don't skip.
Well, they already have a Hoodwink, by the way.
Doesn't matter. Lion! Come on!
He's lagging.
He doesn't have internet! No!
Oh.
Don't leave us hanging like that!
We will never know!
The biggest cliffhanger I've ever seen.
That's more important than winning TI at this point. Get this man some internet. Hotspot him.
It's all good. We're focusing our attention on the pick coming out from Xtreme Gaming. They have banned out the Amar Bristle. And it's up to them to see if they still see a good hero in the pool. Shadow Demon once again. XinQ played it phenomenally earlier today.
And it's just a comfortable hero, right? You always know that you're going to have the stacks up, but you have that save hero to play behind your hyper carry. If you're in a game 5, you want Ame to put this game on his back. You want to make sure that your heroes can enable him. The other day when he was playing anti-mage, you know what heroes were on his team? 1 save support plus a shaker, and they played out of their mind to keep him alive to eventually win the game.
Clutch potential is still rising. Every single pick, it has that ability to make a moment in these games.
I mean, something I still like here, like Naga against SD. SD is going to want to slack the triangle. Snake King and Falcons overall, they love being able to like have the map play. You can block the Ancients, you can block the triangle with your illusions. Pangu here, honestly, quite the incredible hero. You're happy laning, you're good against the SD, it gives you a team fight. Very nice.
We saw it in game 3, right? Falcons picked the Pangolier to try and respond to the Shadow Demon. They also then banned out the Pangolier in game 4 because XG didn't want the Pangolier against their Shadow Demon, and here it's available, so it makes sense. The chaotic nature of the fight, you have that insurance of the Naga behind you if things are to go wrong for you, but you just want to get into the middle, provide that information. You have information from the Naga removal, you have information from the Pangolier Rolling Thunder. Falcons will be able to initiate.
The question is now, do you worry enough about the Pango where you want to counterpick him here with a Wyvern or something like that, or do you just go for something standard and go for something standard they do on Falcons with the Disruptor?
This is filthy, absolutely filthy, right? This game progresses, you know XG want to play it late. Now you're playing into the song setup, Blink Dagger, potentially for snaking, jumping into the middle of the fight. You find 2, 3, 4 heroes, Ag Static Storm on top, no one's pressing a single button.
I have a quick question. Normally, Naga Siren and Disruptor are played on snaking as position 5. What's the difference here? What do we think is going to happen? And should we keep on our radars that Skiter actually does play Naga Siren?
Yes, but I would expect that, I mean, the thing with Disruptor and Naga, both, I mean, ideally Naga's 5, Disruptor's 4. I don't know if you guys agree.
Most likely, yes.
But the fact is, at this point in the stage of the tournament, depending on the lane setup, depending on the vibes, you know, everything can change, but I expect Naga Disruptor to be the supports.
When I see Disruptor and he's being run as 4, it screams to me that you're going to bring heroes early to that enemy safe lane, kill him, and then try to glimpse him back, try to exploit what this hero can do from the 4 lane. Something that can come through the gate would be incredible. If the carry can join in as well, just give Skiter a stun hero.
But it would be poetic, right? If for some reason Skiter wants to take it to carry, and you know, a hero that kind of made him, you know, introduced him to the pro scene back in the day. Put that aside, most likely support.
I mean, you have XG who are looking at X-Nova's hero here, most likely.
Yep. The Bane has been first phase banned, so that's out. Can't repeat that support combo.
They can go back for their ET, or they can go the counter pick route of Grim or Wyvern.
Why not bring back the Malr1ne? Have the invisibility, ensure that you're not found by the Naga Siren at the start of the fight. So you have a bit more positioning and map play. You have SD Malr1ne to roam the map. It's a bit more aggressive. Utilize the Lotuses to find out these clutch moments. If you are stuck inside Static Storm, they can pretty much go anywhere, but...
Pugna.
Go for Pugna, okay.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Falcons like end up jamming, you know, one of their good old Skiter heroes here. You can go for a gyro again. I think you've played it before with your tempo. It's nice against the enemy heroes that you do end up seeing. I honestly just see nothing wrong.
But Pugna does add to the survivability that we keep mentioning, right? For the supports of XG, how they thrive, right? Now you have the Pugna and the SD together. You offer up a core, even if they're out of position or getting jumped, there's so much turnaround potential. So much survivability to just get through Falcon's jump.
I just love the concept of double save supports for Ame on this game 5. Like, just give him his perfect pick here. But also Pugna versus Pango. Beautiful dynamic. Pugna can protect himself from Pango rolling on the backline. If he decryptifies himself or the target that's getting rolled on, they take no damage.
Both of these lineups are so like beautiful in like on their own accord and what they can do, how they play around each other. Who are you making space for? Who's gonna like help you and abuse the fact that you can go in for me, I can go in for you? It's Skiter Medusa too. It's not something that you see every day from him because usually he takes a little of the less hard carry approach, but he has also played this many times.
It's a Medusa that can tank an Echo Slam, walk into the Shadow Fiend, doesn't really care, right? You can now it enables the Disruptor, Pango, and Naga to choose when they want to fight. Of course, Medusa will need, you know, a couple items to be able to do that, but once you enter the mid to late game that we are expecting from both of these teams, Medusa will happily do it all.
Hear me out. this looks a little bit scary for Falcons just conceptually based on how they've been playing, right? They don't have that strong follow-up damage from position 4 that they always have to play with their mid laner. They're going to play a slower game because they have Medusa and Naga Siren, and their Pango isn't going to have the easiest time winning that mid game for them because of the double safe supports. So you're in this position where you want to take it late game versus Xtreme Gaming, who are one of the late game teams. Is this the correct choice in terms of strategy?
I'm not
we
sure.
answer in an hour's time, please.
Like, I see a similar problem. You have Medusa, Disruptor, and Naga Siren, very traditionally low damage heroes, or Medusa who doesn't join. And Effie, you mentioned you have Pagna against Pango. You can decrypt, you can live through this. And not just that, but you have set up Ame for an absolute last pick in this game for XG as well.
Both teams, their ability to progress the map is locked behind their cores joining. Like, Pugna wants to do it, but if he steps up, a Pango can roll in, a Disruptor can rotate and kill you off. So I think both teams have subscribed to, we're going to farm our way into the game, probably maybe a low kill score, but then when it ramps up around 20 minutes or so, that's when the fighting will begin. It doesn't feel as snowbally as some of the other drafts that we've seen.
It's not at all.
No.
You know, earlier this year that we had a lot of Medusa on the off lane.
I would like to see it just in the carry role.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see what Falcons will go for in their last pick. They still have to keep in mind that Ame has not gotten his hero yet.
Yeah, it's kind of on Amar here, and you're thinking a lot of steps ahead. You're going to be discussing, okay, what is Ame very likely to pick? What can I take here? Potentially on Amar or Malr1ne that can dissuade this pick that we don't want him to have. Or if they do go for it, then at least they can't feel as good about it.
I think for Ame, just anything that goes in, just get in the fight. You have double safe supports. You have the Shadow Fiend who's going to provide a lot of range damage, and that's why they took out his Ursa and Anti-Mage, 2 of his go-in heroes. What does that leave for him? A Faceless Void, or does he want to switch to a completely different archetype and try to play a ranged carry versus Medusa? Personally, I would prefer if he just went in this game.
It also depends on the lane setup, right? If they see a weak off lane based on Pango going to mid and there's something exploitable, then that could potentially change. And they go for the Magnus themselves. XG could not win. Well, take the Aegis with the Magnus, and then Falcons take the Magnus themselves in game 5.
Nice. Nice on the Magnus too. I will
nice.
say this can be poetic either way. Let's just leave it at that.
They are trying to cause mental damage right now on Falcons. They want to force a game 5 Magnus game.
A staple. Now, yesterday you guys said that Outworld staff, you know, doesn't matter if a team gets Outworld staff as the neutrals because it's good anyway. Can be good anyway.
This is a crazy game. This is honestly just an absolute crazy. Like, Ame has had years to think about what he wants to slap Magnus with. He comes up with a jug. It has a good matchup into the Medusa. You can buy Manta, you can go Diffusal, you can play fast, you have your spin against the Disruptor, against the Naga Siren as well. I think that Dota is going to do all the talking in this game.
Exactly. I mean, he's found a carry that at least in the kind of skirmishing of the early to mid game, he's not going to get caught off by glimpse. He can, you know, spin away from that. In the later portions of the game, depending on how it goes, he has swift flash and ways to kind of get around the fight. But a Juggernaut last pick. Falcons going for this epic team fight. Like, if this is a 50, 60-minute game, try fighting into Song, Static Storm, RPs, getting dragged into it as well.
So far, though, every time it has gone later, it meant that the early game was stable. I do need to know, how are these lanes going to play out? Are we going to have a stable early game?
It feels stable from both teams, right? Farm on both sides, and it really comes down to individual choices in the game, individual items and how they approach it.
My only concern right now is that Falcons have made a complete stylistic pivot from everything else we've seen them play. This is not the style of Dota that they haven't been playing throughout this entire TI, and they just want to out-execute in that late game. Whereas for XG, this looks like their drafts. This looks like their bread and butter, and Ame called for this last pick Juggernaut. It looks like a great Juggernaut game.
To me, this game is all about XXS on the Earthshaker, Amar on the Magnus, and Lotus Orbs, and the rest, it will happen on its own.
Critically for Falcons though, Malr1ne at least has a hero to play into the game. That's what we've been wanting to see him to play. When he's not on that, they struggle. But he can activate the rest of his team. Even though the style feels different, Malr1ne, he's sticking true to his guns. When they win, he's on an aggressive hero. And Pangolier, he can do it all.
May the best team win.
May the best team.
Yeah, Kesu, it sounds like both teams kind of got what they wanted from this draft of Game 5.
I absolutely think so. Like, this is what you wanted to boil down to in Game 5. You have a good draft, you have your comfort, you let the gameplay speak.
Oh, we're going to let the gameplay speak for sure. But first, we're going to let both of the coaches speak.
Absolutely, my friends. Community, we've been waiting a long time for a grand finals that went all the way We're going to Game 5, baby! And I'll give you one little hint here. There is nothing left to ask. We have two of the best teams in the world. They're about to go head-to-head for everything, and we'll find out who is the best team here today. So there's one question that matters, my friends. Who will be the man, and who will be the maggot? Shake those hands, boys! Let's get into a Game 5!
Oh, I am fired up after that intro. I have to say, this stadium, Barclays Arena, you guys have been amazing. From the front stage all the way up to the top, from every corner of this goddamn building, there are Dota fans filling up this space and making some noise. And I just want one thing from all of you, all right? I want us to have some fun, and let's make some fucking noise! Game 5, Falcons versus Xtreme. Let's get it on! A series goes the distance. Think about how many hours, how many thousands of scrims, tens of thousands of pubs, hundreds of thousands of moments thinking about what you would do if you were here in a Game 5 TI Grand Final, and you know these two teams have thought about it a lot. You do not want to leave this stage with regrets. Not now, not when you have come this close to tasting immortality.
There is so much history behind TI, so much history behind these players. So many of them have been working for this exact moment. For years, they've been dreaming about this moment. And now it's all about to happen. And nothing will be clean. It is going to be a dirty game without a doubt.
Pure magic as the only term for it. Man, if you are a coach of one of these squads, I would not want to be backstage watching this unfold with no ability to control it.
Heart palpitations,
the draft is set. The players are just going to play out your picks. And I mean, my God, a last pick juggernaut for Ame. You have to remember, this Ame juggernaut was the only thing that took a game off of Team Spirit in their perfect EWC run.
That's
the
true.
only thing Yatoro could not defeat. Ame will go back to it here and face his demons in a Grand Finals Magnus. This is what he chose. This is what he has to live with and what he has to make work here.
I won't lie, I felt a pit in my stomach when I saw the Magnus come up for Falcons. I saw Ame facing a Magnus in a TI Grand Finals Game 5.
Not again, not again.
Okay, let's talk about it. Let's break it down draft-wise, because the games have been incredibly one-sided. We've been here before. We've all been here. Well, maybe some of you haven't, but a long time ago, we had TI3, right? Goes to a Game 5, but those were some one-sided games to lead up to it. Drafting, there was a lot of back and forth all the way back then. There is now today in this series. Who do you think, in your opinion, who do you think walked away with the draft win?
This is honestly impossible to call. I cannot call it one way or the other. I give a very slight edge to Falcons because they got Naga Siren, and this hero has been a teamfight terror. But XG got some decent answers to it. They got the Shaker in response. It's a great matchup. You have long-range disable. You have teamfight. They got the XM Shadow Fiend that was a monstrosity in that Game 3. They have their saving supports. They didn't want anything else. This is everything they want in a lineup. All the scaling that they will need. So much team fight. Just a matter of execution. Can you make these picks pay off? XXS looking for some pressure on Skiter. Would love a first blood in this lane.
Yeah, gets another enchant totem. And with Xinkyu getting so many hits off, it's amping up the damage. Don't forget about that innate, the menace that he's able to apply. Skiter loses a lot of mana for that and may lead to something in the future. But for now, no kills just yet. But the CS score is looking mighty fine for Xtreme right now.
And honestly, that has been part of the story of this series. It feels like who pulls ahead in the early game is who pulls ahead more in the mid game and who closes it out.
Do you think that this is supposed to happen? When it comes to the look, I mean, we've got the Shadow Fiend versus the Pango. I feel like that is just a write-up. Pango's gonna, or excuse me, the Shadow Fiend's gonna walk away with a victory on that.
Auto lane win there. I think this juggle free farm no matter what. You can't stop them with a Disruptor 4. This looks like a lane victory for XG. They put themselves in a solid early game position. And this is also not the fastest lineup we've seen out of Falcons, right? They went for Medusa, they went for Magnus. This is not a classic skiter hero for a reason. It doesn't make early rotations. It doesn't join the fight super early. It does give you more scale. Will that scale come back to haunt you, though, if it gets reflected off of some Shadow Demon illusions? You can turn this Dusa back against the team itself. There's a lot of small interactions like that in this game. And of course, you have Naga Disruptor. I mean, this is a combo. I don't know how many times I've heard AUI talk about his love for this combination. I played on a team where he played carry Naga to set this all up. He loves this little combo. I've been waiting to see it in this event with how popular the heroes have been. It will finally get busted out in this game 5. Absolutely deadly in the late game. The sleep into the lockdown Static Storm. You have a disruption to soft bail you out of that situation, but there's a lot of team fight to back that combo up. There's a lot of burst damage.
In that case, do you favor Falcons going into that late game? If we get into that scenario where the teams have not been able to roll over each other with an early game advantage and we push it late?
I mean, honestly, I hate to say this, but it might come down to Omni Slashes. It's a gamble of a spell. I mean, you go in there, there's Lotus Orbs, there's Outworld Stabs. So much can go wrong, and yet so much can go right here. If you land the perfect ultimate, it can break that late game fight open.
Disruption setup, Fisher block off, a bit of damage. Snake King, though. Naga Siren, a very tanky support. And once again, Crit's going to make the early TP rotation for the punish on Xtreme Gaming. That should lock it down. XXS has nowhere to run to, and First Blood is claimed by Crit.
He makes the same rotation top he did in that other game. Turn that lane around for Skiter, secure this safe lane farm. Do not let XXS get aggressive or have a free farm time up on this off lane for XG. He has been their biggest playmaker. He is their playmaker in this draft. If you shut the Shaker down, the game becomes a lot slower for Xtreme Gaming, and then you're relying on the lane win from this Shadow Fiend to power you through. Which, by the way, he is winning the lane CS, but this Pango has been farming jungle incredibly efficiently. Malr1ne is getting through this matchup.
XXS, he knew there was going to be some sort of glimpse shenanigans here, and now with the Fisher, he's trying to save his support, pull back in. Once again, this Korrigan's grass is turning out beautiful when he's got so much set up for it, both the pull-in of the ensnare and the glimpse.
You have to find a punish somewhere on the map. This is just a straight tri-lane now from Falcons, and guaranteed kills with the net plus the glimpse.
You can't really punish the solo offlaner here. It's a double Bracer Magnus, and you've got Pugna Juggernaut. You're just not going to get a kill with that duo.
It's the downside. No disable on this Pugna to set up the spin kill. It means X-Nova's going to have to look
early
elsewhere.
Rolling Thunder goes after XM. Malr1ne gets stuck on the cliffs. Still able to find a second hit, but now it's underneath tower. And XM, he's trying to get off the Requiem. Unable to do so. Maybe he can threaten it now. Oh, man, to get a big heal off the Magic Wand stack. Malr1ne's the one to die instead. The race to finish him off. And now the punishment comes in twofold. The Shin-Q managed to get a disruption on top of that for a second kill. XM taunting Malr1ne. He was already walking away with the lane win, but now he's got a massive lead. 57 CS, a kill to be a part of, 3,200.
The fifth, it might get the kill.
Ooh, it was close, but not quite good enough. A raindrop is what separates Snake King from life and death.
What a kill attempt from Malr1ne. He played that lane so well, salvaging it in the jungle, dodging the rough parts, went for the all-in play, but XM, he had Fairy Fire, he had wand charges. He's able to boost back up, turn that play around, and the support's there at the right time. That's a huge turnaround play for XG. When you pick XM, these lane dominators, you cannot let him fall. His Sniper and Shadow Fiend have been go-tos for Xtreme for a while, for a reason. They build a lead, they take the map over, they take that tier 1 mid incredibly fast. If you gank that hero once or twice and he falls, a lot of the momentum goes out the window. So keeping him alive is pivotal here for Xtreme Gaming. Also building up a lot of stacks for the Shaker. This is something Falcons are eyeing. They would love to get in there and either contest the experience or steal it away with this Pangolier.
But we talked about all tournament long how it feels impossible to do so. You get too close, you're getting echo slammed, you're too far away, you don't get all that experience and certainly none of the gold. Snake King, the best he can do for now is block extra stacks.
They do have a window. No echo yet on XXS.
Miss Skewer. X-Nova, though, still taking so much damage. Thanks to the healing ward, he will stay alive. And Amar battling out with Ame, but I don't think he's expecting an extra hero here. Shin-Q can't get there in time for a disruption.
This will be Malr1ne gets away with some highway robbery on these stacks. Again, no ult on XXS because his lane was so rough. He got tri-lane. Can't go here and threaten that echo. 8-minute power rune, spawns top. Invis will go to the Pangolier here. No luck for XM on that one.
An Invis rune pickup from Malr1ne. We'll see what he does with that. I mean, it's actually a decent rune pickup if you're going to be invading Xtreme Gaming side of the map constantly, as they're trying to push XM along. Still has a decent net worth lead. He's already kind of rolling.
XG, they missed the D ward with this Sentry in the river, so Malr1ne knows what's going on here. They're just baiting this SF out. I mean, they do not want to let XM fall in this early game. You can see the prioritization from the supports. At the same time, they're not kicking people out of this lane and they're not hitting that tower, which is the progression we saw with the SF when they played it earlier.
Right.
That game spiraled really fast. This is getting stalled out a bit. This is buying time for the two side laners of Falcons to scale up here.
And
More
Amar,
stack contested.
he's feeling like on his Magnus game that the game is going to be slow enough that he can go for that Helmet Dominator. He's not going to be rushing the Blink Dagger, which, considering the lack of pressure so far from the Shadow Fiend, I'm inclined to agree with him.
This is the normal progression you want right here. This is going to help you scale
Early
Omni.
Omni Slash, and Amar, he levels up the RP, but he will not be able to outlast the Omni Slash.
What a find from Ame. The timing on that is tight with the next wave coming in. You really have to get it on point. He had the exact damage. I think that was literally the last slash of that ultimate.
I mean, Ame asked for the Juggernaut. You better be perfect with these Omni Slashes because this hero is so hard to work otherwise. Omni Slash is just such a fickle spell in that regard.
But he is a Juggernaut master, right? This is his hero. He asked for it in this moment. You have to deliver. Meanwhile, stacks have been being built up for Falcons, and at the same time, the Naga Siren is denying the stacks over on the Xtreme triangle. Snaking has been a menace with the blockage.
Yeah, 9-4. Xtreme doing a lot more of the stacking, but considering the fact that Malr1ne hijacked probably 3 or 4 of those.
They did not get them all.
Yeah, feels about even.
Still is XM picking up the farm right here. You did not get that early kill on the Shadow Fiend, so he's going to continue to power up. You just have to trade it out with some Empower efficiency of your own. Diffusal done for Malr1ne. Haste Rune in his bottle. Could be a nice little point to look for something if you're Falcons. He's really strong around the map right now. Not a lot of ability to control this Pangle either in the fight. That's the one downside for this lineup against the Pangolier compared to some of the ones we saw earlier with that Bane being banned out first. You don't have a VKB Piercing disabled to control Rolling Thunder in this game.
Timing of this is going to be pretty tight because Xtreme are also almost online. XXS just needs another 200 gold and he will have a Blink Dagger. So if they make the play right now, which they are, 2-man smoke, Crit and Malr1ne.
They want Ame. If he gets spin off, this might not work, but you have RP.
RP straight to the Sack Storm. He gets off the spin initially. They're still going to go for the kill. The teleports are coming in. He may need a disruption to bail him out here. He got off that disruption right before the Static Storm finishes him with the silence, but it's not enough. Too much with the Rolling Thunder on top of everything. Falcons, they just bring too many heroes to this, and Xtreme, desperate to bail out their carry, just give more to Falcons.
Such a nice timing to hit with this Pangolier. You even get to hold the Haste Rune. And you always have this RP threat on the Jug. You can't just spin TP out. You didn't have Healing Ward available, didn't have Omni Slash available for 5 seconds. No turnaround potential. They will take this Juggernaut down. An important kill in this laning phase. That Shadow Fiend is still powering up, but if you can disable the rest of the team, it's going to be a lot of weight on XM's shoulders in this game to carry it alone.
Skeeter's been having a peaceful game. Any pressure that he got was matched by Falcons rotating supports up here. And while he's not quite up there with the Shadow Fiend, he's gotten a lot of farm off lane. He's been a part of a couple of kills. And if he wanted to, he could keep this tower alive.
It's tough against the Pugno. 3 points in the blast. X-Nova will eventually get it here.
That's true.
And you inevitably will open up the map if you're XG. In theory, this is good space for the Jug to use later when you can, aggressively split push with the spin TP out threat. But again, you have Stone Gaze, you have RP in this game.
Yeah.
That is not guaranteed, especially when this Blink eventually comes out for Amar. You're going to be worried pushing these lanes super deep as Ame might have to play this game a little safer than you would normally want. Can still scale up really well, but he has to get that Battle Fury online and start putting it to use.
Malr1ne.
Look at another Power Rune and a great one. Amp damage for this Pangolier.
Yeah, it feels like he's just getting everything he needs right now.
I'd be really surprised if Falcons don't try and start something around this mid lane with this rune.
Sweeping through the jungle, they are going to be spotted by this ward. Shin-Q just sitting behind this tree, seeing if anybody on Falcons oversteps themselves.
Does have Demonic Purge for the Power Rune, so maybe that dissuades you a little bit. Especially if you don't catch the Shadow Demon at the start of the fight. It's kind of the dream catch every time. Take the save out of the equation, take the Demonic Purge out of the equation, no reflection on the Medusa later on.
Yeah, man, you can't afford to let Amar do this to you. He's taking too much. Falcons are still playing the top side of the map as well, but they're going to sandwich him.
They
punish.
Kick him out.
Didn't want to go for the Medusa, but they'll catch Amar on the other side, go through the gate, hit him with the Blink Dagger. And with that skewer, there's nowhere really to run. They try the Static Storm to give him some time here, but another 5 seconds till a skewer, and he's just completely surrounded.
Kill to Ame. Boosts that Juggernaut up. It's going to finish his Battle Fury right on time. Nice little kill to snag. I almost wonder if he could have TP'd out under that Static Storm. It would have been tempting. Still have a free farm Medusa in this game. This Medusa Juggernaut matchup is... it's a really tough one to measure. In theory, it's good for Jug because he has a little bit of sustain. He can build the mana burn items if he really wants to, Disperser later on. He has a great tool against you in the Omni Slash to kind of bypass the Stone Gaze, but it can also just go horribly wrong if Dusa hits her timings, gets a fast butterfly, is taking Roshan's against you, and is just barreling down lanes.
Yeah, she's such a damage soak that a lot of times these Omni Slashes are going to feel ineffective if Medusa's in the middle of them.
Looking at Amar again, but without the Shaker, you don't have the damage and control to bring this guy down. 2,000 HP with those bracers launch shreds.
Yeah, he dies once, he just runs it back down the lane. Says, go ahead, give it a try if you want.
Yeah, he's just running at him.
And Xnova's trying to run away, but Crit, he'll catch up with a glimpse here. Xnova doing what he can, but of course, too many disables, not going to be able to teleport away. A 5th kill for Falcons, but on the other side, a much bigger one. Skiter, hit by the disruption. He got up the Stone Gates. They're going to turn themselves away. The Croakers stall him up a little bit, but he's already out. Xtreme really didn't commit too much for that. They could have tried to go for the Requiem, but
it's hard to get that angle. Once that SF is already on top of when you disrupt, it's difficult to walk in there and get that Requiem. Believe you have the DPS to bring him down. He had full wand double Lotus.
Yeah, that is pretty tough to get through.
A tanky hero at this point in the
so
game.
So why not make the same play as last time? A little bit of feint up to the top lane and then back through the gate. Sandwich Falcons again on this play. If you want to keep playing aggressive down here, we'll keep picking off the heroes. This time they only get the support. Malr1ne.
Bait an illusion, but
he does not have a TP scroll, but he does have Rolling Thunder.
They're going to see he does not have TP.
Can they get in front of him anyway? Nah, he's too fast.
And they TP'd XXS down here as well, maybe feeling like he was backed into a corner, but the catch will not be there in time, and this is going to give up a lot of map control. Mid wave pushing in, top wave pushing in. Deuce illusions, adding fuel to the fire here with some Dark Troll Summoner creeps.
Tower denied by Malr1ne. A game of such close margins.
Look at this smoke. Without the initiator, though, this could be awkward.
Oh, it's going to be very awkward. Spotted by a Helmadom creep. They'll get the 100 gold for it, maybe take some neutrals, but it's not the smoke that they wanted, especially with all this damage on this top tower.
If you're XG, you also don't want this game to turn into some sort of, Naga ratting the lanes fest where you can't catch anything and you have very little information. This hero can make the map miserable to play. There's a rune denied.
Nice deny from Snake King.
But I like that dead even in this game 5. This was not a game that was just auto one off the lanes, and I don't think it's a game that's auto one off the draft.
I do feel like Xtreme Gaming are going to reach this point soon where they're going to have to pick up the pace once they get this Blink Dagger on XM. I don't know if he could play the same game last time where he just farms up to a BKB and then to an Aghanim Scepter. I am very, very leery. The potential of the illusion push from the Naga Siren and the Medusa, that sounds... I don't want to get into that world. I don't want to be chasing around these illusions all over the map.
If you believe in the Juggernaut Shadow Fiend scale, Shadow Demon can turn it around against them, right? You can be disrupting these illusions around the map, pushing the lanes back in. It's a great support at farming off the back of that. But I agree with you. Like, this is a game you want to get something done with your timings, particularly these Blink Daggers on the core heroes. Start hunting. Looking aggressive for the team fights, looking for Malr1ne, looking for the Magnus. If you can find those two, or at least one of them at the start of the fight, it can be very good for you. And you can bring Ame in there, and he should be able to contribute more than
this information, instant Echo Slam! Baited out Xnova! The punish, the Fisher, it doesn't stop the skewer away, and a song to reset things. Falcons are not in a position to keep it going, though. They will simply teleport out.
Smart
it was
song.
a great reaction there from Xtreme, but that is the problem with the Naga Siren.
Can always bail you out of a rough situation. You have BKBs later on, you can power through that, but for right now, it'll get Amar home. Super quick jump from XXS. They were absolutely ready for that play. Still, Amar gets out. Like, this tanky build for the mag. Proven problematic, and you throw some disruption spells behind him, some sustain later on. This Naga's going to build some utility.
Quick Static Storm, X-Nova.
And they're just running a pack. Quick Pugna kill, run the same heroes into the mid lane, grab the Shaker this time.
Pull him back in with the RP and the Rolling Thunder to ensure that if Xtreme were to respond, it's a hard fight to take. XXS is tanky, but not that tanky, and XM tries to come in with the Requiem. He's doing this solo. Wait, no, Ame comes in from the side with an Omni Slash.
It's a great one.
Malr1ne, he gets a lot of damage on it, but it's not enough. One more hit, and Essence Ring, it keeps Malr1ne alive.
And a pause as Ame's kill attempt falls short. One hit. He didn't want to spin for it, as you might sacrifice your ability to get back out.
XM finally went for that Requiem. Unfortunately for him, Crit was ready. He hits him with the glimpse. So after the Requiem, there wasn't any follow-up raises, which Ame certainly needed with Malr1ne so close to death.
That's the kind of team fight we expected from XG at this point in the game. I mean, you can imagine they win that if all three cores are punching together at some point in that sequence. Unfortunately, you lose your Shaker at the start. Your SF goes in, he gets glimpsed out. You go in with the Omni, he needs a little bit more follow-up damage. This lineup has to play together to achieve those kills, and right now Falcons just splitting them up.
Yep, Falcons doing a better job of playing the group up game. And that is largely because they do have this split push in the first place, right? They do have the Helmet Dawn pushing out these side lanes. They do have the Manta Illusions running down lanes. They can play grouped up because the side lanes are already pushed in.
There's a lot of lane shove in this lineup. Naga Siren, Medusa, Pangolier just ghost shoves it with the Swashbuckle. You have Empower, you have the Dom. It's going to be a lot of map pressure for this lineup to deal with. And if your Jug is afraid to show on lanes and get it back out because there is BKB piercing spells in this game, then you're really going to struggle. It's going to fall to Shaker to show a lot more, and he's your playmaker you want off the map, and it's really going to fall on Jinhyu to deal with the lane pressure by returning the illusions into Falcons. Looking for the glimpse, force the spin. I don't think Amar's in range here to try and turn it around, so no damage, no foul after that pause.
Yeah, but the spin on cooldown as well as the Omni Slash, Malr1ne feels very confident he can take this mid-tier 1 tower. The first significant blow of the game goes the way of Falcons. They now have a 3,000 net worth lead.
And they are racing towards this Medusa Butterfly. That's the scary part here for Xtreme Gaming. This timing for Skiter is going to be really strong. Their heroes do not deal with it well unless you can just isolate this Naga. And you can't do that until you have BKBs because Song can always bail him out, and then Falcons will reset with Static Storm, Stone Gaze.
The game of initiations is going to be so crazy to watch because Xtreme Gaming, they already had the Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker. We saw the effectiveness of that when Amar tries to make his jump. But then you're also going to have a Blink Dagger very soon on Xinqiu, and that's going to be a big pickup.
Oh, look at the Mine Amar down here. He blinked into XM.
And he sure did. He brought XM with him when he tries to skewer away. One raise, where's the stuns? They've got none. They only have damage, and it's not quick enough.
He blinked into that skewer. He's like, take me with you. I'll try and bring you down. Sick attempt to find the Magnus, but again, the tankiness of this build pays off. Amar's able to play it very aggressively and get out. This is
20 minutes.
Tormentor.
Yeah, Falcons, they see all these heroes from Xtreme on the other side of the map. They know this Tormentor, it's all theirs. And so the Shard, that'll go to Snake King. It's a nice really nice upgrade.
He's so rich now. He's only going to get wealthier.
Song of the Siren giving max HP regen per second, so when he gets the save up. But then there's something even more special. Max mana regen as well. That's even more effective with this Medusa.
It's great for all their cores. Beautiful Shard to get this early in the game too. Means you can just finish up that Solar Crest, go into other utility. They already have a drum on Crit. Early utility online for Falcons. Butterfly done for Skiter. This lineup is hitting a power point.
Once again, XXS is baiting out X-Nova, who's going to try and play for the Wisdom Shrine. No overextension, though, from Falcons. Not yet. The Omni Slash is laid down. And it's sticking on to Malr1ne. No, it's sticking on to Skiter. He gets a lot of damage done. The Stone Gaze goes out. The Rolling Thunder has used so many ultimates. Popped by Falcons. They do not get control of the Wisdom Shrine. That goes to Xtreme. Xtreme not able to chase and punish. But I think they're happy just to be able to get something out of Falcons without losing anything in return.
Honestly, this Omni Slash has been doing a lot of damage to these Falcons heroes. You get BKBs on these other cores, you commit in with that single punch, you know, Echo Slam, Requiem on top, Omni Slash on top of all that. Some of these heroes are going to explode. Even if the Song is over top, the burst damage is insane. This is what XG are gearing up for right now. They will have to hit their stride in the next 10 minutes here before this Dusa becomes impenetrable. And that is Snake King's job. Slow this game down. Buy time for the Medusa to get to this Scotty where she becomes an absolute beast in this game. And then look towards that Roshan.
With the butterfly advantage, it feels tough. The Scotty, that'll be something different for Ame to have to contend with. He's trying to work on a butterfly of his own. There's that blink dagger for Xin-Q. Good
Huge
pickup.
item.
And double BKBs will be coming in soon for both XM and XXS.
I do not envy Xin-Q's position in this game, though. To decide between an offensive disruption and a defensive one, which one do you need more? It's very tempting to go for that offensive disruption on the Dusa and turn those illusions against Falcons. At the same time, you use it offensively and you don't have it to bail out one of your cores that gets RP'd or Static Storm, you're going to really regret it.
That's true. And maybe that's where Xnova is going to have to step up, because he also has a save available. Maybe it's not as effective, this Decrepify, depending on what sort of damage is being thrown around, but I mean, Falcons, it's a lot of physical damage, to be honest. Anytime you have a Pango, that's just going to be core that's all physical damage, so.
I mean, Pugna's always annoying on that backline. It's just the displacement from the Magnus can be his problem. You pull this hero away from XG's formation. Very hard for Pugna to turn that sort of fight around.
And once again, Falcons having the advantage. Push the tempo of the game. They're going to take this Roshan. And Xtreme not really in position to contest. They're going to play for farm, play for that double BKB timing that we're talking about.
Believe in Ame, believe in the Juggernaut. That's all you can really do right now, because Skiter is untouchable with this Aegis, and that'll finish up the BKB for Amar as well. He feels untouchable at this point. You'd have to land a massive synchronization of these ultimates to bring these heroes down and win the fight overall.
The Naga Siren with a Blink Dagger. Snaking's going to be playing way off in the back to try and come in with those song saves. But the BKBs can't allow them, if Xtreme get that advantage, to just push through the song, get these kills anyway.
Such a terrifying hero to play against. Even if you get the perfect team fight, this Naga can put you all to sleep and reset the entire situation. See how much Skiter can get done with this Aegis. He's got a long time on the clock. Definitely enough to get to his Scotty. Probably enough time to take down 2 tier 2s if you really want to force that mid one. I doubt these are towers XG wants to fight. The positioning's just not that easy. There's going to be Naga illusions in your base. And it's all about the Juggernaut's timings. Ame, he wants his butterfly before he has to be pulled into a fight for his life here.
Yeah.
You need the damage upgrades on this hero.
Very efficient from Falcons. They take that bottom lane. The Helmet Dom creep was pushing in mid, so they didn't even risk any heroes. Falcons staying grouped up together. Now the Medusa is going to hit that mid tier 2, and it's going to disguise a smoke push in from Falcons. 3-man smoke into the triangle, not finding anything just yet. Xtreme, they've called their forces back to base for now.
Oh, but they did not recall Ame. He is so close to being in range for that RP.
He backs away just at the right time.
I mean, you've got to remember, he doesn't have BKB. If you RP skewer him into Static Storm, that's it for him. He's gone.
Kind of poke at Skiter here, of course, with the Aegis. It's a Medusa. It'll take forever to kill her the once. There's no way that Xtreme are going to go on this, and Falcons know it.
At the same time, they're smoking out. Since they're not afraid to take some sort of engagement, or at least look for a pick-off while this Aegis is online.
There is a lot of information from Falcons with these deep lane wards once again.
These are some nasty obs in this jungle, not being killed right now.
XXS, he'll try and cut that mid wave. Thanks to his shard, it's made a little bit easier.
Falcons instantly running back to this part of the map.
Oh yeah, they've got so much vision here. Double wards in this jungle area.
Could be a disaster.
And they got the glimpse back. The disruption goes out. And on the return, Xnova. He's fine. Amar, he thought about stretching out for that skewer attempt, but...
I mean, you got to know there's vision here now. You either find it or you vacate the area. XG getting corralled early in this game. I mean, the net worths don't look too bad, but they're losing a lot of space, a lot of ground right now. Xin-Q going for the offensive disruption. Little harass the Skiter here.
Yeah, with the illusions combined with a couple of stuns, Dusa does take a lot of damage, but...
That's a lot of damage, actually, yeah. Those things hurt.
They do.
Downside of the butterfly, right? Goes both ways. There's the Scotty, however, 2,000 mana pool.
It'll be the downside of the Scotty as well.
Oh, they found the bag.
The initiation on the Magnus. A massive pickup, but he's still got the RP, the song. Still, the RP has to be used defensively alongside the song. They just got to run. Echo Slam got used, but XM does not get off the Requiem.
How did he not get that off? You have to be instant on these jumps. The cores have to go together. One jump is never going to be enough in this game. It has to be 2, maybe 3. A big missed opportunity for XG. Does get to the butterfly on Ame. You can still look for something with this Omni Slash, but there's still the dire vision in your jungle. You never got rid of it.
Your own vision is going to be in danger because the early gem pickup from Falcons. They're going to push into this side of the map again. Once again, looking for a glimpse play. They know XM doesn't have his BKB. He just has to Requiem. Hope that the fear pushed them far enough back. But the Magnus going to chase after a snake. He got him with the ensnare. Wait, a Fissure, they're so clumped up. A Fissure hits on 4. If only there was some damage behind it. But Ame, he wasn't there yet. He's trying to get there somehow, wrapping through these trees areas, but he's just not going to be able to get there to punish anything. It's going to be instead Jin Q to die. Both supports fall, and they take that high ground ward away from Xtreme.
What you wouldn't have done to have Echo Slam available on that 4-man clump. Of course, Falcons going in there knowing it's on cooldown.
I mean, even just an Omni Slash probably would have won them the fight. But Ame, understandably, he has to work towards his MKB. As soon as he gets the MKB, he can take that man fight against the Medusa, perhaps. But until then, it's so difficult.
He believes in his scale here. He believes in the matchup.
Once again, XM spotted. Another ward, another deep ward that spots him on his way up here. And now Skeeter's on the other side, trying to get in front of him. He's going to go for the TP away. And Skeeter, he does. No, wait, the glimpse back. He gets a BKB.
That is very close.
It was so close. Just ran out towards the end of it.
Wearing through this Aegis. It is now expired for Skeeter. Playing field is even once again as some Blink Daggers coming out for a lot of these heroes. And the more important one, Ame, opting for Blink Dagger before he heads into that MKB.
I think he saw that opportunity from that Fissure and
100%.
was just like, oh, if I had a Blink Dagger there, what a world of difference it could have been. Another opportunity like that shows up, I will be prepared.
It makes sense with this lineup. Again, you have to jump together. Ame needs to be able to get in there when the opportunity presents itself. You may never get another one. And you have to get in there quick because that song is going to come out and reset the fight no matter what opening XXS finds. It's absolutely the right call. Just a matter of can you find that window. MKB also being built up from Skeeter. Just a true mirror match between these two carries as the Jug attempts to close the gap.
Ame's been sitting on a ward for a while. Now Xnova realizes, uh-oh. He started going through the gate. Falcons thought better of it, though.
The Falcons' wards have been on point, though. Another obs down here doing some work.
He keeps getting closer and closer to the gate. Ooh. And finally, Falcons, they just pull the trigger on it. Like, well, okay, we can catch him, but no. Hides away in the trees. Skeeter, who went first, did not get him with the Gorgon's grasp.
Space created right there.
Oh, absolutely. Any bit of space for Xtreme is worth its weight in gold right now. As Aghanim Scepter is almost done for XM, alongside that level 20. It's a big power spike to have.
So much execution necessary here for XG to win a fight, though.
Yeah, and they're going to need every bit of that because it feels like they're going to have to contest Roshan.
This is a scary Aegis to go away. Your high ground defense is not great other than disruption. You're likely getting skewered off it. 2 lives on Skeeter. That's just too much mana, too much HP to get through. Especially with Horn Toss available for Amar. And that win probability has swung considerably here.
Oh, man.
XG, they have their work cut out for them. There are pathways to victory in these fights. It is a very thin margin.
Yes, this is not quite like Game 4. It felt pretty much undefendable for Xtreme Gaming. This situation, you can definitely see they have the scale, they have ways to be able to make big team fight plays, but it is without a doubt in Falcons' advantage. It probably will be for some time.
So much can go wrong, right? Like you go in with that Omni, it bounces to a random Naga illusion and dies. There goes a lot of your damage.
Yeah.
You get songed on the jump in because someone doesn't BKB, that team fight can be over. You get stuck in the stone gaze while you're trying to Requiem, XM can just be a sitting duck. All these little interactions can just absolutely ruin what you're trying to do right here with the burst jump. And Falcons know it. They're going to send illusions out. They're going to play for the vision. They're not going to try and give you an easy opening. And if Amar sees a jump, he will take it.
And grind it out. Another Tormentor. Another shard for them. Roshan's going to be, spawn point's going to be soon. Somewhere in this next 3 minutes. Xtreme Gaming, get the map control while you can.
Mars rewarded. Extra skewer range, really nice here with this Horn Toss buildup.
Yeah, you move these heroes far enough away, it may not matter what kind of team fight Xtreme Gaming is able to put together if they just can't reach the hero that is pulled apart.
To me, it's on Ame and this MKB. Can he land a good Omni Slash in that fight? Can he output the DPS? He gets here, he has a chance to bring this Medusa down. He has a decent shot to bring the Pangolier down, even in a Rolling Thunder. Malr1ne's very susceptible to just getting burst down by this Juggernaut. Doesn't have a defensive item. No Ghost Scepter online yet. Buys it out, flying it now. That's going to be a huge pickup for him.
Yeah, we've seen part of the problem with this matchup for Pango in this tournament. He Rolling Thunders in. There's really not much he can do if he gets Omni Slash. He just has to steer his way into neutrals or his own team and hope that the Omni Slash bounces off of him. But if he is isolated, it's just 100-0.
Falcons are building up the cheap answers right now. Double Ghost Scepter across their two cores as the MKB arrives. The Mag and the Pango.
Goes fishing, finds the horn toss. Disruption, but only halfway through. And Malr1ne's going to ensure the kill, at least trying to with the Rolling Thunder. Xtreme protects himself. There's an Omni Slash. He may make it to his team. Malr1ne is still alive. No, he goes down. And Shin-Q finishes him off with the Demonic Purge.
Is this the opening? XG, can you find more right here?
I think it just catch Skiter, but the Fisher was just a little bit off the mark. Now he's teleporting away. The Croaker stopped.
The disruption.
It's not disruption. Oh, he was halfway through that animation.
Shin-Q, you were on the precipice of finding the biggest opening in this game yet, and he was mid-animation. You cannot get any closer than that.
Robbed what could have been an opportunity for Xtreme to take the Roshan, but instead, Falcons will have their heroes up to contest.
Still very clutch disruption. They got confused as to where that target was going to come out. That Omni was dicing up the Pangolier. Did not get the Ghost Scepter off. A lucky bounce kind of bailed him out, but he ended up dying anyway. They do get a gem out of that fight. Big gain for Xtreme Gaming in terms of that vision advantage. And a misstep there for Falcons. I mean, they were thinking they were getting a free 5. Yeah, out with Blink Aether Lens on this Shadow Demon. The turnaround potential is immense. Still, Falcons, they feel strong. They're going to push into this area. Even without the Pangolier, they know some of the ults are on cooldown. And Xtreme Gaming, they are very dependent on some of these ults, particularly that Omni Slash.
Yeah, Xtreme need another 45 seconds for that Omni Slash. And Roshan, they're going to leave a Medusa illusion inside of the pit. We'll see it as soon as it spawns.
I cannot believe they're pushing up like this without Ame. I don't think you have the damage to take down the front line without him.
The Roshan roars, and that's the call to action for Xtreme. They bring their 4-man. But what about Ame? He's trying to make his way over here. They don't know how quick they switch on. They make a disruption out, and on the side, there goes that Requiem. Blowing up Malr1ne. Skewered back onto the Shadow Demon. He got off the Demonic Purge. That is excellent. And Decrepify goes down as well. They have to Static Storm this Shadow Demon just to get the kill on him.
This fight is open right now.
It is. Ame wasn't even a part of that one, and now he's got his Omni Slash. Xtreme Gaming, there is an opening here.
They do not want to press it.
Can they force the fight? Can they take the Roshan, or are they just going to sit back and play for more time?
Was such a clutch find from XXS. He saw that Pango for a brief second try and go up to that hill. That ward did so much work and just instant jump. Could see the difference now between here and that fight earlier. You get the stun on the Pango, XM, you better instantly get in there. You have about 2 seconds to make your play or it's gone.
Skiter is still playing inside this pit. Another roar goes out. Xtreme Gaming well aware of what's happening here. Stalling and stalling.
Ame is just farming. He's doing Ancients right now.
Yeah, he's almost to a Swiftling.
It's like calling their bluff. It's like, you're not going to do Roche.
And you would be right about that with Roshan now swapping over to the other side of the map. Just another minute of farm time for Ame.
He made the most of it. Omni Slash back up, almost level 25. Do you smoke and try and contest this? Yes. XG will not give up this Aegis for free. A tough angle to contest. Dire Ward scouting the entry to their triangle, but does not see them deeper in.
There's so much vision of Malr1ne. They blink backwards on XXS.
There were creep scouting.
Deal with the Watcher. Roshan's already dead. The smoke up Falcons. Now on the offensive, looking for the glimpse pickoff. Found it on X-Nova. Pull them back inside the Static Storm. These supports are worth the ultimates. The Says are too annoying for Falcons. They let the Medusa lead the charge. They don't have to risk anything else. The Swift Blink, it's done for Ame, and he's pushing to level 25 soon. Can this Juggernaut, can Ame carry this for Xtreme? They have put everything in this Juggernaut basket.
I don't think there has ever been a more important Omni Slash in the history of this game right now. And if this is the spell you have to rely on, the tension in that booth must be at an all-time high.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how good you are with the spells. Sometimes
it just doesn't go your way.
It just doesn't go your way. Luck can play against you.
You leave it up to fate. Can you find that opening? Refresher arrives for XM. You'll have double Requiem to play with. Might buy you a lot more time in the fight, a lot more control too if you can land the double fears on some of these core heroes before the Stone Gaze comes out. Maybe make a zone of control so this Magnus can't get in there. All of that goes out the window, of course, if Amar just finds the jump with the Horn Toss Skewer. But Jinkyu, he's been ready for those plays. Disruptions have been pretty on point.
Yeah.
It is also something Falcons could play for, right? I go in with the Horn Toss. I know the Shadow Demon's going to show. Someone else get that Shadow Demon when he goes for the save. It can be a two-sided play.
Knowing how important this Omni Slash is, and the counter is right there. Everybody knows it. Lotus Orb. Look at Crit's gold. You make the call. What would you do? Would you get the Static Storm or would you go for the Lotus Orb? They have Song into Static Storm, Ag Static Storm. It feels like a guaranteed team fight win, but at the same time, Lotus Orb is the ultimate defense against Ame right now.
I would go Ags just because it's so guaranteed with the Naga. But Crit, he always plays for the team. He always makes the right play. I think he's going to go the Lotus here. He's going to try and reflect that Omni.
No, he's bought out the Ags. He's already bought 3 of the components. 500 more gold until he's got an Ags. Somebody funnel him some gold. Amar fishing, got the Horn Toss, and Fisher is not going to stop the Skewer. Back into the Static Storm it goes. Once again, the support is picked off. There is still this annoying Shadow Demon with the disruptions, but it's on cooldown for a bit. Skiter will take that chance to hit a tier 3 and take down the tier 3 in quick succession. There's that Axe. Flying out for Crit. If they get the right, no! It's gonna be Xtreme jumping first! They go all in for the Magnus, and they've got him!
Look at Skiter, he got feared into the base.
He did, he got pushed in deep. Falcons get a bit separated, but Xtreme, once again, they're playing it slow. They hit the Fisher now, the follow-up. Ame, he's making the call to jump in. Takes a lot of damage. Oh no, they're rolling down the Omni Slash! No! Ame! What about the Omni Slash?
Didn't get it off in time, underestimated the burst damage, was trying to hold it for the second life and paid a massive price. No buyback available for this Juggernaut right now. He is 600 short.
The team gave him an opening. They got the pick off.
He got too greedy with it.
And now the team has to hold for him. Can they weather through? Skiter, a minute and a half left on the Aegis. They're trying to chip away at it, see if they can take it for free.
It's like you have to wait for the Juggernaut here. I mean, you go in and Requiem this Medusa, it's just not doing enough right now. You have good stall mechanics at least. This is not going to be the fastest push. But this will be a lane.
And there are no tier 2s left. Falcons won. They can keep this going. 40 more seconds till Ame's back up. 1 minute on the Aegis. Falcons have made the call. They're going to go another. Or maybe not.
You might not get another chance like that in this game, especially with that Ag Static Storm online. RP available, all the ults up for Falcons in 2 seconds, and you still have Aegis for 30. Do XG even have any smokes left? They popped so many.
Inside of the base, Amar, a Horn Toss. Oh, if he could find XXS, that would be a beauty.
He wants to return the favor.
Maybe it's X-Nova once again, the Pugna. Toss back to the team. There's nothing Xtreme can do about this. It's just time and time again, Horn Toss into out. And they have to play 4 versus 5. Ame's finally back up. The tier 3 is almost dead though. Skiter keeping up the pressure. 14 seconds till the Aegis will despawn. They'll back away, let the regen kick in. And a smoke up from Xtreme, hoping that Falcons would continue to take the fight as the Aegis expires, but they'll make no mistakes here. It's time, Avery. Snaking has Song of the Siren back up. He's got a Blink Dagger.
I mean, this could just be it. You find a great clump here. You drop that Static Storm. This game is just over.
This could be the killing blow. Xtreme Gaming, you have to play with speed here. They have to make the initiation. They have to be so fast that they beat out Snake King's Song.
They used their last smoke as well. It's about to expire. The vision is not on your side. The buybacks are not on your side. You're missing the 2 big ones here.
The creeps are pushing in. The illusions are pushing in. The Naga Siren, the Medusa, it's all over the place. Falcons will give them a moment of reprieve. 2 minutes until another Roshan. They've got such an advantage. There's no need to rush things with these high ground pushes. They are dangerous.
Let the Naga illusions do the work. Let your high ground wards do the work. You have so much vision control right now. Why take a bad fight when you can take a great one? Skiter is capped, man. He is 6 slotted. He can eat an Ags, buy something else, but...
Yeah, they already have all their shards. There's nobody to get it from this Tormentor.
Nothing left to get here.
You have almost every advantage you could ask for Falcons. They have Ags on almost every single hero. They have a shard on every single hero. Xtreme Gaming holding on. They've got a couple ultimates. We got the Refresher on XM. We've got the level 25 on the Juggernaut. Opts for the lifesteal.
He needs BKB though. He cannot enter the fight unless he's just instant Omni into spin versus the Static Storm, versus these RPs, versus the Rolling Thunder into the Medusa damage like we saw earlier. He buys out. I think this is the correct call, but no buyback available for Ame. It will not be available in this next fight.
No room for mistakes here. But it might not even be a mistake. What if Snake King just songs into the base and they're able to just Static Storm it? Like, what is he gonna do? He's just dead.
You get disrupted and hope you can survive. That is it.
Xtreme Gaming are gonna have to be so disciplined on their spacing here. Even deep inside their own base. All the way back behind tier 4s.
Yeah, they just don't know where the jump is coming. They have no vision right now. Falcons, they're probably just waiting for next Roche. But you don't know that if you're XG right now.
The illusions are just non-stop 6%. Xtreme are backed into a corner. Will they contest for the Roshan? Can they contest for the Roshan? Is Falcons even give them that opportunity? Or they just make Roshan roar and then smoke into you?
Yeah, there's no way they just sit in the pit. I mean, maybe you sit Skiter in there, but it's not going to be a clump fight that you can take advantage of. There's always going to be Naga illusions on you. You're running out of smokes in this game as well. And the big questions for these cores, do you buy out in these situations? How valuable is your buyback versus something like a Refresher on that Shaker? 6K gold on XXS. It's do or die. The Refresher might win you that fight. It could win you the game. Buyback could also win you a base fight. Might not even be able to get to the shop. That's another concern here.
Beast Soul's cast speed, so we're going to have some instant Requiems going out. He's got 2 of them. That is so much damage if you are right on top of a hero.
But think of how much control he has to go into.
Oh, yeah.
Double Song, Ag Static Storm, Stone Gaze, RP, Rolling Thunder. Any of these spells can mess you up.
XXS buys out that Refresher. He's playing for the all-in.
Could have buyback available if he gets 500 more gold or so here, but that is not an easy task with how little map they have to work with.
Oh, yeah.
There's just no way Ame can get his up.
They're getting the crumbs that are falling off of Falcons' tables right now.
Falcons know it. They're going to play it safe. They're going to play it disciplined. They're going to play for Roshan. Put an Aegis on this Medusa. There's a decent chance he just becomes untouchable. They're getting more Omni/counter ability. E-Blade available for this Magnus. They can build into some more Lotus Orbs.
E-Blade, a Ghost Scepter. That's about it. Surprisingly, no Lotus Orbs, which they could have just gone for that and let Skiter hit high ground, just keep, throwing those Lotus Orbs on him, but they played for the bigger kill. This big team fight combo. Falcons back up, go for the Roshan. It'll roar, and we'll see what Xtreme do about this. Even if they smoke up, are they going to be able to get there in time?
It just seems like an impossible fight. If you know they're coming, you just song the play. You make them BKB early to have to commit. There's going to be some RP interrupt.
Got the Horn Toss once again, the Pugna. Punished time and time again. Somebody has to die for this Horn Toss Skewer combo. They'll get the pick off. They force the buyback, and they still claim the Roshan. The Aegis picked up. XM, he doesn't want to let them just push back into the base. They're going to try and play for this high ground. But again, these illusions are scouting things out. Falcons leaving nothing to chance here.
Snaking is very familiar with playing a late-game Naga Siren lineup in a TI Grand Final. This is a team that knows how to abuse the vision, knows how to look for the jump. They have the vision, they have the jump. This game is in their control right now.
Break it down for me, Avery. How does Xtreme win this fight?
Massive Requiems, a great catch from XXS, and the Omni Slash has to land.
He got two! He got two inside of that! The man just took it to him! He said, what do I need? It's all me, baby, I've got this! Finds an opening on two.
What
now
can
Ame has an opportunity. Oh, that outworld staff, man! It's just too good of a counter to the Omni Slash. Ame's making a run for it. He'll get back to the base safely. Falcons have bought back on Amar, though.
They want to end it. They still have Aegis. They know all the ults are on cooldown. This junk did not do enough with the
He's almost
opening.
out of mana on the first life here. Skiter is getting quite low.
They do have a refresh Requiem available.
Yeah.
XM hiding in the trees, looking on this ward. Skiter backs up. That's a one team fight for XG, stalling out this Aegis. XXS does it again. This man finds openings out of nowhere, and he has been decisive on the trigger.
Yeah, I couldn't even get to the preamble. He just saw a moment, went for it.
That's
Two
what you have
steps
to
and a
do.
blink.
You have to play like that in this game if you're going to win it as XG. And the Slugger hits almost killed Snaking. He got hit by two fissures, a bunch of Slugger echo damage. Naga almost died from collateral. And that was with the song going out. That's the upside for XG in this game. If you can find the jump, if you can commit, if you can put your BKBs to use, there is no counterplay to that other than the RP coming through. And it's not always fast enough, and it's not easy to get through these Requiem fears. 2.5 minutes left on the clock for Skiter. Round 2 here for Falcons. They buy the mag to continue the push. As XG trying to wait for ultimate cooldowns.
The banner gets dropped, and the damage, it's coming so fast. Xtreme have to cobble together some sort of idea here. Ame, he'll blink forward, deal with the banner.
Does have buyback
Spin on
now.
cooldown.
It's worth mentioning. Two
Rolling
lives on
Thunder,
this
that's
jug.
going to be a bit wasted here. Malr1ne tries to blink it again. Very awkward. Very far forward.
There's no punish, though.
That'll be a second lane. No response from Xtreme on that.
They are being pushed to the limit here. Bend, don't break. That has been the motto of this squad, but you can only bend so far.
And amp damage is in that top rune. Falcons.
Oh, do they see it? Does someone go back to check?
See it, man. Skeeter setting up 2 minutes. He wants to force this now.
Look, A on disc, ready to be assembled for ATF. You might not be able to get that same kind of play on the Magnus anymore.
One building left till Megas.
You gotta go here.
Half HP, where's the jump? They make the jump now. Try and hit for the Requiem. The RP gets locked down as well. Song. Still though, the fear pushes the Medusa inside. Little bit of a problem. Half mana for now. Trying to stall things out. Got the Static Storm out. Glimpse back onto him. Refresh. He couldn't get off the BKB. He's in trouble. Decrep Light's gonna wear out. XM now he gets off the BKB. He's making a run for it, but the Stone Gates will allow Skeeter. He'll take Megas.
XG against Megas. Need to
XXS,
find
he doesn't want to let him leave. He's running straight to him. He challenges Crit, but a cheese goes off. Crit, he's alive for now, but he's separated the rest from the Medusa refresh, and now he's got lots of stuns. Hits him with a little bit more. Requiem, Fisher, everything they have. A jump forward, goes after Crit once again. Wait a bash. Still though, the Medusa's in trouble. Ame, wait the song, and they can't stop him.
Where's
he's
the
teleporting away. There is no stuns.
He didn't Omni him in the Ghost Blade because he felt like he was gone, but the song bailed him out. Falcons escape with everybody. Another opening where XG just fall a little short.
The fight recap shows Xtreme Gaming, you got nothing out of that. You've given up Megas. They have the lineup to hold up against Mega. The game is not over yet, not by a long stretch. But it does feel like Xtreme Gaming is just bleeding, and they haven't really gotten any control back into this game. Maybe this Aghanim Scepter, though.
I mean, there have been very few comebacks against Mega Creeps on the TI main stage. There has never been a comeback against Mega Creeps in a Game 5 on the main stage. The pressure is building. It is almost too much, but XG, they are not out of this game yet. 5% chance. They will take those odds if they can find one more opportunity to output the damage. Ame, he buys out yet again in this game, consumes an entire Ags. He will have the Swiss Slash to throw out now. More tools in his arsenal.
It'll be a little hard for Skeeter to make that same read with the Outworld staff that he did before.
And a Hex on XXS, more control. That buys a lot of time for Ame to go in and deal some serious damage, and they were dealing some serious damage to that Medusa. As bad as the fight outcome was for you, you got Megas, you didn't get a lot off of that. You gained some confidence in taking Skeeter down.
You did.
He died very fast, especially to XM's damage.
Yeah, it helps so much that both the Requiem and these long-range Fissures, it pushes a lot of these Falcons heroes who are trying to sit behind the Medusa. It pushes them so far away that skiter just ends up on an island.
Exactly. Isolate the Medusa, take him out. Even if a clutch E-Blade comes through, you might still just be able to push through it. You always have the Demonic Purge to throw on him. Guarantee the Omni lands outside of the Outworld staffs here. Falcons take a breather, decide to farm up, try and reset this game a little bit. Still firmly in control. But you're gonna have to close this one out. Second Hex available. There's now a double Hex with Refresher on the SF, double Hex with Refresher on the Earthshaker. Quad Hex potentially coming out from XG. That is a lot of control to fight through.
That's like 15 seconds of disable. What do you even do?
No BKB on this Dusa. I mean, you could just throw all the hexes into skiter, remove a lot of damage from the fight. You might get RP'd, but if there's no one to kill you in the RP, is it going to do that much here?
Look at all the Lotuses he's stacking up, man.
Oh, they are stacking them.
Another Tormentor. Once again, nobody to take the shard, just some gold for the squad. We're going to be playing 50 seconds until Roshan has the potential to respawn. I think this is a situation where Xtreme, no way they can contest. It's just going to be a good old-fashioned base defense. It's just going to be sitting on your tier 4s, daring Falcons to get closer and closer to your fountain, where the buybacks are more potent.
Those buybacks are everything now for XG. Ame, you're pretty much capped out. You just got to play for maybe a Refresher, maybe a Nullifier somewhere in this lineup, but buyback is a lot more important at this point.
Oh, I mean, if he could get to Refresher, that would be sick. 4 different slashes to get around these Outworld staffs and these Ghost Scepters.
Gotta abuse the fact that the fight is gonna happen in your base and you're gonna be able to reset a couple times. At the same time, I mean, if you can continue to find levels in this game, the Shadow Fiend level 30 talent for some extra Shadow Raise damage, all these small things can add up here. Probably need to win a fight to get here, at least 1 or 2. But you look at this net worth lead, a lot of this net worth lead for Falcons is on that support duo, which can play a huge role, but it's not necessarily going into this core-on-core man fight. And we've seen how quickly that fight can go XG's way. This game is not easy to end right now.
Mar has an E on disc. He's ready to put together if this initiation goes wrong, but it doesn't. He got the opening on the Shadow Fiend straight to the Static Storm. That's going to be a buyback.
No disruption in time. A clutch pickoff for ATF here. He will reach 25 off that extra RP stun duration. Could also be very impactful.
XM doesn't use his buyback right away. He's going to wait for Falcons to make another push. And Falcons are certainly going to go for that push. But how many times can they find this Fissure opening? Every single time he goes for it, there's this risk that XXS responds fast enough, that one of these supports managed to get off some sort of save.
The awkward timing here, Roche up in 40 seconds. You have to know that this is in the range for the spawn interval.
Yeah, maybe Falcons, maybe they just go back. Maybe they've taken this SF kill, but maybe they can't actually force the buyback for the risk. What if they lose this fight? What if they give up Roshan?
The safe discipline play is to take Roshan here. 2 lives on the Dusa is what lets you break the high ground. As tempting as it is to force the fight without the SF, it could go horribly wrong. And then if you lose that Roche, it could all slip away. They're thinking about both. They went to the pit, now they're back to the base. ATF, he's made the call. He wants to look for somebody.
Once again, the Pugna, because why not? A disruption, okay. Gets thrown out onto the Magnus. Lotusaur bounces it back, and it's still the death of X-Nova. Man is just not getting to play any Dota right now. Still, though, they popped another Stone Gaze for this. The XM's back up in 10 seconds. It's actually feeling like even though Falcons are getting these pickoffs, they still can't get a buyback out of them. They just have to go to Roche.
Most important things in this game right now are the buybacks for XG and their glyph. These are the 2 things they need to maintain in this game to have a fighting chance in that base defense. Doesn't matter how much lead you grow from here. The fight is not going to change that much. Maybe Refresher on crit gives you a little more potential, but you've reached your potential with this lineup. All the playmaking is there, and XG, they want to contest this Roche.
This is crazy.
This is absolutely insane. Going into all the vision, all the control, you can get sub-static stormed at a moment's notice.
And creeps are still hitting their tier 4s. They haven't even pushed the base out yet.
They're just going to get thrown. You have to go back.
You have to go back. There's no way you can stop this Roshan Falcons. They play it cool. They back away. 5-man smoke up. And now they're hitting into the base.
They lost tier 4s off that. They lost so much.
They realize that Xtreme are a bit out of position. If they can get to the base before some of these other heroes, they can get yet another pick off. It's X-Nova again.
Does not have the buyback available.
Is that enough, Falcons? Ame, he's tired of this. No, the Lotus Orb. Swift Slash, it was just a Swift Slash. Meanwhile, GQ, he just died in an instant. Skiter took him out. And oh no, XM got bashed up right as he tried to go for the Requiem. And he's gone.
XG crumbling right now.
They're wearing through these heroes one by one. And Ame in frustration, he managed to get his spin up there, dance inside, but it's that Stormer response, and his song as well. Still though, the spin gets off the side spin and bounce backwards. It didn't get onto the heroes. Now what do? You need a refresher, XXS. He can't go back, he has to go in, he has to use everything he has. Refresher into the Echo Slam, they get one, they got lead. Half HP on Skiter, Ame fighting for it. Can he take down Dusa? It's almost no! The song! And now a refresh. When he comes back up, Snaking has just saved the game for them. It was going to be the Deuce and 10, and instead, it's a Falcons victory.
Ame, you've been here before. Will you be denied again?
3 times denied. A horn toss, and it's over. Falcons, they've done it. Falcons are your TI champions.
This series went to a Game 5. That Game 5 went to the 58-minute mark. It took every buyback XG had to hold on to that game. Every tower in the base. Falcons push it to the limit. They gave ATF, the hero that has been Ame's nightmare time and time again. The Magnus will once more shut their dreams of an Aegis down and achieve the dreams for this Falcons squad. A long time in the making for some of these players. They will finally lift this Aegis. For some of them, they've been here before. But for a lot of this squad, it will be their first time as international champions.
Snaking and Skiter, now 2-time TI winners, and they do it with their teammate AUI, who is now the first coach for a 3-time champion. The duo of Malr1ne and Amar, from their time together in obscurity on a little team called Creep Wave, moving to different teams, cheering each other on every step of the way, and now realizing their dreams as a team. And then Crits, the player at this TI, the longest consecutive run, 12 years in the making for him, and now the moment of triumph. The International 2025 champions, Team Falcons!
Ladies and gentlemen, the international champions, Team Falcons! Congratulations, congratulations, boys. Of course, I'm going for you first. ATF, my man, you have told the world that you were the best player on your team, the best player in the world. And now, you got the proof, baby. Now, you were right. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to Amar, the first place international champion! Any words, my friend?
Thank you, my family. Thank you, my friends. Thank you, my team. Thank you to everyone who supported us. And this is just the beginning.
Skiter! I guess the debate is over. Wraith Pact TI was not a fluke after all. You carried your team in Singapore, and you have done it here again in Hamburg. Skiter, the mic is yours, my man. What's on your mind?
I'm just so happy that I was part of a squad that helped Crit win TI after he tried so many years. I'm just so happy for him. And obviously for Malr and Malr1ne to win TI at such a young age is a privilege, and I'm kind of jealous. But yeah, they did their part, and I'm just so happy for everyone.
Thank you so much. Snake King, my North American brother, you have been the glue that has kept this team together. You always believed in this team, and they have always believed in you. And now, you get to raise a second Aegis with your brothers! How does it feel? Any words for them?
It's amazing. I'm on top of the world. I'm very grateful for Skiter and AEI. We're going to run it again.
We're going to run it again!
Malr1ne, may I baller you for a moment, and you think you could maybe lift the Aegis for me as well? There are only 11 different mid laners inscribed on this trophy, and now you are joining the ranks of Dota history on just your second TI. Now I know generally you got a lot to say, Malr1ne, but has a TI made you speechless?
I barely can talk, but I never would dream and think that I would have any chance winning TI, especially as a earliest.
It is a reality, Malr1ne. Start believing it.
Fantastic. Sir, we will take that Aegis right over here. Oh, okay, give it away whoever you want. That's all yours, all right. Owie 2000. Hell yeah! Lift it up! Owie 2000, you are the first man in history to see 3 teams to an Aegis, my friend. You have broken the record, and there's no denying you're the greatest mind in Dota history! Is there anyone you would like to thank in this moment?
I think just my team, Stas in particular. Thank you, Stas, carrying TTI. But no, thanks for all the people who make this game so great. Honestly, like, I don't know what my life would be without Dota. And I don't know, I just can't express my thanks enough to everyone. Thank you for watching, thanks for supporting us.
And thank you for such an incredible performance. Thank you.
And last, but certainly not at all the least, Crit. This moment is the culmination of 9 different TI attempts. When many people would have given up, you persevered, my man. No matter what the rosters, no matter what the setbacks, no matter what the region, you never gave up. And now, the day has come. Crit, you are a TI winner!
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like, it's been a long time, and I like to not react too much when we win, and I feel like this time I'm lucky that I can even talk. I just want to thank everyone that supports us, especially our friends and family. Yeah, just thank you, everyone. It means everything.
Enjoy the moment, my friend. If anyone has earned it, it is you. And all of us, please, can we celebrate in this moment and make one more round of applause for your TI-14 champions, Team Falcons!
A crowning achievement on anyone's career, and Team Falcons, they get it for themselves. A team effort that spans beyond the 5 players and their coach to get to this moment, to get to this main stage here in Barclays Arena in Hamburg, and they have done it. They have finally done it, Kazu.
What an absolute treat to watch this entire TI and them winning this TI. And you can just, like, it's one thing to win TI and it's another thing to win it with the people closest to you. Like AMR and Malr1ne, they've played together for years. You can just see it. It's honestly, like, it's so touching and beautiful to, like, see this game unfold and to see a team win. It's taking me, like, everywhere.
I mean, in 2024, they were the favorites, right? They came into the Copenhagen TI with Crit on the roster, you know, hometown hero. They weren't able to do it. They kept the same roster. They didn't give up. In 2025, they didn't even win a single LAN. Coming into this TI, you know, they were also still weren't considered the favorites, but they showed that through the tenacity of these 5 players, with their coach, with their management, and everyone around them, they were able to craft some of the best, you know, strategies that we have seen at this TI.
I mean, they struck gold with this roster. Ever since Falcons came into the scene a year ago, they were considered one of the best teams, even though they didn't win that TI last year. They're here on the stage now as the winners. They didn't change a thing. All of these players are so exceptional at what they do. They are so good in their roles. They have the confidence. They did not falter. And their road was long. It was grueling. They played the longest games during the road to TI. They had some throws. They had some comebacks. They went through the ringer to get to this Aegis.
Even with going through the upper bracket, they were still the team that played most games with the road to TI and the TI combined.
I mean, I feel like it had to be Crit to win it then, right? The fact that, you know, like we've already said, you know, it's his 9th TI in a row. He hadn't won it yet. He finally overcomes it. Of course, snaking Skiter. It's now their second TI in the books. Malr1ne's second ever TI played. He finally gets his win. It really is just a matter of everything. And for AMR to so calmly say when he lifts the Aegis, you know, that's not the end of it. You know, there's more to come.
This is the start.
This is the start.
They're both 20 years old. Like, they're like best friends winning TI together at 20. You have Crit who powers through it for like years and years. And I know that snaking, he has to deal with AMR and Malr1ne, and I know that they're clowns a lot of the time. Like, he has to, like, you know, simmer them down, level them, make sure everything works. And AUI 2000, there's a big reason that people call him like IQ 2000. Like, this guy, he knows it all. This team, I don't know, it's just so amazing to watch them.
I love that team dynamic, though, that you mentioned, that there are these 2 crazy kids just having fun. They're playing for the love of Dota 2. You know, people laugh at them, people call them toxic, because they're just enjoying themselves. They're tipping, they're in it together. You saw how they just plopped on the ground, just relieved at the win, just staring at each other. That was a shot out of a movie, looking at that.
Yes, it really was.
That's how much, you know, TI means to these players, right? They've won so many tournaments. Have you seen them be that emotional, lay on the floor? You know, that's how much this tournament has a grasp on our players. Like, this is why this tournament is the most beautiful tournament of any point in the calendar. It is everything. And for the players, you can see how much it means to them.
Yeah, it has been a fantastic 2 years in the making, I think, this grand finals for Team Falcons. And to make it in a game 5 as well, I do want to say, I mean, they did eliminate Xtreme Gaming with the Magnus. I'm going to forgive them for that.
Arme won't, but
he will never forget. Like, he already has so many days he can't forget. Like, this one on top for XG. It's honestly so sad and like so trauma-inducing, but you gotta really give it to Falcons. They go back for the Snake King Naga. He's won TI with it before. Crit on Disruptor, not something we see too often, but this guy, he's played for so long. He's been in so many lands, in so many games. He can play whatever you need him to play.
Also, Skiter on that Medusa, give that man his flowers. In a lot of the games this tournament, it was Malr1ne and Amar being the scaling heroes into the late game. In this game 5, they put full faith in Skiter. They made him the win condition. They expected him to carry them until the very end, and that he did. He is a world-class carry. He is the best carry in the world right now.
I mean, I remember, like, this guy has absolutely way too many people that were, like, hating on him. And also, too, we heard Tsunami say the Rave Pack TI. People were saying, yeah, they only won because of Rave Pack here, there. No, look at them at this TI. They make the meta. They play their heroes. They play them top class. And that's why they win the tournament, not because of some random items here or there.
I mean, it's the fact that it's a team where all 5 players at different points had to shine to win a game, right? It's not a TI where we're looking at one player who's been able to, you know, carry the team or whatever, right? It literally is all 5 blending together and creating this harmony of strategy and, you know, friendship.
Yeah, let's take a look at the road that Team Falcons has taken to get to this very point and taking the championship in the finals. It was a relatively smooth sailing through the upper bracket, but the games were not easy. There was only one of those series that was a 2-0 at the very beginning, but the rest went the distance.
Yeah, losing game 1 was Falcons' MO to winning this TI, right? Losing game 1 to BB, losing game 1 to Vision, then losing game 1 to Xtreme, but they showed that they knew how to adapt and understand. The emotions did not let them, you know, overwhelm the series. The fact that whoever was leading the talk behind stage, be it Amar, be it Aoi, that was pushing the team forward, and it isn't just a clean sweep. They had to, like Effie already mentioned, they had to do every aspect of a team to get to this point.
They really benefited too from the way they played this tournament. I mean, we heard Snake King on stage yesterday saying because of the group stage, because of how long the games were, how many games that they threw or they perceived as playing bad, that is what taught them today and how they're playing. Every series that they played, every loss, they took a lesson from that and they applied it to the next one. And you could just see it unfold in front of you. It was beautiful.
I think the entirety of the International, including the road to the International, was beautiful. This one is going to go down as one of the better Internationals in my book, that's for sure. This was amazing. We saw great Dota. The games were back and forth. And Kezu, I just want to talk one moment with you in Germany on the main stage.
I mean, I'm just so happy to be here. Hamburg, ich danke euch alle. Es ist mein allererstes TI als Talent. Es freut mich total. Ohne euch wäre Dota und TI nicht das, was es ist. Thanks to all of you for watching, because honestly, this was my first time here. It's incredible.
What was your best moment, would you say?
My best moment?
Yeah.
Probably just stepping on like the TI stage and like just talking and like getting into it. Because you're really nervous before, but you go into it a few minutes and then you feel like the emotion of the games and of the fans, and you're just like, you're immersed. It's real.
The TI vibes that people often, you hear them talking about it, but they are real. You feel it in Falcons as well. That's why they have the reaction as much as they do. Effie, how do you feel the TI vibes right now? And what was your most TI vibey moment?
Oh my God, everything has been amazing. Just being a part of this, witnessing it firsthand, watching a team change their lives, cement their legacy, hearing the